This is the book. It's massive. It has 990 pages, and it has probably 1,000 footnotes, maybe 900. It's a lot. Okay. And most of the stuff that you've heard me say about, I don't even know if he goes in, does he even go into Gladio in here? Let's see if he talks about Gladio. I don't even remember. I haven't looked at this in a few years. Let's see. I don't think he mentions Gladio. So Gladio is like a whole other angle which ties into this book and helps vindicate this book, actually. So obviously this is a lot to do. We can't really cover this all in one day. I've got multiple lectures that do cover it, and I highly recommend you get the book and read it yourself. But to give a kind of a summary, and if you go into the archives, just type in J. Dyer, comma, Wim Hof, comma, Jesuits, something like that. You should get the various lectures on this. And they're two-part lectures, so there's at least maybe 10 hours of lecture on this book. One thing that I really like that he talks about, which is very important to, I think, demonstrating the error of today's Roman Catholic Church, is the tie-in to ecumenism as the Americanist version of religion. Because ecumenism is a lowest common denominator watering down of the religion and the message to make it palatable and to make it sellable, marketable. And Wim Hof perceptively ties that to the Americanist ideology of consumerism, democratic capitalism. Makes perfect sense. So the ultimate religion of America is ecumenism. Americanism is ecumenism, and the pioneers of ecumenism in the Roman Catholic world, which is what a lot of this book is about, were themselves first and foremost Americanists. For those that don't know, in the world of Roman Catholicism, back at the turn of the last century, late 1800s, 1900s, there was this issue in the Roman Catholic Church where there were discussions and debates about Americanism. Could you be a faithful Catholic in America and sacrifice some of the principles that the traditional Roman Catholics had, such as the necessity of a Catholic Christian state? Could you sacrifice that for the American idea of separation of church and state and still be a faithful Catholic? Now, shocker, the popes said no. In fact, it used to be called a heresy. By the way, how many of the trad cats ever talk about this? None of them, because they don't go here. Pope Leo XIII condemned Americanism in Testem Benevolentiae, right here. Now, how did I know this? Well, I used to be a see this right here? A Light in the Heavens. I read this entire book. It's about a 500-page book. I read all of Leo's encyclicals. This is one of the reasons why I know Catholicism better than all the Catholics, because I was the I was the ultimate trad cat. And so when he condemns it, he says that the problem is that Americanism places the rights and duties of the state or the temporal above the spiritual. And it also constitutes a form of a rejection of the need and the ideal of a Christian state. How many trad cats, how many Roman Catholics, how many of the pop apologists have ever even talked about this? Do you understand that we're operating on a whole other level on this channel above these pop goofballs? The people, and I like these people, I like Tim Gordon, I like these guys, but the stuff Tim's talking about, I dealt with this in 2004, 5. Okay. I was dealing with this 20 years ago, guys. I read this 20 years ago. This is old hat. Now, I'm bringing up the Wim Hof book because Wim Hof's book says all this. Avery Dulles was a mega ecumenist. Avery Dulles was a cardinal related to Allen Dulles. Cardinal Spellman, one of the key figures of Catholicism during this period, many people now think, not just me, I'm talking about the Catholic writers. Cardinal Spellman was very close to John the 23rd and Paul the 6th. Very, very prominent figure at the time. And Cardinal Spellman, as you can see, I mean, he's literally on the front of like Time magazine, right? Cardinal Spellman was, many writers believe, sexually compromised. And this relates to why he initially had a anti-ecumenist, not pro Dignitatis Humanae sort of stance, but then he goes along because there was apparently some compromise. That seems likely. This is on page 110 and 111 of Wim Hof's book. You'll notice that many of the individuals involved in the ecumenist movement in Rome were themselves part of ecumenism and wanted ecumenism and America to be an institution to promote ecumenism. Wim Hof even admits on page 69 that the story that the Russian Orthodox Church outside Russia was full of Soviets is itself a fake CIA narrative. Exactly. He also notes the apparent collaboration or co-opting, or perhaps even worse, of the other most popular Catholic of this time, Fulton Sheen. Fulton Sheen apparently was working in some capacity with the CIA as well. And if you remember, I've read Sheen's books over the years, back when I was a track cat. I remember reading his communism book. Again, this doesn't mean communism's good, but why do all of these Roman Catholic prelates suddenly, immediately side with the entire CIA Cold War narrative? Is it because Soviets are good guys? No. Cardinal Spellman, for example, said that the real battle of the time was Americanism versus Russian Sovietism. But wait a minute, is it Americanism versus, or is it Christianity? I'm getting confused. But Fulton Sheen wrote books about the Cold War, promoting the narrative that anything was necessary during the Cold War, even the Vatican alliance with the CIA. And it's the same Dulles who would then go to the CIA, to the United Nations, and promote ecumenism as well. So are you beginning to notice the patterns of, wait a minute, so all these same people are doing the same stuff, and they're doing the opposite of what Leo XIII said was Catholic dogmatic teaching. Let's see if we can find Dulles at the UN. This used to be on YouTube. I don't know if it's still on here. Let's see. There was a, probably not going to be able to find it. Oh, guess who ordained Avery Dulles? Spellman, together with John Foster Dulles. I think this is.
At Fordham University Chapel. 30.
What? Oh, where? Fordham. Interesting. Where have we heard of Fordham University before? The CIA Jesuit University, exactly. And by the way, this book is all about that too.
6 are ordained as Jesuit priests. Prominent in the procession is Avery R. Dulles, son of the Secretary of State John Foster Dulles, who with Mrs. Dulles is present for the ordination ceremonies. 800 crowd the chapel to witness the ritual, presided over by Francis Cardinal Spellman, Archbishop of the New York Diocese. After being blessed by his eminence, Avery Dulles, now Father Dulles, who was converted while studying law, vows to the Archbishop before leaving to take up his new vocation.
Now, these are major players in the Vatican II superstructure that promote the documents of Vatican II, particularly the controversial documents, Dignitatis Humanae and Nostra Aetate. Those are the documents that are the most controversial. They're the ones we always bring up. And these are the individuals involved in helping to get those documents through, and particularly the character John Courtney Murray, the famous CIA Jesuit. Now, again, Fordham University is a known, obvious, open CIA institution. John Brennan, former CIA director. There's an entire section of Fordham named after him. The Brennan Law School, I think it's called, at Fordham University. Fordham University played a huge role in promoting things in the Ukraine. Everybody now knows this, and everybody in the Orthodox world knows that Fordham University pushes the Skittles stuff because that's their job. That's their role. What was it, however, that John Courtney Murray was such a proponent of? Well, it turns out he was such a proponent of Americanism and church and state being split. Religious liberty. Religious liberty. Why would John Courtney Murray and the CIA want religious liberty to be adopted in the Roman Catholic Church in defiance of the previous condemnations of religious liberty by the papacy, whether it's lamentabili or whether it's quas primas or whether it's the anti-Americanist encyclicals of Leo XIII? All of those documents condemn Americanism. And John Courtney Murray works together with Henry Luce of Time magazine to make sure that the Roman Catholic system capitulates to the Americanist system of religious liberty, freedom of conscience, freedom of worship, and ecumenism. You see those things go together. Thus, the de-Christianizing of Catholic states post-Vatican II is in line with the post-Vatican II new church. This idea that religious liberty is no longer a condemned heresy. All the way back to Luther, this is condemned. The reformers were condemned by the papacy for saying this. Oh, now it's a hallowed principle of Vatican II. Outright contradictions. Skeptical of what? You understand I'm giving you guys like actual hardcore documentation. This is not low tier. Okay, like idiots that are Seventh-day Adventists, they believe in Jesuit assassins that run the world. That's stupid. It's idiotic. That's not what we're doing here. Okay, we're going into the history of declassified national security memorandum, like NSC 68 about the Cold War. We're going into the doctrinal warfare program of C.D. Jackson to use the Roman Catholic Church, declassified in 2013. Doctrinal warfare program. PSBD-33. Doctrinal warfare program right here. Let me show you. You can look this up. There's Wim Hof's references. Doctrinal program. Doctrine. You can look this up. There's Wim Hof's references. Doctrinal program. Doctrinal program. Psychological Strategy Board, PSB. Doctrinal program. Declassified 2013. What was this engaged in? Splitting the churches, creating sectarian movements, infiltrating. Splitting the churches, creating sectarian movements, infiltrating, subverting. Are you noticing a pattern? Why are so many of the Roman Catholic prelates Skittles men? I wonder why. I wonder what kind of compromise this could be. What could it be? I wonder. It's just so hard to figure out. Who knows? What could it be? I wonder. It's just so hard to figure out. Who knows? I guess we just don't know. I guess it just is crazy to think that high-level prelates would be compromised when they touch butts, because many of them are not heterosexual. You understand? I wonder what's going on. I just can't figure it out. It just doesn't make sense. Now, unfortunately, what happened was that because of the Cold War, many of the American Catholic prelates and Orthodox and Protestants thought, guess we got to sign on board with the CIA. They must be the good guys, right? So we can understand the thought process here. So I don't necessarily blame all the people for being malicious. My uncle was a Cold Warrior. He fought and did intelligence operations in the Cold War. He flew out of Turkey and flew over the USSR and was disguised under a commercial jumbo jet. And he was sitting in there with a little headset listening to Russians talk about ICBMs. And my uncle is the first to translate from Russian the launch of a Russian ICBM. That's true. So I'm not defending communism. What I'm getting at is that this alliance that the Vatican made with the CIA comes at a price, because once the Soviets are defeated, guess what? You still have a master. And it's not just the CIA, okay? There are other entities as well who are on the same page. Are you starting to notice a pattern here?
Like many people in the West, I've been a Christian since I was young. Like many
This is the book.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I'm LDS. I'm a member of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints because I find the early Christian church fathers teach LDS doctrine more than they teach Orthodox or Catholic doctrines, especially when we look at before Nicaea and the change in infant baptism. I don't see infant baptism taught before really about 200 AD, and of course the Trinity is definitely a part of the apostasy. So, yeah, that's
Okay.
why.
Who do you think started teaching the Trinity?
Who do I think started teaching the Trinity? Constantine, the Gnostics. That's where Homoousius comes from.
Wait, Constantine the Gnostics. Constantine is
Yeah.
an emperor. He has nothing to do with Gnostics.
Right, but it came from Greek philosophy.
Huh?
When
Okay.
you
So you said
follow
Constantine.
the history of when you follow the history of Homoousius, it comes through Gnosticism.
Right, so that's a
comes through
genetic
Greek
fallacy.
Hellenism.
It's a genetic fallacy. The fact that somebody uses a term does not equate to the meaning of that system using that term.
Sure, but when you look at the idea within Christianity, Homoousius was condemned and anathematized in the 260s to condemn Paul of Samosata.
Yeah, but the term is not the problem; it's the meaning of the term. So it really doesn't matter. But
Well, it's the term and the meaning of the term.
no, it's not. There's nothing wrong.
The
Terms,
meaning doesn't change.
of course, it does. This is the
No, it
word
doesn't.
This is the word concept fallacy. And by the way, how could the Trinity come there when Tertullian has a gigantic book and about 180 on the Trinity?
Yeah, Tertullian did not teach the Trinity. I do a 10-hour, almost nearly a 20-hour series on my channel on YouTube, debunking the idea that Tertullian taught the Trinity. He taught that the Son was formed when God said, "Let there be light." He was given his own form, his own voice, his own garb, and he said that when God said, "Let there be light," he said that's the perfect nativity of the Son, nativity, the birth. When God said,
So
"Let there be light," and Jesus is known as the light.
We've already done a response to all this. I'm not going to go through 10 hours of your citing of it. So what are you laughing at?
So what?
Are you laughing?
I didn't laugh.
Okay, I thought you were laughing. So we've done a response to this that was about a 2-hour talk on Inspiring Philosophy's channel, which deals with this Muslim line of argumentation that these early church fathers. Now, if you're saying that the Trinity was from Constantine and the Gnostics, and I'm saying that, well, the doctrine of the Holy Trinity is the very first thing mentioned in against Praxeas. Even if you take issue with some of the formulations of the way that he talks about the Son, he does not say the Son is a creature. So he's still teaching, quote, the doctrine of the Trinity. That's the very beginning of the treatise. So it's not from Constantine.
Right.
So it's not from Constantine.
So actually, the Tertullian actually teaches it very similar to the way we do.
No, he doesn't.
In the sense that Joseph Smith taught that intelligences are not created; we are uncreated. And Tertullian taught that.
Well, hold on. We're uncreated. How many gods are there?
Intelligences are not gods.
If they're uncreated, they're gods.
No, matter is uncreated. It does not mean that matter is a god.
So that's right. That's Aristotle's doctrine. If matter is uncreated, how is it not divine?
Justin Martyr taught that matter was not created.
No, he doesn't teach that. No, he does not. He teaches creation. No, he doesn't. He teaches creation ex nihilo.
He does not teach ex nihilo.
Yes, he does. And you're citing a section where he taught. Most of the time when people argue this, I don't know if you're arguing this, but most of the time they're citing a section where he's telling you what the Gnostic doctrines are. He does believe in creation.
No,
yes,
he does not teach Gnostic doctrines in First Apology.
No, did you hear what I said? When Mormons and other people try to prove from Irenaeus that he does not teach ex nihilo, they cite a section where he's describing Gnostic teachings denying ex nihilo. You can't understand what I'm saying?
I did not say Irenaeus. I said Justin Martyr.
Okay, I'm talking about Irenaeus. So my mistake.
I'm talking about Justin Martyr. Justin Martyr taught ex materia.
Well, even if he did, it doesn't mean that it's true. But what?
It shows that the earlier we go, we see LDS doctrines.
No, we don't.
Orthodox.
No, we
doctrines.
don't. Because he does not. He does not teach Mormon doctrine. You can watch the response that Sam Shamoon did after we did our response to the Muslims raising the same question. They're not teaching your doctrine. And by the way, it wouldn't matter even if one church father made that mistake, because we don't follow one single church father. The New Testament doesn't teach that there's prima materia or that there's eternal matter. The book of Maccabees teaches that God created everything out of nothing.
Yeah, well, we don't follow the book of Maccabees.
Yeah, but see, well, how do you know what the canon is? How do you know what the scriptures are?
Because we have living apostles who tell us what they are.
So how do you know they're living apostles?
Because they have the authority.
Okay, where did they get that? What's the criteria?
Peter, James, and John.
Where did they get that authority? What's the criteria?
The criteria is to be given it to you from those who hold that authority.
So every cult claims that they have authority.
James and John came to Joseph Smith and gave him and
How do you know? Now, hold on.
Oliver Cowdery,
How
that
do you know
authority.
that Peter, James, and John came to Joseph Smith and he's not just a fraud?
Because we have witnesses and evidence that show that he was a prophet. The Book of Mormon. We
What's
have
the
that.
so
We have
the
the
Book of
evidence that
Mormon
the Book of
proves
Mormon is true.
so the Book of Mormon proves that
everything
he's
builds on itself.
so his own claims to be a prophet is what proves he's a prophet.
I'm sorry.
His own
What?
claims to be a prophet is what proves he's a prophet, according to you.
Not just his own claims, the claims of other witnesses that were there.
Okay, so any cult, if they have people claiming to be witnesses, that means that it's true. How do you know that they're not lying?
Because the consistency within history.
I don't even know what that means. I mean, what do you say to a Muslim who says that the early followers of Muhammad are consistent with the Quran, therefore Islam is true?
Well, I'm talking about the early Christian history after the apostles died.
No,
So
it's
when we
the
say that-
argument is a fallacious
So-
argument, is what I'm trying to
So
explain.
what I'm saying is that everything is evidence for the prophet, because we have consistent evidence through
That's a
history,
circle.
through the Bible.
That's a circle.
No, it's not.
Well, the Bible doesn't teach your view. In fact, in the Joseph Smith translation, he added himself to the last chapter of Genesis, correct?
When you look at the Jews actually believed in a Messiah ben Joseph that was supposed to descend from.
No. That's not what I said.
yeah.
No, that's a rabbinic Talmudic tradition that has nothing to do with the Bible.
Yes,
That's nowhere in the
and
Bible.
Joseph Smith.
No.
Joseph Smith added that rabbinic
Oh, so
tradition back into the Bible.
Exactly. So he's a fraud. So he retroactively added himself to the Bible.
He
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's a
added
fraud.
himself as the
Exactly.
Messiah ben Joseph.
So
that
he
was
adds himself to
initially
the
taught in
text.
Bible.
So your argument was that he's a true prophet because he's predicted, and you're admitting that he added himself to the text. That's a fraud.
He was predicted by the rabbinic text.
How in anybody's mind would you think that Messiah ben Joseph from the Talmud has anything to do with Joseph Smith? Is Joseph Smith Jewish?
No, in fact, it says that he's not supposed to be Jewish. It says that he comes from the tribe
How
of
would the
Ephraim.
Jews accept Messiah ben Joseph if he's a Gentile?
Because the Ephraimites became, they were
So
taken
you
away.
think that was in the minds of the Talmudic writers, that they were talking about the shit that is in the Book of Mormon? This made up
The
nonsense
Messiah
about
ben
Ephraimites?
Joseph is supposed to precede the Messiah ben David's second coming. He's supposed to be a restorer. He's supposed to restore the temple. He's supposed to.
And you think that the
die
rabbinic
in
Jews
battle.
in the Talmud who don't believe in anything to do with Christianity or the Bible or Jesus were predicting Joseph Smith a Gentile?
Yes, because when you go, you can actually go look. You can go look at the Jewish Encyclopedia under Messiah. Everybody look this up. Go to the Messiah Jewish Encyclopedia entry and scroll all the way down to the bottom, and you will read about Messiah ben Joseph. And Joseph Smith filled those prophecies about Messiah ben Joseph.
Why would he fulfill those prophecies as a Gentile and then add himself to the book of Genesis? This is so stupid.
Because he was it already talked about that in the book of Genesis, and it was removed.
How do you know it was removed? How do you know it was removed?
Because it doesn't exist anymore.
So
They still have the
you don't.
prophecies.
This is
They
a.
still
You
have-
don't see this how dumb this circle is. So we only know that it's removed because he says it's removed. So he adds it, and that's the proof that he's the prophet. That's a circle.
Because we have the evidence in the Jewish Encyclopedia.
What does that have to do with Joseph Smith?
There's
no
prophecy
Jew.
in the-
There's no Talmudic Jew that would accept a Gentile Messiah ben Joseph. That's crazy.
because we are not just Gentiles. We are of the tribes of Israel.
No, you're not.
We
That's
are
all
the
made
lost
up.
tribes of Israel.
There's no evidence
We
that
are
you are
the
not the
lost
tribe.
tribes
No,
of
you're
Israel.
not. How are you that when you are you? What's your lineage? You're Jewish now?
I am of the tribe of Ephraim.
Bruh.
You
No.
probably are of the
Mormons
tribe of
think
Ephraim.
that you're of these tribes, but you're like the Black Hebrew Israelites who claim that you're that when you're nothing to do with that.
So we have the evidence that
You have no evidence. What's your evidence?
We have the evidence that confirms itself.
What? You have the evidence that confirms itself. So that's a circle.
the evidence is consistent, because when we have
In
just,
Jewish eschatology, Messiah ben Yosef, or Mashiach ben Yosef, is a Jewish Messiah.
not necessarily.
No, that's the rabbinic tradition,
It's the rabbinic tradition, but it doesn't.
which
mean
has
that
nothing to do
everything
with
that
you. You're not
which
you're not
doesn't
Jewish or
mean that
rabbinic. You have
everything
nothing to
they
do with
say
that. You have no connection to
doesn't
that.
mean that everything that they interpret has to be interpreted that way.
So again, this is
They
why
did
the
not
religion
interpret-
is fraudulent, because
did not-
you remove
they
the
did not
context.
interpret.
You remove the context and make it about something that is nowhere in their mind. That's why it's fraudulent. It's also
They
fraudulent
did
to.
not interpret the Messiah ben David properly in the very beginning anyway. That's why they missed their Messiah.
Oh, so now
That's why they
the
missed
now
Jesus.
so that would discount your usage of their prophecy to begin with. So if Messiah ben David is a false usage, you can't use Messiah ben Joseph to prove you, dummy. You just undercut yourself.
Yes, I can. Because
That's
we
a double
know better.
standard. You just
We know
refuted
better.
yourself.
Jay, we know better.
We know better. You
So
literally
let's
just
get
said
back
that
to-
because you said that the Jews were wrong about Messiah ben David,
So
and they
let's get
misinterpreted.
back
Shut
to the
up!
historical
Shut up! You just.
writings.
All right, this is too stupid. He literally just said the Jews are not trustworthy because their interpretation of Messiah ben David is wrong. Oh, but I'm going to use Messiah ben Joseph out of context because that one's right, but it's not what they thought. This is so crazy. This is the exact same thing as the Mohammedans saying that the Old Testament is predicting Muhammad. But wait a minute, that's all corrupted. No, but the Muhammad tells me that it was predicting Muhammad.
Not only that, remember I told you that Sedevacanta priest where he was like, have you read the book of Maccabees? It prophesies my coming.
But we know now. We know more now.
We now know.
We now know that Jewish prophecies are all wrong and Talmudic prophecies are wrong, except for when we can take them out of context and apply them to Joseph Smith, who happens to have the same name as Messiah ben Yosef, the Jewish altar Messiah from the Talmud. Look
Well,
at
that's right.
look
We
at
need
the
to come
mind
up with-
pretzels of this idiotic cult.
We need to come up with another fallacy name that, well, it's right when it supports my position and wrong when it doesn't.
Well, that's just a double standard.
Yeah, the double standard fallacy.
Yeah. So yeah, when the Jews mentioned, by the way, did you notice he did word concept fallacy several times? The Trinity is wrong because the word homoousios was used once by a Gnostic and an anti-Trinitarian. Yeah, well, guess what? The word logos was used by Marcus Aurelius. So what? Does that mean that every usage of the word logos necessarily is the Stoic philosophy? But this is how, like, religions, like cults like this thrive on the fraudulent deception of terms like Joseph. Well, that's got to be talking about Joseph Smith, because even though the Jews don't believe that it's a Gentile man or the Mormon.
As I always said in the chat, I thought it was a prophecy about Trader Joe's.
Yeah, why could we not start bringing in other Josephs here? Who's some other Josephs that we know?
Stalin, Joseph Stalin.
Messiah ben Joseph Stalin. And look, how can you say that it's wrong because the Jews got other things wrong? So I can take that to be Stalin. Like his logic was that because the Jews don't accept Messiah ben David as a son of David or Jesus.
And when you get in trouble, to use the words, well, it's consistent, you see. It's a consistent circle. Huh?
Well, we have a historical witness to it. Like what? Well, I'm of the tribes of Ephraim.
Like, I don't want to address like my position on like your explanation being ad hoc. I more so want. Hello?
Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. By the way, I hope there's no bad blood from earlier today. I didn't mean to offend you or anything. I had a quick question. Since I'm currently discerning, one of the most compelling pieces of evidence I find that I haven't seen you discuss extensively is that there are 67 or maybe it was 66 Lourdes miracles. And the reason, one of the Catholic arguments I hear is that the miracles are not just in isolation. There was an apparition that said these miracles were going to happen in regards to a matter of church doctrine, and then they were scientifically attested by modern doctors, like the one that was on the 60 Minutes interview. I watched that.
Okay.
How do you make sense of that personally?
Yeah, I don't accept any miracle claims as any proofs of anything in this regard, because would you say that Mary's supposed appearance at the Coptic church in Zaytun, Egypt, which was seen by giant crowds, does that prove monophysitism?
I know that some Catholics accept it, but others don't, and it's not recognized by the Vatican, so I'm not sure if it's relevant to that line of argumentation.
Oh, so wait a minute. So now it's only what the Vatican recognizes?
I think so. That makes sense, because the Vatican has a team that authenticates those specific.
They got a team on it. Okay. But what I'm saying is that whether there's a Vatican team on it or not, like if a Monophysite comes to you and says that Mary appeared at our church, so that proves our church, how are you gonna adjudicate between these? It's not going to work by saying, oh, well, there's a team in Rome that's assigned to this. You understand that's begging the question. The point is that miracles alone are not going to prove or disprove any of this.
Right, I agree. But the reason that I find the Lourdes one specifically compelling is because it isn't just like where some people claim they saw Mary on the church. It's they have scientifically attested miracles by doctors, where they say that.
Okay, and so scientists go to Jerusalem and they observe and do documentaries and tests on the Holy Fire. So you understand, now it's just rival science claims.
That's true. I think rival science claims should probably play a part into people's decisions.
Yeah, I think this is ridiculous. Like, how is this going to determine between what's the true and the false faith? This is silly.
I mean, Paul and the other Christians did signs and miracles.
Have you read Galatians? What does Galatians say?
To not ask for signs. The only one he'll be given.
What does Galatians 1? What does Galatians 1 say?
I don't know. I don't.
You're not familiar with Galatians 1? I'm not trying to be mean to you, but like this is very important for this topic. What does Paul say about signs and wonders and apparitions?
The only verse I know regarding signs and wonders is the one where the only one he'll be given is the sign of Jonah.
Okay, well, see, you need to be way more familiar with your Bible than you do to trying to investigate doctors and scientists investigating Lourdes, because Paul says in Galatians 1, not to believe any apparition or claimed miracle if it contradicts the dogmas that have been handed down by the apostles. So, again, this very point shows that Roman Catholics and people interested in Roman Catholicism are way off base. You've got people out here don't know what the triad means. They don't know what Galatians 1 says, but they're over here trying to do scientific. They got a Ghostbusters team in the Vatican that's on the case of Lourdes. Come on.
Gentlemen, 86 books in his Bible. Who wants to hear which some Takbir Allahu Akbar? Which
So I want to talk briefly about the five the five big main copes that most people have still to remain Roman Catholic, and then what the solutions are, and then we'll open it up to people who disagree, people who challenge it. And we're going to talk a little bit too about how Protestantism isn't the correct reaction against Roman Catholicism, but that rather it went into a ridiculous extreme in the wrong direction. So Protestantism is not going to get you the medicine that the Roman Catholic Church at least claims to have with its sacraments and so forth. And so I kind of listed out my 5 most common. People are always asking me about coughing. So it's because where we live, it's near a giant 12-mile preserve. And at this time, the allergens are like literally in the red like every day. Especially around 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock is when it gets really bad. So it's a lot better earlier in the day. But it has nothing to do with like, when are you going to go see a doctor? It's not a doctor can't solve allergens, dude. So what are the 5 copes? And then what's kind of the overriding cope? And then why is Protestantism not really a solution? And then we'll open it up to people who have disagreements, questions, challenges, arguments, debates, etc. over on X. So if you're interested in calling in, the link is right here. You can call in there to the space. And then I will pull you up. Thank you. Already getting some fat super chats. Appreciate that. I will pull you up, give you the microphone, and you can make any questions, challenges, arguments that you want. First point is that I hear most often nowadays as to why people are remaining there is that this came up the other day in the Blonde in the Belly of the Beast stream. Well, I should stay in the Roman Catholic Church because it's my job, it's my duty to reform it and to fix it. And the problem with this, as we pointed out in that stream, is that the nature of that institution, the way it's structured, is not going to allow you, as the bottom of the totem pole, even if you have great numbers, to alter dogma. The dogmatic level has already been solidified when it comes to Vatican II, when it comes to Nostra Aetate, when it comes to the changes in the dogmas, such as changes in the death penalty, changes in what's appropriate in terms of priestly blessings for skittles, changes when it comes to the issue of what's appropriate for people receiving communion. That has changed in the Roman Catholic Church. Changes at the dogmatic level in terms of whether it's acceptable and appropriate to worship with and amongst pagans, with and amongst heterodox, with and amongst Muslims, all of which things the post-Vatican II papacy has done. And those are not just private sins. Those are actually sins that in the Roman Catholic system constitute apostasy. If you don't know, the Roman Catholic system is actually full of tiers, not just of sins in terms of mortal sin, venial sin, but also that canon law dictates different types of sins that remove you from the church and that are actions so severe that they sever you from the mystical body. And the same is true for clerics as well. Clerics aren't exempt from that just because they're clerics. If you ask typical Roman Catholics this, if you say if the Bishop of Milan stands up and starts preaching against the Trinity, does that make him a heretic? Or is he a heretic only when the papacy calls him a heretic? Well, I think most Roman Catholics tend to think, well, he's a heretic in virtue of the heresy. And even if he is in error, he's still a heretic. Or even if he's in good faith. Now, I don't know how you could be in good faith and not believe in the Trinity, but they'll make all kinds of specious arguments like this to rescue the system. And so what you have there is, in philosophy, we call this an unfalsifiable system. And pretty much at every juncture in the Roman Catholic system, there's sort of this little firewall, so to speak, where anything that comes up immediately meets the unfalsifiable sort of magic move that goes on to where, this appears to be a contradiction, this appears to be a change, it's not infallible. So this is the first move they always make. Oh, well, you see this wasn't infallible, and so this can change. And this goes along with the idea of I can fix it, because in both cases, the individual Roman Catholic is taking upon themselves a position that, first and foremost, is not allowed for the laity. The laity in that system are not able to, quote, fix the church, because the laity are not in a position to judge the first see. And every Roman Catholic who's angry with Francis and all the post-Vatican II reforms and all of what's going on, all the scandals, is already incorrect, because although they might have a position to say that, I don't know, if Francis was, let's say he's like one of the Borgias and he has a giant whorehouse or something built. Okay, you might say that a Roman Catholic individual, lay person could say that that's immoral. But it's different when it comes to theological teachings, or what's called the ordinary teaching of the church. In the Roman Catholic world, anything that's part of the ordinary teaching, whether it's infallible or fallible, the expectation is that you submit to it with docility. That means you're docile. That means that you're not picking it apart and deciding what you think is orthodox, what you think is faithful, what you think is correct, what's not correct. Do you understand? That's different from the moral infractions that an individual pope might commit. We're talking about within their system, right? So it's true that, if Francis, let's say Francis had a giant whorehouse, he wouldn't necessarily be a heretic. And within their system, that's consistent. That's true. They're not on the hook there. They haven't committed any philosophical contradictory mistakes by saying, well, the Pope can be an evil person. The difference, especially in the post-Vatican II period, is that it's not a question of the individual sins of the papacy towards this or that moral question. It's specifically a question about changes in dogmatic teaching, and that's the whole point, supposedly, of the papacy, that it can't change dogmas. Nothing in terms of faith and morals undergoes change. And the reason that the papacy is there is to be the guide, the protector, the preserver, the progenitor, and the interpreter of that apostolic faith, of that deposit. That means, as Vatican I concludes, that the Roman See cannot err in questions of faith or morals. Now, it's true that the Pope could, as a private, quote-unquote, theologian, make a theological error. That is not the same thing as the Pope, even as a private theologian, being a heretic. So you see, this is another unfalsifiable firewall, a move they'll make to say, well, Francis's extremely scandalous teachings and ideas, they're just his private opinions. No, they're not. And by the way, even if they were his private opinions, there's nothing about saying something in a book or in a letter that excludes you from being a heretic. And if you remember one of the recent open forums that we had a person calling in on this very question. And the example that the Sixth Council used to condemn and excommunicate Pope Honorius was a letter he wrote to another bishop. It wasn't a public dogmatic profession. It wasn't something he proclaimed ex cathedra. None of that was necessary to be a formal heretic. And so the outs that they have to try to get around these things are things that don't actually even work in their system. There are myths. Almost every out they use is some myth that they've concocted, such as the idea, for example, the most common one is that, well, the Pope didn't bind anyone to that teaching, and so he's not a heretic. Okay, binding people to a teaching has absolutely nothing to do with heresy. Martin Luther was a priest. Martin Luther had no authority to bind anyone in a dogmatic sense to his teachings. And yet he is excommunicated and called a heretic in the famous encyclical by, I think, Leo X, because he persistently taught error. That's all that's necessary. To be a heretic has nothing to do with the authority that you possess in the office to bind or to not bind people. So this is a total fallacy of irrelevance. It's completely irrelevant to the question of whether the person is teaching something heterodox in whatever form. It doesn't matter whether they publicly profess it with their voice. It doesn't matter whether they write a letter. If the Bishop of Milan writes a letter to his grandmother and expresses that he no longer believes the Trinity, that makes him a heretic. That action. Now, it may not get discovered until, I don't know, grandma of Milan takes it to the, let's say she takes it to the Pope. She's worried about her grandson. The Pope sees it. The Bishop of Milan is heterodox. He's already committed the sin of heresy. He's already removed himself, even if there's not been a public juridical declaration. That's the Roman Catholic canon law and moral system. That's how it functions. So again, what we see is that most of the time, the objections, the copes, the explanations that are given are complete myths and fantasies. For example, the myth that I only have to believe the quote dogmas. This is the next cope of the top 5 copes. The first one is that I can fix it. No, you can't, because as a layperson, you're not in a position to fix Vatican II, to reform the Church of the Spirit of Vatican II. You're not going to get rid of Nostra Aetate. You're not going to convince the Catholic world that Nostra Aetate is a document with a level 7 degree of authority, which you can reject or accept based on your own decisions. Every Roman Catholic church in the world that I've been to that's a Novus Ordo church expects that you accept all of the documents of Vatican II. And the same principles in Nostra Aetate are in the dang frickin' catechism. The very phrases and statements about Muslims and Hindus and everyone worshiping the same quote-unquote God, the same principles and ideas are in the frickin' catechism. So even if you said, well, the Nostra Aetate is not the full dogma, I don't have to accept it, I can pick and choose the Vatican II documents, which ones are... No, you don't. No, you can't. Every Catholic church you attend in the world has the general default expectation that you accept all the documents of Vatican II. So the idea of I can fix it is just completely naive, completely contrary to the structure of this hierarchical organization, and completely laughable in light of what Vatican I actually teaches about the infallibility, inerrancy, and indefectibility of the Roman See, of the Pope. Number 2 cope is I only have to follow XYZ. This is a amazingly prevalent myth in the Roman Catholic world. Where did you get the idea that you, quote, only have to follow the, quote, ex cathedra statements? Number one, there's not actually a list of the ex cathedra statements. And that's why every Roman Catholic comes up with a different list of what the ex cathedra necessary beliefs are. Furthermore, Vatican I is emphatic and states more than once that you also have to believe, beyond the ex cathedra, you also have to believe the universal ordinary teaching, and you have to submit to the ordinary teaching, which can be fallible, but yet with docility. So that's a complete myth. It's absolutely not true that as a Roman Catholic, you only have to believe and accept a handful of, quote, dogmatic or ex cathedra sayings. It's just made up. It's a myth that one guy, one apologist, one Catholic person says, and then all the other ones just chirp it out and repeat it as if it's true because they heard it somewhere. And they always just chirp out and repeat like mina birds, the same phrases, the same copes, the same responses. And they never even think to consider, well, is that even true? Is it even the case that I only have to believe a handful of dogmatic things? Again, we've highlighted and cited multiple times on Twitter. We've put it up countless times. In Denzinger, there's at least 4 places where it says you even have to accept the Pope's juridical decisions. If the Pope says so-and-so is excommunicated, you have to accept it. You don't get the liberty of saying, I think he's wrong there, I don't accept that. It doesn't matter what you want to accept. You don't get to be a Protestant Roman Catholic. And most of the people who think I only have to follow blah, 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 By the way, there's never a consistent, coherent idea of what the handful of dogmatic things even are. They're missing the entire point that they're actually being a Protestant. They're just not being a Protestant with the Bible. They're now being a Protestant with, quote, papal teachings. I will go through and sift through thousands of pages of documents and pick out the ones that the previous, quote, dogmatic teachings. And yet, no layperson is a member of the magisterium to, quote, judge the first see. Judging the first see does not mean that only that you have the canonical privileges to judge it and excommunicate. They have this other coat where they say, well, judging the first see means to excommunicate. No, whoever thought that laity had the ability to excommunicate the Pope or the bishops anyway? That's a completely absurd argument. Nobody has ever thought that. That'd be like, so as if it's addressing some impossible absurdity that nobody ever even considered. as if there's a whole bunch of people thinking that the laity could excommunicate the Pope. So they needed to have this statement in canon law that no laity could judge and excommunicate the Pope. It's just completely silly, completely stupid. Obviously, the point is that no one in the church, bishop, council, laity, even the Roman College, none of them have the authority or the ability to judge and supersede the Roman See. Clear as day. That's the clear and obvious meaning. And by the way, all these people believe in foundationalism and self-evident truths. Is this not self-evident in your ridiculous position? In your pseudo-Talmudic religion? Is this not obvious? Of course it's obvious. And everybody knows that that's the exact argument they make to every Protestant. Every Roman Catholic, when they make these arguments to the Protestants, they're suddenly ultramontanist super papists. And then when they're in their inter-Nicene conflicts, oh, now you see we're papal Protestants picking and choosing where Francis is faithful and where he's failed. But they're not even honest with the people that they think and pretend are their trad popes. Benedict XVI has numerous statements throughout his many books which are absolutely condemned via Pius X, the Pacenti Dominici Gregis encyclical's list of what counts as modernism. That would condemn multitudes of the statements in Pope Benedict XVI's books as modernist. The book Addendum to Vatican I Lamentabili, which has a list of condemned modernist propositions, also would condemn countless places in the totally modernist books and writings of Benedict XVI. I'm talking about his books, his theological books before he became a pope. And all of these people, by the way, will cite the trad stuff like the Holy Office condemning books. Oh, wait a minute. Why would the Holy Office condemn books if private theologians and their private opinions don't make you a heretic? Of course they do. The very praxis of your Holy Office condemning the writings of this or that Jesuit, this or that person in the church, putting it on the list of forbidden books, disproves your dumb argument that you have to bind people to it to make it heresy. So at every stage, what these people do is modify and change their position to make the position unfalsifiable. Do you know what I mean by an unfalsifiable position? We talk about this, for example, Marxism is typically critiqued in philosophy as an unfalsifiable position. Why is this? Well, in Marxism, problems, as I'm sure everybody knows, they all come from class warfare. And so if you attempt to critique Marxism or refute it, all of your arguments are automatically canceled out because the only person who would critique or oppose Marxism is somebody who has false consciousness from the bourgeoisie. So your arguments are already canceled out. But wait a minute. So no one can launch a critique of Marxism? Correct, because anyone who does is automatically in false consciousness. So this is why it's typically called an unfalsifiable system, which is actually a system that's very weak. Because a very weak system doesn't need to set up these sort of ridiculous kind of fail-safes and tricks to make the system unfalsifiable. Yet, nothing compares to Marxism in terms of unfalsifiability, except the papacy and the papal system. And ironically, this is even what Döllinger said. I have Döllinger's book here. And he said at the time of Vatican I, when he was very reluctant to accept the definition at Vatican I, he said that, well, hereafter, Roman Catholic apologetics will be basically nothing but people defending the arguments of Vatican I and the Roman See. It will end up being a bunch of papal lawyering. And lo and behold, what do 90% of the Roman Catholic apologists do? But write books and defend the papacy all day long. Because that's now the locus of the religion. The whole religion now is, in essence, the soap opera of what's happening in Rome. However, at the same time, You're also told, and this brings us to our third cope, you're also told that what happens in Rome, I don't care. I don't even have to be concerned. I have literally no concern with what's happening in Rome and what Francis is up to. All I care about is I have the Latin Mass. I have a conservative Novus Ordo Mass. I go to church. I take my family to sacraments. I don't have to concern myself with what's going on in Rome. Well, if we don't have to concern ourselves with what's going on in Rome and we can ignore Rome, you're beginning to make the point that Orthodox have made all along. So Rome isn't really that relevant to your Christian faith and expression at the local level, is it? And yet when you were converting out of Protestantism, and yet when you were arguing with your Protestant friends, you weren't singing that line. You were telling them that you need the papacy. You need the papacy to know what the dogmas are, to know the faith, to know the truth, to be guided morally to the tough landscape of the modern world. And the papacy will guard and preserve and protect our morals so that they're not changing and subject to flux. Except that you've already adopted a position of doctrinal development, which undermines a static, unchanging morality. And why was that? Well, because that became one of the most popular ways to defend the fact that the Vatican I definition of the papacy was not present in the first 1,000 years. And as we've highlighted probably 500 times, Roman Catholic apologists will vacillate back and forth between, correct, Vatican I's view of the papacy was always there from the earliest days. It was always taught. Oh, but it was also an evolving thing like a seed that grew into a tree. Because those are mutually exclusive positions. But Roman Catholic apologists have no problem trotting out whichever argument works the best in the case that they're in. So, is it true that you can follow a Platonic papacy in your head that is not connected to the one over in Rome? Absolutely not. 100% false. Again, a complete tradcat myth. You have to follow all of the teachings of the Roman See, even if you believe they are wrong if they're ordinary papal teaching. Now, here we could theoretically bring in, I don't know, Francis. Let's say Francis writes a private book that is scandalous. And could a Roman Catholic theoretically say, I'm not concerned with Francis's scandalous private theological book that he wrote? Sure, absolutely. Many Roman Catholics, I'm sure, are not concerned with the scandalous statements that Benedict XVI put in his books before he was Pope. They don't have to hold to those things or be concerned with them. Although, if private theological writings can be heretical, then in that case, there might be a problem, as we said earlier. But I don't know, let's say that something, Francis wrote something that isn't necessarily heretical, but that a lot of Roman Catholics disagreed with. Could they dismiss that? Sure. Sure, of course. However, that's not the same thing as his encyclicals and his public apostolic constitutions and teachings. Anytime he's teaching on faith and morals in a public way for the church, and all encyclicals are for the church, they're ordinary teaching for the church, you must submit to them with docility. Even if you think there's an area that's wrong, or he didn't word this right, or this is absolutely theologically erroneous, you disagree with it, you don't have the right to rebel, to critique, or to go against the Roman See. And all of the examples that Roman Catholics will give of how they can disagree with the Roman See, rebuke the Roman See, correct the Roman See, all that does is undermine the teaching of Vatican I and prove the Orthodox attitude. Yeah, exactly. You're now operating like an Orthodox person, that there's no super bishop who has super quisatz haderach God powers. That's not the teaching of the papacy. Oh, really? You mean Dictatus Papae and Unum Sanctum? Those haven't been rescinded. They're still on the books. Do you even know what Dictatus Papae and Unum Sanctum says? Unum Sanctum says you have to accept the temporal authority of the Roman bishop to be saved. Well, the Pope took off his triple crown, so that's a symbolic gesture. Well, I thought dogmas don't change. I thought faith and morals don't change. So now to be saved post unum sanctum of Boniface VIII, it is necessary to believe in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop, that he's the Kwisatz Haderach. That is necessary for salvation according to that dogmatic teaching. But nowadays it's not, because I guarantee you if we surveyed a large portion of the Roman Catholic world and of the episcopate and of the cardinals, I'm willing to bet post-Vatican II, probably a majority of them do not believe in the temporal supremacy of the Roman bishop. Interesting. So why was it necessary for salvation in the 1300s to believe that? And now it's not necessary for salvation. This idea that the papacy guards the morals and keeps them static and unchanging is absolutely ludicrous and totally historically false. That's why this system has to set up so many fail-safes to keep it unfalsifiable. And an unfalsifiable system has the appearance of impenetrability and strength, but is actually very fragile. So no, you don't have the position to accept a Platonic chair of Peter that you are in communion with and that you're not concerned with over in Rome. Vatican I is very clear that the living successor to Peter is the embodiment of the teaching authority of Peter. There is no Platonic papacy in your head in the realm of the forms. The only papacy that exists is the one in Rome, where Francis is. So this is a complete Protestant fiction that you can create a magisterium in your head. And yet, what do we see but countless trad cats and conservative Roman Catholics doing this very thing? 4, this one is a funny one because this one comes up all the time. I saw it today. It was all over. The Catholic Church to be the true church because it's persecuted. Why? We wouldn't see so much corruption unless it's the true church. So let's follow the logic of this. So the more corrupt an institution is, the more godly it is. Remember when Michael Voris, many years ago, who eventually got outed? Michael Voris said that the most graced people were the ones that were the most tempted with proclivities, so shall we say. What? Well, this is the same logic of the more corrupt our institution is, the more we are validated. This is another weird type of unfalsifiable system. Because it doesn't matter how corrupt it is, how much chaos, insanity comes out with Gladio and the Vatican Bank and the CIA and all this kind of stuff, and the arms trafficking and the money laundering. Oh, well, that just proves, you see, even further, that we're the true church, because it's super duper corrupt and thus persecuted. Yet at the same time, this very week, this very day, countless Roman Catholics came at me and countered me by saying, you have all these problems in your church. You have liberal bishops. You have a skittle bishop or two here or there. Your guy over here in Africa ordained a deaconess. You can't be the true church. Now, wait a minute. I thought corruption proved the true church. Oh, only when it's the Roman Catholic argument does it prove. You see how silly this is. Ridiculous double standards. So corruption proves the Roman Catholic Church. Corruption disproves the Orthodox Church. All of these arguments, I hope you guys can see this. This is why, having basic logic, understanding basic fallacies is so useful across the board. You see, all these are fallacies. Every one of these arguments is based on some kind of silly mental trick that is like a giant house of cards that falls apart right away if you really think about it. The last couple, 0.5 is going to be tied. There's two errors tied for, two copes tied for 0.5. And that is, number one of the two, 5a. Well, I'm not going to leave the Roman Catholic Church. I'm not going to worry with the theology. It's my identity. This is my family tradition. Family tradition, right? In the words of Hank. Okay, what does that have to do at all with something being true or false? Oh, it has absolutely nothing to do with anything being true or false. And what do you say to a person who says, oh, well, I was raised in a bloodline satanic family. That's my family tradition. I'm going to remain in a weird Buddhist cult. Oh, I'm going to remain in Scientology. It's my family tradition. You see how silly this argument is. And yet, countless Roman Catholics will repeat this as if this is some sort of like strength, like show of strength. This is my family, my heritage. I'll always be a Roman Catholic. Now, let's flesh out some more fallacies associated with that. Wait, your heritage and your tradition, wait a minute, if we keep going back far enough, wouldn't we reach pagans? Is that your heritage and tradition that you should actually go back to? You see how silly this is a terrible argument. And don't the same people always bitch about, you Orthodox, you're all ethnic, you worship your ethnicity, look at their ethnic, by the way, I'm an Italian Roman Catholic, and that's my heritage and my nationalism, and blah, blah. You see how silly this is? Constantly contradicting themselves. My family tradition. And yet every one of them would tell a Buddhist to convert when a Buddhist says, that's my family tradition. And then attached to number 5 as part B is Marian apparitions. Marian apparitions. I just had an interesting conversation with Father Deacon, and I thought I knew a lot about this. Apparently, there's this whole other apparition phenomena in Ireland. I'd never heard of it, and it's crazy. Now, Father Deacon Ananias knew about this because he studied. I think he did his doctorate in Ireland, and so he was over there for many years, and spent a lot of time in the Irish Catholic world and saw a lot of what was going on. And he was explaining that when he was, in a phase of leaving Protestantism, he was raised, I think, Lutheran, and was trying to figure out, well, am I going to go Catholic? Am I going to go Anglican? Am I going to go Orthodox? He spent a lot of time kind of in the world of Irish Catholicism, and he went to this mystic site. I'm not sure what we want to call this, but this is pretty crazy. So this is it's called the House of Prayer Achill. And this is a woman who, in the 80s, Christina Gallagher, a housewife who was part of Karen's Grotto in Sligo. And she claimed suddenly to be having visions from the suffering head of Christ, and then Mary appeared. When Mary appeared, she claimed to have stigmata on her feet. And Mary told her to set up her house as the house of prayer. And it was at that time in the 90s opened by Archbishop Cassidy. It was then given a tax-exempt status. So this was not done initially outside of the purview of the hierarchy. The problem is that if you go back up here and read about this, it was quickly turned into the House of Prayer Limited. That is a trading company, a company that trades as Our Lady. It's a corporation. And so it became very controversial, even though it was originally given the blessing of the Archbishop there. And so even though it's a cult, the Roman Catholic Church did not do anything to excommunicate anyone or stop anything. And then we had alleged miracles. I think so I take that back, in the 1990s, later on, by 96, the next Archbishop after Cassidy, Archbishop Neary, established a commission to investigate the claims of the phenomenon there. The investigation concluded no supernatural, but that the people gave evidence of good faith. So even still, it was kind of just let be. But what's very evident, as Father Deacon noted by his visits here, is that the whole thing is obviously a giant scam. They're not curing people from resurrecting babies. They're not curing pancreatic cancer. The woman isn't a stigmatist. It's a trading company, a limited trading company that trades as like a corporation. This is so obviously ridiculous. Now, well, that ain't Fatima. Well, that ain't Medjugorje. Oh, wait a minute. Fatima. Let's talk about Fatima for a minute, because although we're not going to spend a whole lot of time on this, if you want a longer treatise, we cover Fatima here. Yeah, people are like, can I buy stock? Yeah, look this up on Robinhood and see if you can buy stock in some stock in House of Prayer Limited. Everyone seems to have forgotten that last year, or was it 2 years ago? 2 years ago, all the Roman Catholic world erupted in gyrations and fervor, tingling going up their leg, that Francis was about to consecrate Russia and Ukraine, and that this would finally fulfill Fatima. Has everyone already forgotten this? I haven't forgotten, because we laughed and made fun of all the Roman Catholics at the time and said exactly what was going to happen, which is exactly what happened, which is absolutely nothing. Did they all forget this? Pope Francis is about to consecrate Russia. We're about to win. We're about to own the Orpho Bros. They're going down. Finally, Mary has sided with us. Oh, nothing happened. Oh, it was a big bust, as we said. And then, oh, turns out, what happens? Let's look at all the trotting out of Fatima. Have you not figured out that this gets rolled out whenever it's needed? And even the other trads have made this ridiculous chart showing how fraudulent and ridiculous Fatima is. 1942, Pius XII. Will Mary, will the commands of Mary be fulfilled? Order all the bishops to consecrate Russia to the Immaculate Heart. Did Pius XII do that? No, he didn't order all the bishops. Did he consecrate it? He did a consecration, but he didn't order all the bishops, and Russia wasn't mentioned. But there was a consecration to the Immaculate Heart. Dang it! We came so close. A couple months later, Pius XII, he's going to do it again. No, he does the exact same thing again. Dang it! July 1952, Pius XII, he's finally going to, 10 years later. Oh, dang it. He only gets 3 of the 4 criteria. He doesn't order all the bishops. He just consecrates Russia to the Immaculate Heart. So this is the most ridiculous code. Do you see how, so look, you want to trot out Fatima to me? It's a miracle. If it's a miracle, why all this nonsense? Literally all they have to do is do these 4 things. Like every trad cat will pull up this dumb chart to explain, to cope as to why the papacy hasn't really done the consecration and fulfilled Our Lady's requests. I mean, how hard would it be for any of these people to do it? Oh, let's fast forward past Paul VI. 1982, John Paul II is going to do it. Oh, he just does a consecration of the world. Dang it. 1984, John Paul II, he orders all the bishops to consecrate the world. Dang. This is preposterous. Who could actually believe this? Well, only people who are locked into a ridiculous, unfalsifiable sort of cult. I don't know how else to describe this. And you understand that when you are actually in the Roman Catholic world, okay, 99.9% of people are not sitting around reading Denzinger. They don't know what Denzinger is. They don't have the faintest idea what Denzinger is. But they know about Fatima. And they'll make charts detailing like freaking fantasy football sports bros to figure out who did and didn't do what in the last 70 years in regard to this is preposterous. This is ridiculous. So you understand, you're not just signing on to, I only have to believe 5 dogmas. No, you don't. You got to believe all this stuff too. I don't have to believe Fatima. It's not actually dogma. It is not part of the handed down magisterial divine revelation. Yeah, but you are going to be laughed out of the Roman Catholic world if you don't believe Fatima, because for all intents and purposes, they receive it as dogma. It is essentially divine revelation in a practical sense. Have you met any Roman Catholics that don't believe Fatima? I've never met one. In fact, the Marian stuff is their ultimate fallback. They think this is like the ultimate irrefutable, unassailable, like, all right, well, they might have us on everything else, or they'll never get us on this. Really? I mean, is this the essence of the religion that Jesus established? Just basically mastering a giant role-playing game chart about Fatima? This is what Jesus has us up to, figuring out fantasy football charts about what was and wasn't completed. This is ridiculous. And another practical anecdote, when I was in the Tradcat world, I met tons of people who could tell you all of the arcana and the lore of Fatima. And they didn't know anything about the church fathers. They had no idea what Clement's letters were about, what Cyprian said. They never read Athanasius. They didn't know what was in the Bible. Tradcats actually laud and are proud of their ignorance of the Bible, but they will obsess over this crazy stuff. So that's what I'm getting at. You're not going to find the healing in this religion of dead works and all of this absurdity. You will find people eventually getting depressed, becoming alcoholics, drinking a lot, being unhappy because they're not being healed there. Because it's a religion that has the form and the loss of the power. And that's why Francis is all about open borders, and Francis is all about climate change, and Francis is all about all the other globalist policies. And so for all you conservative trads out there, Francis hates you. Francis despises you. In fact, half of the things Francis does is a middle finger to you. So the very person that you are trying to convince the world to come under is your worst enemy. And once you figure that out, you won't be in this group anymore. You won't be in this organized crime sect. Imagine thinking Jesus intended to have a giant international world bank for black ops. You think that's what Jesus, he's walking around the Sea of Galilee, he's talking to the apostles, oh, and by the way, things are really going to be hype, things are really going to be cool when we get a giant Vatican bank that has all the same usury and money laundering as all the other banks out there. Won't that be smooth? Won't that be awesome when we get that there? All right, we're going to open it up. Those are my 5 arguments. And for those who would like to read a really fascinating paper by an academic who, I don't know whether he's Catholic or what he is, but this is not a conspiracy paper. This is an in-depth academic analysis of one of the famous apparitions of recent note, the Bayside apparitions. This was one of the most fascinating geopolitics papers I've read in a long time. It's called The Virgin and the Bomb: The Bayside Apparitions, Cold War Anxieties, and Marian Anti-Communism. And the reason I recommend this paper is because it will give you a really in-depth insight into how and in what ways the Marian apparitions were absolutely used in the Cold War, especially for Western intelligence, psyops, and deception. That becomes very evident in this example. And even though it's not written as a, quote, conspiracy text, it doesn't have to be. I mean, even EMJ thinks that, like, Medjugorje was fake and was part of, like, psyops and stuff. Yeah, I just extend that to one more apparition known as Fatima, right?
Every one of these groups is a complete departure from the idea, which is quite simple, that Christianity is a historic church. It's a historic religion, meaning that it comes out of a specific time, a specific place, a specific ethos, milieu, the Middle East, Israel, first century. Jesus sets up the church, creates the College of the Apostles. That's not an actual university. It's called a college, which is a synod or a body of people. That group goes forth and sets up what we call apostolic succession. That is, bishops that succeed the previous bishop from the apostles in terms of ordination. That becomes the only existing church in the Roman Empire in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th century. There's not other churches. There's just that one. It's called the Orthodox Catholic Church. It makes up the Roman Empire all throughout. It's the oikumene, the universal Catholic Church. And that's what the councils and synods of the church come out of. They come out of that period. The 7/8/9 ecumenical councils. And as you guys know, East and West, for the most part, were agreed and aligned for that first 1,000 years. So that's why that first 1,000 years is so important. What do all of these groups have in common? Whether it's the Mormons, whether it's the Muslims, whether it's the Hebrew roots Judaizing cults and sects, whether it's the evangelicals, the Protestant Reformation, all of these positions are a departure from the very clear, very easy to find out and ascertain Christianity of those centuries. So in other words, we can go read the people before Nicaea. We can read the canons of Nicaea. We can read the canons of the next councils and see what the mindset of those people was. We can read those church fathers. They're all right here. I mean, not literally all of them, but this 38-volume series right here is a vast example of that time period. And they're not Protestant. They're not evangelicals. They're not evangelical Zionists. They're not dispensationalists. They're not Calvinists. They're not any sectarians. They produced a creed, the Niceno-Constantinopolitan Creed. Thank you. Thank you. And that creed specifies that the faith of that time, Constantinople in 381, the imperial faith of that time in 381, was that there's one holy Catholic apostolic church. One holy Catholic apostolic. Those are 4 marks, sometimes it is said, of the church. To remove any of those 4 marks makes one not the church. Any of them. So if you depart from the unity of that visible historical body and covenant, you are a schismatic or a heretic, because you've departed from that community and that unity, you see, that confession. It's not just a verbal intellectual, it's a communal communion around the Eucharist. To depart from that communion is to make you not in the church and not a Christian. You could be a schismatic, but you're not part of the Orthodox Catholic Church. So to depart from the unity, to depart from the holiness, meaning that the church is holy in terms of its sacraments, its sanctity, its confession in terms of how we're supposed to live, and the saints that the church produces, and the deifying grace that the church possesses and produces as the body of Christ. That uncreated energy, which is inseparable from the confession and existence of the church, cannot be divided from the church. It cannot be lost. And it can also not be turned into a thing that some sectarian group alone possesses. That would be a Novatianist, Montanist, Donatist type of perspective that would lead to heresy and schism. So, Catholic in the 4 marks of the church, one holy Catholic and apostolic, Catholic meaning the fullness of truth. Catholic is not primarily defended and defined in terms of numbers, precisely because the church can, at unfortunate times and periods, be reduced to a small number. You can actually have a small number of those who do confess the true faith, but those small numbers will never lose the other marks, you see. So in other words, a heretic or a Protestant might say something like, well, if the church can be reduced to a small number of true confessing believers, then the Protestants can be correct because they might have been in the minority, but they were the true remnant believers reforming against the corrupt institutional church. Then you see that you cannot have one of those marks without the other three. They all go together. One, holy, Catholic, and apostolic. How do I know that? Because in Ephesians, Paul says there's one Lord, one faith, one body, one baptism. Just like there's one physical body of Christ that he assumed in the incarnation. There can't be 20,000 bodies. Christ is not chopped up into 30,000 different parts, 20,000 different parts, 5,000 parts. It doesn't matter. Just like that big evangelical guy that came on the stream the other day, Donnie Darkened. He came on to debate with me and said, Christ's body is not divided because it's spiritual. And I'm like, well, but did Jesus have a spiritual body or an actual human body? And Paul's point in the passage to the Corinthians is that you, church in Corinth, are the visible body of Christ. That visible body cannot be split up or chopped up. So there's only one church. There can't be 30,000, 20,000. There can't be two churches. There's only one. So no, it doesn't work for Protestants to say, well, one holy Catholic apostolic, we can be the true Catholic church in terms of a small band of true believers because we possess the truth. You don't possess the truth without the last point, apostolic succession. And you'll note as well that Protestant churches don't believe in saints and have not produced saints. They do not possess the healing power and sanctity of the sacraments to produce deified saints because they don't believe in the power and principle within the sacrament of uncreated energy to produce those things. How are you going to get deified people when you don't believe in deification and the uncreated energies that deify? It's pretty obvious. You won't. And if you reject the medicine of immortality, which you do if you don't believe in the real presence, you're not going to have the medicinal power that's needed to possess that life from God, that immortality, that uncreated energy. Jesus said in John 17 that he came to bring us the same glory that he possessed with the Father before the foundation of the world. Glory is not a created thing. God's glory is uncreated. So if we're going to possess that, participate in that, it must be a real thing that can be found somewhere. Where? If you eat my flesh and drink my blood, you will live. I will live in you. You will have eternal life. It's not just a mental notional thing as Protestants think. And so that last point of the four, one, holy, Catholic, and apostolic, they all go together. They're all inseparable. And they all cannot be divorced from history and the historical church. You'll notice in every one of those ecumenical councils, when they begin their canons or when they begin their dogmatic professions of faith, they will oftentimes specify that they are in continuity with the previous synods and councils. That tells us that there is this singular body and confession within history. So you'll notice that Protestants are very adept, oftentimes, not always, but oftentimes, when they read the Bible and they come to the conclusion of the unity of Christ's hypostatic state, right? Two natures, one person. They come to the notion of the unity within the Godhead, of the equality of divinity amongst the persons. But then they totally are blindsided at the unity and the historical placement of the church. And what do Protestants often do? Default to Israel. I don't just mean the evangelicals who think that and act like Israel in the Middle East today is basically their church. I mean that they actually revert to the Old Testament ideas of what was the norm for how the church is. precisely proving that they have no conception of the importance of Pentecost in redemptive history. Because once Pentecost happens, something new has occurred. Part of this new covenant, you see. And Jesus said, I will never leave you. I will never forsake you. I will bring all things to your mind. The Holy Spirit will be with you until the end of the age. So the same presence of the Holy Spirit that the apostles had is the same presence for the rest of the centuries of the church. But Protestants forget this. Protestants ignore this, or they don't care. They believe that once the last apostle died, we're back to an Old Testament scenario where an institutional church, like institutional Israel, can apostatize, fall away, become a total failure, and it has to be reborn and restarted like a reinventing the wheel. And every sect and cult is based on the exact same premise. But once you understand the unity of the body of Christ as the church with the unity of the actual body that Christ had, and that it's a historical reality, and that all those promises of being grafted into the vine, the tree, the olive tree, the branch, etc. There's not 50 different branches that you can join. There's not 50 different sects. There's not 50 different sheepfolds. There's not 50 different kingdoms or 5,000 kingdoms. There's one. And ironically, as much as Protestants want to revert to the Old Testament pre-Pentecost setting, they don't even follow the principle of Israel itself. How many Israels were there in the Old Testament? 50? 30? 5,000? One. If you read the chapter in Judges, I'm going from memory, I think it's like Judges 18. This is a classic chapter on all cults and sects for all time, because this guy within Israel basically just creates his own parallel church, parallel priesthood, and parallel Israel. And it's all fake. It's like he made up a house church, but he establishes his own priesthood. He makes his own vestments. I think his mom is part of the church, or like they create this cult or something. It's a cult within Israel. Remember the story of Korah in the rebellion in the wilderness. Korah rebels against the authority of the appointed Mosaic authority. And what happens? The schism of Korah destroys and eats up, and they're basically swallowed up into the ground. That is a type of all schismatics, all heretics, all schisms, all groups within history that will rebel against the ordained authority of the college of the apostles. And unfortunately, that applies eventually to the Roman pontiff as well. There's no special promise that one of the bishops is the super bishop who's not subject to the canons or subject to all the warnings of the rest of the church. And what do we see as one easy example? If people really understood the theology and teaching of the councils, this alone would actually refute the Roman Catholic Church. What? Iconography itself could refute Rome. And a Roman Catholic hears that. How is that? Well, we don't have a problem with icons. We love all the art styles of the church. It is not an art style. The teaching of the Seventh Ecumenical Council mandates, as clear as day, that there's universal liturgical norms for iconography. Now, Rome, especially by the time of the Renaissance, okay, I'm not saying at the time of the Seventh Ecumenical Council, Rome disagreed with us. In fact, Rome agreed with us. And at the time of the Seventh Council, it was the Carolinian theologians who rejected Nicaea II, okay? Rome was on our side. Rome was Orthodox. And Rome agreed to what the Seventh Council taught. But after the schism, and after a few centuries of Frankish papacy, Germanic papacy, Renaissance papacy, we're supposed to believe that there's essentially no difference between this, okay, fallen Adam with his TTs out and his ding-dang, okay, nothing at all orthodox about this bizarre, weird pagan image, versus this, which is the exact same ancient style and structure, where Jesus looks like Jesus. Jesus isn't Chinese Jesus. He's not African Jesus. He's Hebrew Jesus, who looks like a guy from Palestine, from Israel. The reason the Seventh Ecumenical Council mandated a lot of these principles was that the worship of God cannot be subject to the imagination and creativity that pagan arts applied to divinities and to gods. It doesn't mean that no iconographer has any element of creativity. I'm not saying that. But it specified liturgical canonical norms for worship. Okay, so this is about worship. It's not art styles. The icon has to portray the historical reality. It can't deviate. When it deviates, you get the Vatican with this in the church, which is totally nonsensical. That alone tells you the Roman Church doesn't follow the Seventh Ecumenical Council. They follow it in name only, you see. They give verbal credence to the idea of images, which they think is just religious art. It is not about religious art. It is about what is allowable within the liturgical worship. That's vastly different. Two different things. And it's vastly different faiths. If you go to Rome, and we went a few months ago, or excuse me, a year ago, you will notice in Rome, everywhere, right? Roman Catholic statuary, paintings, it's everywhere. Okay, you can't go anywhere. You walk a block in Rome and there's a Catholic church. You walk another 20 feet, there's another Catholic church. And it's full of very beautiful art. Okay, so don't misunderstand what I'm saying. I'm not an iconoclast. I'm not saying that I even care about people's personal artistic preferences, and you want to do something Renaissance style, go for it. You want to do something, some other style that's not just complete, degeneracy or whatever, go for it. What we're talking about is what's appropriate canonically within the churches, you see, within the liturgical worship. So if you actually want to understand the liturgical collapse of the Roman Catholic Church, guess what? It's not Vatican II. The Roman See and the Roman Church departed from actual Orthodox canonical liturgical styles. And it's not an issue of like whether you could have a statue at the entrance of the church. It has to do with, I want you to put and fat butts and vaginas everywhere. And you do in Rome. Why? Because it's sensuous. And no icons are based around sensuousness and emotionalism. When you walk around Rome and you see the statuary, all of the statues are in very emotional, extreme Marvel Cinematic Universe poses. The saints are giant Hulk creatures with massive muscles. That's not accurate. The saints are not superheroes. They're not the Hulk. They're not Magneto. And they're not wacko emotional based women. But the Roman Church portrays their saints, and especially their women saints, especially the orgasm saints like St. Teresa of Avila, with the extreme sensuousness and emotiveness that is an obvious departure from this. This alone tells you it is a different faith. It is not the faith of the first 1,000 years of Christianity. And it is literally not what the Seventh Ecumenical Council teaches. It is the opposite of what it teaches. No, I don't even care about a painting of butts and boobs. The point is that it's not appropriate in the church. How can you people not understand that? All you Roman Catholics, do you not even understand? It's your own ecumenical council that says this is wrong. The picture says nothing? What are you talking about? Words are pictures. Words are pictographic. They're iconographic. Yeah, maybe this is why Taylor Marshall has no problem with engorged milkers. Well, I mean, everybody's seen the St. Bernard of Clairvaux, right? Where you've got like breasts squirting milk everywhere. I mean, it's like, the point is not that you can't talk about women feeding babies. The point is that there's things that are not appropriate for the liturgical worship. It's not, this is not even that hard to understand. Where are the words? Okay, you're wasting our time. You don't even understand what we're talking about. Get out of here. And now some of you are joking about Skittles art. No, you're actually not far off, because actually many of these Renaissance guys actually were Skittles men. And why is a snake Ouroboros biting his weenus? I mean, what does this have to do with Genesis? This is just crazy. This is like some weird Renaissance Hermeticism stuff, which has nothing to do with what Genesis talks about, right? And you'll notice this Catholic guy right here, and I'm not being mean to him, but he expresses the Roman Catholic attitude. I prefer Catholic art, but I like the Byzantine style. Missing the whole point. The Seventh Ecumenical Council is not about art styles. It's not whether you like Googie or, pop art. Whether you like Impressionism or whatever. Dadaism. It's about liturgical norms. Did people don't even understand this? Like, is it not obvious that some things would be appropriate for the worship and some things would not? And quite obviously, this does not make any sense in a church. And it's bizarre and baffling to me when Roman Catholics are so ignorant of their own church's history and teaching. And the reason for this is that in the Roman Catholic mindset, I know how they think. The Seventh Council has settled the issue. Why do I need to read that? I don't need to read that. That's an old settled dispute. It's a waste of my time. We all know that images are fine. Okay, well, that's not the only thing that the Seventh Council is talking about. It's not just talking about, can we have an image or not? It's also laying down canonical norms and also producing documents like a Synodicon and also producing documents like Triumph of Orthodoxy, etc., that condemn a lot of errors. And Rome, to my knowledge, unless they're uniates, don't even do that. So hopefully people understand this. It's not even that hard to, I don't understand. It's not that hard to grasp. Like, you either believe what the Seventh Council teaches or you don't. And it doesn't just teach, okay, images are cool, dude. Like, that's not all there is to it. Otherwise, you're just a tyrannical reigner. All right, enough of that. I think you guys see the main point, which is that all the sectarians, all these goofballs, they all have one thing in common. They will not submit to one holy Catholic Apostolic Church. They make up their own church, and they follow obvious con men like Muhammad or Joseph Smith.
The biggest religion in the modern world is Christianity.
Hey guys, it's Undead Chronic, back again with another response video. This time, I'm responding to a video some commenter posted I'm not going to put the link in the description anywhere because she has less than 100 YouTube subscribers. But damn, I cannot let this disrespect go unanswered. So the title of this video is Feminism. Do men have a choice? Question mark. And you know, this is the commissar, the first agent that will throw you in the gulag for the religion of social justice. Let's hear what she has to say.
Hi everybody, another day, another vlog, another controversial topic. So I was talking to a friend of mine yesterday, and he said to me, like, you know, I was talking to him about like how I've been like speaking out more and how I've been like writing more stuff and like how I'm trying to get it organized, and he was like, you know, like I really hope for you that men start listening, you know, like I hope that this works and blah 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 and yada yada and all this stuff. And I'm like, you know, like that's all well and good, like I appreciate that you hope that, but like men seem to think they have a choice.
Let's just stop right there. This Jimmy Neutron looking thought sitting in some random ass car is threatening men. She's like, men don't have a choice, they have to listen to me. Okay, keep on pulling your hair back like you're the Joker from the Dark Knight. I don't know what you're smoking in this little car, but you need to stop with this foolishness.
Like, or I guess like that's what he said. Like I was like, y'all are like not even men. Like I'm sorry. Not even men. I'm gonna go back because I do want to address the fact that there are women who, like, women are part of the patriarchy.
Yeah, women have always been part of the patriarchy. Let me break some news to you. Right here. Just look at this chick's face is imprinted into the wall. You know how like you can buy bricks for walls or like donate and they'll put your name on a brick? Every brick in the wall has another one of these thoughts, decaying faces padded with makeup. There's all the makeup that falls off when they smash into that wall. It's on the floor. So it's actually quite beautiful to walk up to the wall where females smash into it and lose their good looks. This chick is pushing 30. She looks disgusting. She looks like something you'd see out of one of those, you know, Halloween stores, like a mask. Like, ugh. Just this chin is chiseled like this. It's just not working out.
Sure, there are women who are in the system. There are women who are supporting the system. There are women who are participating in that system.
But back to the point. You are part of the patriarchy, Natalie, because you are in a car that a man made. You are an economy that is produced by men. You're living in a man's world because only in a man's world are there enough simps where you can just have an easy life. But that's gonna end soon.
So people in the patriarchy, I guess, seem to think they have a choice about what's happening with feminism and with women right now. I don't know where the confusion is happening. Like, well, I mean, I guess I do because that's how the system's happened for so long. But I said to him, I was like, men, like the system seems to think that there's a choice, but like, no, like. Women are waking up. We're realizing how much we contribute. We're realizing how intelligent we are.
Intelligent enough to use the term like 20 times in under a minute? Okay.
We're realizing how hard we're working. We're realizing how much it takes to run a home, how much it takes to run a family, how much it takes to have a job, how much it takes to pay all of these bills.
How much it takes to have a job. How much it takes to pay bills. Guess what, you dumb broad? Men have been doing that since the dawn of civilization. Holy shit. How hard it is to have a job and pay bills. Yeah, you're starting to learn how hard it is to be a man. Congratulations. Except there's thousands and thousands and thousands of single mothers who don't do that. They suck off of welfare like a leech that latches onto your ankle somewhere in the Amazon.
How much of that we're being required to provide in order to be a part of our society, a part of our community, and how little we're being valued for it.
Oh, you're undervalued. All you have to do is spread your legs and have sex and your whole goddamn life is taken care of. But for some reason, the audacity of this post-wall thought doesn't think she's appreciated enough. All I have to do is show you the death statistics at work. We need to see more women Boilermakers. That's what I want to see.
And we're not fucking confused about it. We're all talking. Every single woman I know is talking about what's going on in her life and how, this is the expectation and it's not matching up, and like
all the women you know have too high expectations. If they have these high expectations and it's something they can achieve through a goal, then their expectations are too high. I expect to get a 6'5" Chad to commit to me. That's what every single bitch in your shoes is saying to herself right now. Well, guess what? They don't want to. You're gonna be a post-wall cat lady. It's gonna be glorious. I just hope you keep on posting videos bitching about how you can't find a good man.
all of this stuff. We're all talking. We're all talking to each other right now. And you can decide whether or not you're gonna listen to us. You can sit back and say, oh, this is gonna blow over, right? But like, what do you think is gonna happen when you don't? Do you think we're just gonna sit back and say like, oh, you know what? It's cool. Like, you know, we were wrong. We didn't know what we were talking about.
You know, when the welfare state collapses, there are going to be thousands of single mothers leading their little bastards. Jaden's my world. I live for Caden. Hayden's such a nice little child. Any kind of name that ends with Aiden, Jackson, Braxton, Daxton, all the single mother toddlers and bastards, they're all gonna wobble over up to Undead Chronics Home Fast. Right? I'm gonna laugh at them. You're gonna say exactly what you said. It's okay, we were wrong. Can we get some food now? It's winter. No, I don't care about you. I don't care about your bastards, and I'm not gonna take responsibility for feminism's choices. So when I roast feminists talking about how they gotta freeze their eggs, and I roast them complaining about how they're single, it's because they had the easiest life in the West. All you had to do is go for a provider. But instead, you tried to chase it all. And honestly, you will be saying it's your fault and they've learned better, but no one's gonna listen. Winter's cold. Better start storing up on food supplies.
We didn't know how smart we were. You know what?
Oh my goodness.
But you're right. Please, I'm sorry. Can you convince me again that I should sit back down, be quiet, not be as intelligent as I am? Like, where do you think it's gonna go? So right now, women are talking to you. Women are speaking to you. They're asking you. They're inviting you in. They're telling you, hey, this is what I need. This is what I'm looking for. This is what's happening in my world right now.
Newsflash, bitch. Nobody cares about your world. There is one world, okay? These chicks who think the world, this is my world. It revolves around me. Imagine being in any kind of relationship with someone, any kind of friendship, a sibling, a significant other, and they think the concept my world exists. This is my world. This everything here serves me. It all revolves around me. Disgusting.
They're telling you, hey, this is what I need. This is what I'm looking for. This is what's happening in my world right now. And they're not confused. They know exactly what's happening in their world, and you can't sit back and tell them that something different is happening. So yes, there are going to be women.
These people refuse to listen to logic. They are ideologically converted. You won't convince them. They're fanatics. They're zealots. They're the European villagers running around during the plague, dancing and lacerating themselves in public. Just ignore them. They're gonna catch it and they're gonna pass ass in the next event, right? The next fall, these people are going to be saying, you can't tell me what's different. It's like, lady, the truck stopped delivering food and water to this Costco a month ago. Me and my boys have it barricaded out front. I don't care if you're a goddamn platinum member. You take another step and we're going to see, well, we're going to see what happens.
Who stay within the patriarchy. They're going to be women who participate within the patriarchy. And you could decide that you were only going to associate with that caliber of women, for sure. You could decide that that's the caliber of women you're going to marry, that's the caliber of women you're going to date, that's the caliber of women that you know. You know, you want in your circle, that's the caliber of woman you're going to make your nasty jokes in front of, like, whatever. Like, not for nothing, I like nasty jokes. I'm talking about, like, the rape, the stuff that's not consensual, like, whatever.
So, you don't like jokes. Do you like jokes or not? Come on. Do you want to censor people or not? I think you want to censor people. That's all I need to know about that position. Don't try to play it off like you're a cool, edgy 30-year-old thought, okay? I don't care. You want to censor people. Fuck off.
14-year-old boy humor, I'm all for it. Like, but like, you can continue to associate with that type of woman, but there's going to be less and less of them. There's going to be less and less of them. And then that's also, it's not the future.
So, if there's a bunch of guys going for very few women, those women are going to have the pick, right? They're going to have great choosings. And you're going to be some pump and dump that some child is going to pass to his younger brother when he's done with you. And you're going to cry because no one's going to commit. Okay? The trad thoughts and the trad cons pair off in the corner. Chronic smashes your friends and ghosts. Who's taking care of you?
That's not the future. You have 50% of the population screaming with intelligence. You have 50% of the...
You don't scream with intelligence. Look at this. Oh, I am seriously starting to develop cancer in the brain, guys. Please don't make me... I'm going to go ahead and finish the video, but my subs, you guys are lucky I'm dealing with this shit right now.
The population telling you, like, hey, I'm a valuable member of society. I'm a valuable member of what's happening right now.
I'm a valuable member of what's happening right now. What the fuck does that even mean?
Like, please participate with me. Please listen to me. Please hear me. And when that doesn't happen, we're not going to sit back and say, oh, you know, you're right. Like, we didn't know. We don't know what's going on. We're going to keep talking and we're going to keep trying. And then we're going to start leaving things. We're going to start. Did you know that 60% of marriages are ended by women? I only think that number is going to get higher as more and more women realize the places that we are undervalued, that we are literally trying to do everything and we are undervalued. Again, I'm not.
And there it is. That is an amazing, just MGTOW 2019. There. Make a goddamn campaign. Just let's have a campaign ad. She says that. After that, MGTOW 2019. Let's do it. That is disgusting. Women are gonna leave. Yeah, you're gonna leave and take men's resources. You're gonna destroy them in the family courts. But you know what's really gonna be bad? When men leave. Because nobody is going to write a check on a post-wall, used up, smurfed out, blue waffle, Papa Smurf looking thought down there. Okay? I'm not. maybe a simp, and you want to stay with a simp, have fun.
I'm not saying that that's every marriage. I think that there are amazing, incredible men out there who are listening and are ready and are waking up. But like,
the male feminists are like the Knights Templar of the religion of social justice, except they don't run around swinging swords. They just rape their somewhat allies, right? The male feminist rapists. So do you really want them around you?
the majority of this, that's not what we're encountering. Okay, so when you as a woman start to value yourself and start to feel these things about yourself and start to know what you're contributing and what you're giving, you're not just gonna...
I'm not even gonna let her finish. The only thing of value that this chick can give is probably subpar head. It's been Undead Chronic, guys. Take it easy.
A world where freedom itself is under attack.
The big
Well, have you ever gotten emails from stopantism.org?
No, please.
There are these, well, you're going to be on there. They're, they send you a weekly email of like who they've busted.
Yeah.
No.
And they bust nobodies, like truckers. They find guys that have like five Twitter followers, and then they send you an email report where it's like, Julia Escobar fired, and it's like a hit list type thing, but they're not famous people that they're going after.
Just
they're
dudes.
they're just regular
schleps with like a stop sign.
Yeah, and a lot of them are like black women.
Yo,
because I guess black women are like running their mouths.
Isn't that great?
It's kind of awesome. Yeah.
Didn't we say that?
I think we were talking about it with that Africa lady.
Like a year ago, we were like, why aren't we arming the black women and being like, go over there? I heard them say something really listen, Shabaya. I heard her say, go over there. That fucking bitch over there, Karen Sommelstein, said that. Just like sick them on them, and she's like, "What?" And I'm like, "Oh yeah, over there, real nasty. She hates the WNBA. Go get her."
Yeah. There's a weird thing with like they try to like group black people in the sort of like woke mob, but black people are the least woke people. Black people hate and gays.
Verbally, loudly.
But if you're talking to a real black person about and gays, you're gonna get some pretty specific opinions.
Yeah, like what is it? Real whites are terrified of, or should be terrified of non-woke blacks.
Oh yeah,
like they'd be shaking in their boots if they were. Like...
I remember I went. I was living in Harlem during the pandemic, during COVID. And there was a Black Lives Matter rally that was like on my block. And I was like, I'm going to go out. I was like, I want to experience this. I want to see what it's like to like be a part of a Black Lives Matter rally. So I went outside. It was pretty, dude, it was people just banging drums. And it was kind of peaceful and kind of fun in a weird way. There's no like violence or anything weird. There was no riots. But then they started chanting shit. And they were like, Black Lives Matter. I was like, Black Lives Matter. And it was like almost like call and repeat. And then somebody goes, Black trans lives matter, and you listen to 1,000 people go, what? What, motherfucker? What'd you say?
Just stop it, like you fucking.
Like ripping a transgender person will be torn apart in the hood. What are you talking about?
It was like Shaun of the Dead when like the zombies are outside like ripping their backs off.
Yeah, dude. It was fucking nuts.
Yeah. That must have been the saddest, like, and Black trans lives matter.
Dude, literally everyone's like, what, motherfucker? What'd you say?
Yeah, just Kevin Durant just like, twisting someone's head off like a fucking vodka bottle.
Chris, I'm gonna send you screenshots of this. They have anti of the week, and it's like a YouTuber with like 50 views talking about Palestinian organ harvesting, like some horrific thing that's 100% true.
These Palestinian vampires that live in the bell towers that can fly.
They're trying to like ruin a 17-year-old kid's life because he's talking about children getting shot.
Yeah.
Call that kid.
That's like the thing with Portnoy with those guys that like held up that they got the fuck time.
Yeah.
It's like Portnoy. They're just 21-year-old idiots. It's like we all with this the shit that I'm 43 and I say more shit. But when I was a kid, I said the most ridiculous, horrible shit.
There's a swastika in every bathroom in the United States.
Yeah,
How
mine
about
right
that?
now.
Yeah. What?
That's my wallpaper.
That's your shower curtain. I got this really cool shower curtain. I got it from the Ed Norton American History X collection from Macy's.
No, sorry, I had to screenshot these classic images here. Chris, can you open Slack and see if this came through yet?
Yep. I mean, we're in media, so we're like on our toes and we can understand stuff. But I worked in the car business for like 3 years, and my boss would always like when stuff like that would happen, he'd be like, you know what, I want 10,000 for my trade, and then they would do things like, you know what, we want 10.5 for our trade. And my boss, he's not media trained, he has no fucking clue. He is our age though, and he's like this. You just can't fucking help yourself, can you? He would say that, and I would be like, "Holy shit, bro!" Like, and he would like look.
You
at
don't know how you're being perceived. Like everyone, it's like a black guy eating watermelon on the subway. You're like, bro, just don't do it. You know what everyone's thinking.
You just can't help your. What, you gonna rap about your watermelon chicken, man? You're like, what the fuck, bro? Chill.
Bro, you don't want to. You just want to justify what everyone thinks about you. Fine, dude.
Damn, dude. Yo, Eric, chill, dude.
Shania Wright, counselor and basketball coach.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
This poor black lady's got 7 kids.
Defended Hamas the day after the October 7th massacre, posting about resistance and stating, heavy on any means necessary. Which you can just picture like a fat black woman being like on her phone writing a tweet, y'all we gonna go heavy by any means necessary.
I just like that. She's probably a good basketball coach.
More pro Hamas content. They got her fired
from Poly Prep.
They got her so good. Next image. So that's her in the upper right there. But what I love about this, they're going after. This is our stop.org. It's like a hate watch group, but they're going after regular Americans.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like these 3 people, they're not famous. They're not on Instagram. They're not on TikTok. These are just people you'd see in line at like Subway or something.
Yeah.
So it's this attack. It's so clearly an attack on like just regular Americans. That's why it's funny to me, because they think they're being heroes and going after this like big bad wolf, but they're going after people that are just nobodies who could be standing in line at a bank or something. Go to the next one here.
Poly Prep is if it's Poly Prep, it's a good school. Wow, look at
This guy looks like he should be in a movie or something.
It's the kid from the Christmas Story, grown up.
He's even wearing like the color, like the sort of like the beige brown that a American might wear. Rocky Bellinger, he's a truck driver. He openly pushes lies and conspiracy theories. He pushes the Khazar. So he's like a new he's like a black Ethiopian or whatever those freaks are. All right, go to the next one here. Like, look, this guy's just in
poor bastard.
He's just in his bed chilling, and you can imagine this guy saying so-called. You know,
that's it.
Like you just heard it before. Like this is
Berklee College of Music. Like if this poor bastard got fired, like it's not easy to get a job at Berklee.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like think about and then they're like, guess what? You said like a half of a thing, and they cut this guy down.
Yeah.
Next one here.
We should go into the trades
and show off what else we got. These guys.
Tiffany Brown Joyner.
It's just fun. It's just a funny.
Fuck. I thought it's okay to say fuck.
A funny.
Is that considered anti-Semitism now?
It's hugely. You might as well be.
Depends on who you're talking to. I think there are who are anti-Israel now.
Oh yeah,
but
Dave Smith. Dave Smith.
I think that's sort of that's like a genetic defense mechanism.
Marianne Cummings, which is Whitney Cummings' aunt, is very. She just got fired.
Look how awesome this woman looks.
Scientist.
Doesn't she look awesome?
She looks like the dog. The dog from Inspector Gadget.
Yeah, she's a sly one.
Shouldn't exist.
Through her gritted teeth. Fuck that.
What's can you look up what Muon's Inc. is? I want to see what this chick's company is.
Muon's Inc. appears comfortable paying some people who act so openly hateful. God
Muon's
damn,
Inc.
dude.
Wow, Moose Star.
That's what I call the star, the Moose
This
Star.
looks like a crackpot website.
That's the G4 beam line.
Anyway,
RF power source.
Trevin,
Some fucking engineer got fired from a really important job.
It's the GF power source.
making particle accelerators that make swastikas designs.
Just for fun. Just because it's funny.
Yeah.
Like, yo, check this out.
God, a swastika is so
Have you
much
seen
fun
this?
to draw.
Have you seen this, Lewis?
No.
Winnie Cummings on.
Whoa. Wait. Do it again, please? Because I was watching the wrong person.
so it's and then breaks a bottle over her head. So that's
How much do you hate this black woman?
Only a little bit.
You puke on her and smash her head in the bottle.
On demand.
But think about this though: the guy's wife first distracts her with a kiss. What is up with that?
Maybe it's kink.
And he held in the puke in his. He got the puke charged up.
Charged up.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
Puking on demand is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my life.
It's kind of hot in its own way. Like if I had a chick who could puke on demand, I'd marry her.
I mean, in London, they're getting stabbed for watches now.
For watches?
And that's like the new thing is like the
How
Indians
nice of a watch.
A Rolex.
Yeah.
They say if you have a Rolex on in London, you're getting stabbed.
Yeah, but you should know that. You shouldn't.
Yeah.
Why?
Well, if people are getting stabbed, why are you going to wear your Rolex around Indians in London? It seems like you're kind of asking for it, literally.
I know.
If I know that.
You know what would be the funniest thing in the world? Like I keep thinking about
You should go to Rolex and dress you up as Rolex man.
Right. You have 60 of them on you. I was thinking you dress up like, because you know, like they like to too. You dress up like 4 supermodels, like the hottest 5'11" blondes, butt naked, out, oiled up, soiled up,
covered with
8
Rolexes.
Rolexes up the arm, and just walk them down the street and just be like, oh my god, like audio on, like that's the practical jokers I want to see. Like, oh my god,
That's the punishment at the end of the Impractical
they're like
Jokers.
passing out. They have like a knife in their hand. They're like passing out because they're like lightheaded. They don't know what to do. It's like it's too much at once. They know all the names. They're like Taj, I want to suck your cum, and they're like. I'm gonna give you like all like Rolexes up their arms, their legs, butt naked, shaved.
It's just Bangladeshi guys having heart attacks.
They're like, that's their power.
Are they
They're like,
allowed
"Stop."
to? Are they allowed to shave their in that culture?
No.
Like, do the
No.
women shave their?
Maybe.
Whatever they want though. That's if they like hairy, they're getting hairy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
5'11" Swedish hairy pussy. Jesus Christ! Now I might stab them.
Yeah.
Jason Lace. I might take their watches and them. Tell you what. Sounds like something I'd like. Hey, out of the way, Rajmeet. She's all mine. I heard this was going on. Hell, I set it up. Just like, fuck this. I'm not giving this to these guys. I them anyway.
You fucking.
Cloud. She's like, aren't you the producer? I have like
That's you,
cans on.
that's you punching the girl. That's you punching the girl.
Yeah. I'm like, I have like director gear on where I'm like, all right, we're gonna have you walk down the street right here. We've got cameras rigged on left and right. Fuck this. Now I want her.
Give me that fucking Rolex. It was your Rolex to begin with.
Don't look away, Sam. I'm gonna be going away for a little while. Tell my kids I love them. I'm sorry, lady. I'm sorry, but they were gonna do it anyway.
I think of it like those like hunters like every time you're talking to a 13-year-old girl on the internet, aren't you like going like, oh, this is definitely a sting? Like how like just jerk off, dude. Like you're gonna set yourself up like every single time. I would assume that every one of them is gonna be a sting, but you gotta figure it's probably not. They probably have fucked a bunch of kids and it's been so successful so many times.
They're batting 1,000.
Yeah, like this rules, dude. It's a never-ending child.
I can't believe how good I am at this. They're getting.
I never got caught once.
Bing, 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 bing. Yeah, they're all cocky about it. They're like, hey, 12-year-old, get down here. I'm horny.
The funniest one I saw was the guy was asking, how old are you? And she's like, I'm 13. And she's like, how old are you? I'm 13 also. And then like a 50-year-old man sends a picture like, yeah, I'm 14. And it's just like a bald.
Hell yeah.
It's me.
And then they, yeah, you guys have seen the pooping pill video, right?
No.
Yeah, you see where the Asian guy backs out.
Oh yeah.
Oh
my
Should we watch that?
goodness.
I just sent you, Chris.
Yeah, we should pull
I
it
sent
up.
you a good one. The link of where they're getting so good at catching the fucking guy comes here to meet 10-year-old boy, walks right into a boxing.
It's kind of worse, right? When you hear those, you're like, 10-year-old boy, come on, you sick fuck.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
One day old babies, but
Sir, please, can you actually let me get my supplements so I can actually go home so I can poop and actually so I can poop well? I've been having constipation for 4 or 5 weeks that I'm bleeding so much that I can't help it. Why are you doing this to me? Can you tell me?
This is more embarrassing than being in a.
Yeah.
Well, he is one.
I think it's gimbal.
He's the guy in the red thing. He came here to meet a
child. Yeah.
Yeah.
And then,
wow.
Where is it? Right here. Why do I have a picture of your asshole? Why are you?
Why is he still?
and then
I have a picture of your asshole.
He looks like who's that Chinese millionaire? Jack Ma.
Oh yeah.
He looks like Jack Ma's nephew.
He does look kind of Jack Ma.
When he demonstrates his Asian driving skills.
Fuck this.
That's what happens when you have blue balls.
Oh.
Holy shit, man.
So,
yeah.
They're getting really great at it. I think it's, as far as the media progression in any format, I think the largest growth is going to, like, catching has been getting really good.
Yeah, but it's still in its infancy. I get what you're saying. Like,
Yeah.
where it's going to go, I'm excited to watch.
Same. There's another one. It's $10 a month. These guys are, they're putting them in the ring with like boxes of their own weight. Like he's like, all right, you're going to fight this like amateur boxing champion. He's got gloves on. The guy's like, I don't want to be here. Just like soft. It's like, I just want to leave. And the guy's like, ding, 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 like full on in a ring, gloves. Like,
Where is this?
I sent it to Chris just now for Chris, Chris link. Instagram, the last link I just sent you.
Is it in another country or is
No,
it in
it's
the
in the United
US?
States.
And why do the guys agree to do the boxing?
Because they'll call the cops.
I mean, they're being filmed. Your life is ruined no matter what. By the way, this is what the Stop Anti-Sexism people should be doing. They should put that big black bitch in the ring with a professional boxer.
The professional semi.
Yeah, professional semi. She wins. She's just fucking knocking him out right away. Like,
I'll beat this motherfucker ass.
Like spitting their teeth out. Like Mama said, knock you out. Like compilations of her. She's like tough, she's Tom Platz tough.
She's tough.
She's tough as shit.
She can take an ass whooping.
Yeah, she's getting beat up by a man.
She's not losing. She's getting mad.
Yeah, she's like, you can't fuck with me, Rabbi. Wham! Punching jaws off like the slow-mo. Like,
this is Matt. Matt came to meet a 15-year-old girl. Instead, he met a heavyweight boxer.
Fighting out of the ring.
What the fuck?
Look at this guy.
At 212 pounds, he is undefeated against Big Red.
Once in a while, you see they do get into fights on the starts winning. That happened in one of the supermarket ones.
Oh, really?
The started working this guy.
Oh, that's. Hey.
223 pounds, Matthew the.
Oh my God, that's so
Matthew the
embarrassing.
pedophile.
No punches to the kidneys, no holding. Let's have a clean fight. There it is.
They don't show it because they're trying to get a lot of views.
For just $10 a month.
Oh,
I'm paying.
honestly, if you're gonna pay for one of them, that's the one. That's pretty sick.
Skydiving next?
Yeah, skydiving. Just like it's supposed to be fun. They take a race car driving. You're gonna compete in the Porsche Cup Challenge.
You're racing against Travis Pastrana in a rally car race for Hot Wheels. They got to do the loop-de-loop for Hot Wheels. They have to do X Games things.
Here throwing out the first pitch at the Cleveland Indians game, Matt the pedophile.
He's got like
He's got a good arm though.
Yeah, he's good. He gets a contract.
You're going to hang with Tony Hawk, you fucking pedophile.
Hey, what's going on? They make him drop in from like 10-foot half pipes and shit. They hit mega ramps. All of this stuff would be great.
Hope you do a 720.
You have to try a 900. You try a 900, you fucking. I don't want to. Do it or I'm calling the cops, dude.
Do a Misty flip right now or I'm calling the fucking cops.
I don't even know how to do a Misty flip. I don't even know what one is. It's like, I don't know, dude, just like twist in the air or something. That would be awesome. He's on like BMX bikes, like hit the dirt jump, dude. I don't know, do a tail whip. It's just like riding off the side. That would be. If this somehow gets back to those guys, please make them do BMX dirt jumping. Please.
Here competing in Tough Mudder is Joe, the fucker. Like, all right.
Like deep water diving, like stuff that can give him like the bends and shit, like scuba diving at like 300 feet on a single like non-nitrous tank. Oh, that'd be so good. Shark like cage shark
swamp boats.
Yeah, alligator hunting. The catfish arm hunting that they do.
Stupid shit. Yeah. You have to go on a ghost tour in New Orleans.
I hate ghosts. I don't want to go.
We're on the cops then.
Oh, okay. I'll go on the ghost. I'd rather be scared than arrested.
I'd rather be scared than arrested. I watched two guys get into a fight on the beach in the grill. Two Jamaican guys. The other guy hit the other guy in the head with a giant rock. It was fucking wild, dude.
Wow.
Yeah, and then fucking he ran. You heard like the shitty Jamaican police sirens are hilarious. It's like,
really?
It's bad. Yeah, they're fucking gay.
It's modest.
Yeah. Every other siren around the world is fucking gay. Dude,
Yeah.
it sounds like you're announcing a gay person coming into a room.
It is.
In Europe, you go anywhere, dude. If you hear a police siren, you're like, "Oh, is there a gay guy here? What's happening?"
Yeah, it's just that sucking cock.
We have the best sirens. The U.S. that at the very least, we got the best fucking sirens. Our sirens are fucking badass.
Yeah,
it's like a homo just showed up.
He shows up like rips your belt off, starts blowing you, like gagging on you. No, get your cock in my mouth. Show.
In various countries, Japan.
That's pretty cool. Whoa.
Oh, that one's fun.
U.S.
Familiar sound.
Yeah.
They mean business.
Sweden.
Get out.
Netherlands.
Wow. This is really funny.
Retards.
Look at the Lambo police car, bro. That's
Russia.
ridiculous.
That sounds like a gay guy whistling out of his asshole.
The British are so
Germany.
done.
Jew.
Dubai.
Dubai's just badass.
Bugatti. It's cool Bugatti, bro. There's no need for police. We just kill everybody. We're so cool. Stealing Rolex, Dom Perignon, Drake. Dubai. Have you been to Dubai?
No, I've never been to the Middle East, but there's that big comedy festival right now that's going to be in Saudi Arabia, and everyone's going.
How much did they pay them?
There has to be a wild amount of money.
Who's going to do that?
Bill Burr.
If I had to guess, that they're probably giving like $1 million guarantees and versus ticket sales at these massive venues.
How do you do stand up in front of a bunch of Saudi Arabian people? Just answer me that.
I don't have any like moral issue. I'll perform for fucking. I'll perform for Bin Laden's family right now. Give me the
O.J. Simpson's
opportunity.
like bris.
Let's go, dude. There's a price. $32,000 is my price to perform for anybody, anywhere, anytime.
Charles Manson.
Yeah, dude. I don't give a fuck, dude. I'm a sellout in a heartbeat.
The caught pedo. You get to watch Luis Gomez's comedy, bro.
So like, here's the deal with like eating.
He's like, dude, I don't even like stand up. We're gonna call the cops. Fuck.
Ah, shit. Fuck. You doing the dick grab joke to him?
Yeah, dude. I'm grabbing a.
They have to be on Legion of Skanks.
That would be really funny. You walk him right into a podcast in front of a live studio audience.
Fuck.
Bro, we have to do that.
That rules.
We have to do that. But we got it. I think like having them like right on like Story Wars. Like, so I was, I was kicking a baseball bat up a 4-year-old.
One time I wasn't allowed within 500 yards of a school or playground. Big J? I think it's Big J.
It's definitely double points. He knows what it is.
He wins a shitty book.
He's paired up with like Corinne Fisher and shit. You just don't tell her.
Yeah.
You're just like, yeah, you got to go with him. I don't know what.
Funny.
Orthodox epistemology.
Sure.
Because I read Father Deacon's excellent paper on Orthodox theory of knowledge and ascent to the divine, and it always seemed like for me that you guys were using God as like the precondition for knowledge and argumentation, and then it seemed like it was like a form of coherentism to me. It's with like God as like the arbiter, like sustaining the system.
Well, I mean, I think it would be a mistake to reduce the argument to a secular coherence theory view. So coherence is part of the argument, but there's other things that are involved in the argument as well, such as justificatory power, preconditions. I mean, all of those things go into the argument. It's not just that the system is, quote, coherent.
Oh, yeah. You mentioned that in your 10 bad arguments, like those other criteria.
Right. Well, people bring this up all the time because they say if you use a term, they assume that you've adopted that system. Well, I mean, I might use empirical data. That doesn't mean that I'm an empiricist. So if I argue that my system is coherent, that doesn't make me a coherence theorist.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah, you can adopt other criteria.
Right.
But the main issue I've been wondering about is, at the fundamental, like the meta level, you often talk about that there's a difference between that and normative logic. And I was wondering if there was if there was a distinction, like, is there a way to give a non-arbitrary, like, justification for what counts as vicious circularity? Because it always seemed like, it's sort of arbitrary where we place the line on what type of circularity counts as vicious.
No, it's not about arbitrarily saying, oh, in this case, I'm allowed to be viciously circular. It's about the nature of the thing in question. So, for example, if you're talking about things that aren't at the paradigm level, clearly you can't be circular. You can't be viciously circular, or you can't be engaged in any fallacies. What we're saying is that at a certain level, it's unavoidable to be circular, so it's not a fallacy. It's self-referencing and self-authenticating. Every type of argument eventually will get to that kind of a level when we're talking about worldviews, when we're talking about the preconditions of any possible worldview or experience. Those types of things are meta-level questions, and by the nature of what they are, they can't avoid self-referencing and circularity. It's not an attempt for us to say, oh, I just want to arbitrarily be circular here, I'm allowed to do it, everyone else can't be circular. That's what the dumb atheists think we're doing. That's not what we're doing. We're saying that the history of philosophy itself demonstrates that some meta-level questions are by their very nature circular. For example, meta-logic. How do we know that logic is logical? You can't go about describing it or explaining that without using logic, and thus it is self-referencing, self-authenticating, self-referential, circular. That's all we mean.
Language, too, is another example.
Yeah, so how are you going to defend language having meaning without using words? Aha, you used a word. I got you. You're being circular. You can't defend your premise that words have meaning because you're circular. It's not even that difficult. I'm not saying you're dumb, but I'm saying that this point is not very hard to get, but for whatever reason, I don't think the atheists really, they basically don't understand that transcendental arguments are not standard types of arguments. They're arguments about preconditions, and so they're involved in a step up in a meta level type of argument. So they're not going to function. They're still arguments, but they don't function the way that other arguments typically function, right? We couldn't get this across, for example, to Matt Dillahunty. Matt Dillahunty couldn't conceive of the fact that a presupposition could be argued for because he didn't understand that it's a meta argument, a meta level question. And the atheists are just so slow boy that even when you say that, they don't know what you're talking about. They're just, what? What do you mean a meta? He's making up word salad. Thousands of comments. Word salad. Dude, go look up meta logic. Go look up. I mean, it's not, I didn't make this up, dummies. It's that you don't know what you're talking about. It's not word salad, just displaying your own ignorance.
So the question is, if you do get to a transcendental precondition for the possibility of meaning, language, knowledge, then that's the ultimate epistemic standard. So if somebody says, oh, I got you, that's circular. Well, it's not viciously circular, and I prefer the word, as Jade pointed out, well, it's self-authenticating. It means there is no other standard. If you've reached the ultimate standard, and there can't be anything else, then talk about that standard is going to what? Self-reference that standard.
Yeah, I mean, think about the Christian paradigm. And the Christian paradigm, what does God say in Exodus? I am that I am. God is the ultimate self-referencing, self-authenticating authority in our system. So if you believe in Christian theism, if you believe in our view, you have to say that. Like, you're forced to that. And that's just an example in our paradigm how, well, can I appeal to an authority above God in my worldview? Of course not. It wouldn't make sense. It'd be a contradiction to say that, well, God has to submit to these higher authorities. He must be consistent with them. No, he doesn't. He's the final authority in the paradigm, in the worldview, in the ultimate sense. Thus, he is self-referencing. He's self-authenticating. And just to classify all of the other worldviews into a simple disjunctive, think about the figure of Descartes. Think about how Descartes' worldview, his whole position starts from what? From God? From divine revelation? No. Where does he start? His mind.
No.
He says, I think, therefore I am. It's a blasphemous inversion of Exodus 3, I am that I am. And all of the other worldviews, okay, except for some theistic worldviews where you have to do a different kind of argument, but if we're not arguing against Muslims or Jews or whatever, if we're making an argument against the atheists and those kinds of people, or the rationalists, or the empiricists, whatever, they're going to be in the same dilemma that Descartes is in. He has to start his entire paradigm, epistemic bootstrapping, building a worldview from his own mind. And it's a giant failed project. It'll never work because it's preposterous.
So the question isn't in the inevitability of self-reference in circularity at the paradigm level, whether that's bad or illicit. The question is my system building, when I do the self-reference, is it going to do the work that I want it to, i.e. provide a criteria for one's justification criteria? Now, of their own admittance, they're finite. They're not omniscient, or let me put it a better way, everybody's going to admit, even Descartes, I'm not in an epistemic privileged position. So that's the problem. Well, if you're not in a position to know, by definition, you're referring to that, well, hey, just grant it to me, and then I'll make myself, without justification, the justification. That's the problem of that type of self-reference. It's the finitude and the admittance of not being in a position to know that you reference that and try to epistemically bootstrap and go, but I'll make myself in a position to know anyways. God is not in that, by definition, not in that same category. God is by definition, an epistemic privileged position. He's omniscient, blah, blah, blah. So it's about, as Jay said, the nature of the epistemic ultimate principle, it's self-reference, whether that's problematic and can do the work that they want it to.
And I would add to another problem in regard to the atheists is typically they don't understand systems and how the nature of systems, right? So they think of everything in this sort of like single plane type of existence, and all things are proven in the same way. Everything is argued for and proven in the same way. Crackers in the pantry fallacy. And then when you point out the things that no, actually different types of things are proven in different ways, and then you start going into the fact into how systems work, that's where they get lost, because they don't typically think in a systems way. Only the higher IQ atheists actually do get this, because they have the capability of thinking a little bit deeper, right? Somebody like Malpass, at least, I think would think in a, can you please mute? When you're not talking, you're making noise. Thank you. So systems thinking, when we have starting points of a system, right, our presuppositions, they're going to determine the rest of the system for the system to function. So in other words, if I have governing presuppositions about how the world works in ethics, metaphysics, and epistemology, that will, as a grounding for my view, determine the way that the rest of my operation or my system operates, right? So for example, let's say I am a monist. I believe everything's one, dude, and like everything is just the same as me. I am you, you're me, we are all together, right? Like a Beatles monism worldview or something, right? I don't think there's right and wrong, because how could I think that there's right and wrong when we're all one, dude? Right? So in other words, the monism, that's my metaphysic, has affected my ethics. How can you say something's like wrong, man? That's making distinctions, man. Like, we're all one, dude. You can't say something's wrong, because everything just is, bro. You see? And I also then find out that, oh, I don't actually have a basis to believe in human rights, because what are humans? They're all part of the one. So I've lost ethics, I've lost human rights, I've lost all these things that the people that have that dumb worldview typically want to hold to, right? I'm a progressive, I believe in like human rights, man, and like, you know, making the world a better place, the United Nations, and smoking DMT, blah, 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 right? So I'm a monist, and I have all those presuppositions. And then somebody says, well, do you really know what's true? And I'm going to be consistent with my monism, and I say, well, like, everything's one, so like, we don't know anything, man, right? I'm the stupidest, most idiotic, right, acid tripping DMT bro at the beach. I've got my dreads and I'm out there philosophizing. Okay, that's my worldview. I'm the beach bro, the wook on the beach. And then you quiz me about my worldview, and you get a feel for what I say, and I'm just trying to be consistent, even though it's nonsense. I'm trying to be consistent with my everything is one, dude. Right? That's my governing presupposition. That leads me then to think that there's no real distinctions in ethics. There's no boundaries between good and bad actions. Boundaries need to be destroyed, man. We're all infinite beings, man. We don't need to be confined by limitations, man. Right? So I've adopted dumb Eastern philosophy that I think is deep because of my acid trip or whatever. So in other words, do you see how my governing presuppositions then affected the rest of my worldview? And they determined the system. Even though I'm inconsistent and I'm stupid, my governing presuppositions are trying to work out in some way to be consistent, ironically. But I can't be consistent in a position that rejects consistency. So that's why these people always end up saying such stupid things, because they haven't thought about it, and they're in delusion, and they're confused, and they're blinded ultimately.
Yeah, I think that's an important characteristic that, like, that sometimes a lot of analytic philosophers don't embrace, is that, like, there's holism regarding our worldviews.
Yeah.
Like, you know, like, ethics will impact epistemology or metaphysics, and I think rightfully so. Also, yeah, like, the problem of the criterion, for instance, makes it so you probably have to, like, assume, not like assume, they justifiably assume things, but you have to at least take something for granted. You can't be like epistemically neutral like Bahnsen says. Like, you can't do that.
Sure.
Though I also had, like, you know, I've seen some modern atheists, maybe I've seen Oppie somewhere maybe justify, say, though it depends on what you mean by justification, like, but he says, like, we can maybe get a grounding in logic. Same, like, I think you went over this, like, with Aristotle's metaphysics, where, you know, I would always seem to me like, why could the atheist make the sort of justification? Well, you know, in order to, like, argue, you need logic, and so it's like forming a transcendental argument for logic. Like, by denying logic, you affirm it. So therefore, logic is necessary.
Yeah, well, this is covered. Yeah, but that doesn't count as justification. So in other words, just by showing that it doesn't seem possible that it could be otherwise, actually does not get you to the status of justification. If you read the Mannion paper, he goes into that because he shows that, for example, how do you know that the world isn't other than what you don't conceive to be possible? You don't, right? So just the argument of retorsion, which is something Aristotle says and something that a lot of Roman Catholics will try to say as a response to tag on these points, they'll think that that is what grants justification. That actually doesn't grant justification, and the Mannion paper goes into why that is. Father Deacon often brings this up. Are you there?
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, they're just positing the inability to
Conceive of it another way. It doesn't.
I can't not use logic. Why does that equal a justification? Oh, because I said so, or because we all agree. Like, so again, they never get to the question of justification. Or in other words, what is your criteria for your justification criteria? And you'll always find it's just some arbitrary assertion.
Well, it has to be this.
Oh, because I can't do this, or because we all agree, or. But that doesn't answer the question.
Right. So the way that people, if you read the Quine paper and if you read Father Deacon's paper on Quine, you'll notice that what happens is that anyone that wants to dispense with the older classic idea of JTB and then Gettier problem, they want to dispense with those older, quote, ideas of justification. You're basically left with psychologism. You're left with Quine saying, we're not doing epistemology anymore, we're doing psychology. Well, if you're doing psychology, then you've given up any possibility of justification, and that's the whole point of that paper. I mean,
what about? Oh, sorry.
What?
I was
What about
say,
what?
like, what about like things that JTB is important, but like some people will try to alter the justification criteria, not by getting rid of it, but either say it's by through a reliable method, or like Putnam, like there's this external relationship to the world.
Yeah,
like,
those all beg the question. I mean, what counts as a reliable method? Is it 80% accuracy, 90% accuracy? Why should we accept that 90% accuracy counts as justification? It's just all falls into arbitrariness, as Father Deacon said.
That's true. It seems like it would be kind of arbitrary how you would find a reliable method for like.
Well, if you read the wood,
Presupposes that you have
it begs the question.
a reliable method for
Yeah.
determining what's a reliable method.
So if you read the Wood book, he actually goes through all of the attempts to rescue justification in the ways that you're describing, and he talks about how kind of just bankrupt they are.
They'll also encounter things like Moore's argument, or like denying the principle of epistemic closure and stuff like that. Like some people I've seen try to like deny that, like basically defeat skepticism by arguing that the skeptic's worries are just incoherent in their own basis.
Yeah, but that doesn't get you to justification, just like retorsion doesn't get you to justification. Because, for example, all I have to do is pose a counterexample like, maybe we are brains in a vats. Maybe I'm a schizophrenic and we just think that the logic that we have matches up to the external world. But you don't know that. And so those attempts at justification beg the question in terms of justification.
Wouldn't they argue that like the brain in the vat example would itself be like contradictory because in order to
it doesn't matter because you don't know if it's contradictory. That's the point, right? In other words, maybe we're psychologically predisposed to think that our logical categories match up to the world. That's the defeater for the retorsion argument for justification. Retorsion doesn't count as justification because later philosophers after. So again, think about back to Aristotle. This question comes up with Aristotle, and the sophists say, well, how do you know that logic is logical? And he says, by impossibility of the contrary. He gives a type of transcendental argument. He says, if you go against logic, you're assuming logic. And Aristotle thought that was a sufficient reply. But modern philosophers take that critique even further to demonstrate, no, actually it doesn't. That doesn't even get you to justification, because I can keep asking the question, well, even if it seems impossible otherwise, it doesn't get to justification because the seeming impossibility does not mean that my conceptual scheme of logic therefore matches up to the external world. I just assume that. How do you know that that's the case? So it's not getting to justification because it's avoiding and just it's kicking the can back a step. Would you agree, Father Deacon? I mean, you wrote a paper on this. How would you give the example of the schizophrenic?
It just keeps moving the question back, and it never gets to the issue of justification. So you can just keep asking, why is that a justification? Oh, because this. Well, why is that answer a justification for your justification criteria? And what you notice is they just keep moving it back until they find something that just people agree with.
Yeah, and so like you get
agreement isn't justification.
Yeah, so basically they're saying the various options that you gave, it should be obvious how they don't get you to justification. Oh, well, it seems like it's reliable. Okay, well, why should we accept basic reliability as justification? Well, because we all agree on it. Well, because it's reliable, because it should work, because that's the only way. Well, how do you know it's the only way, right? So none of those things actually get you to solving the question that's being asked. They can just kind of kick it down, kick the can down the road.
Does that include within justification that there has to be not like a why if there's logic, but like a how explanation?
No, if you read the Mannion paper, the point of the justification question is that you can't get justification in the way that these people are asking. It's not possible.
Let me put it another way, because I think the problem with criterion that Roderick Chisholm brings up, is actually good. So there's two issues within epistemology. What are we justified in believing? And then what makes our beliefs justified? But notice, in order to answer number one, what are we justified in believing, you have to actually have the answer to number two, what makes our beliefs justified. But in order to have an answer to number two, it's referring back to one. And so you never are able to get an answer to the first or the second. That's actually a vicious circle, right? Each one implies the other one, and you can't answer one without the other, and so you never get an answer to the criteria of justification.
Yeah, like they try to plot it like evidentialism or some form of Methodism, but those fall into like the same process of like question begging. I think that's what he concludes, is that like most of the alternatives are just going to be question begging, unless some people embrace skepticism, which itself would be question begging.
Right, and if you read the Mannion paper, you'll notice that what he does in the section where he critiques all the attempted rescues for justification in a foundationalist system, he points out that they are circular. So it kind of illustrates the point that we were making in terms of your first question, was that justification criteria and justification questions ultimately end up circular.
Also, think about this. Here's an objection to reliabilism. Suppose crystal ball gazing is reliable, and you can use a track record argument that's reliable. Does that equal justification? Like, would any analytic philosopher actually say, oh, well, that's great, that works for a justification? They'd be like, no, just because something's... So there's a bunch of counterexamples of things that even if I allowed to be reliable, they're going to say, but that doesn't equal justification. In fact, an animal can have, let's say, a basic level of, if they form some sort of kind of cognitive states that are reliable, if we grant that, none of us would say that, oh, well, then that's a justification.
Yeah, think about other examples like that, like, farmers, or, what's that Farmer's Almanac, where they like study the patterns of how, nature and rain and animal, like, oh, my animals always run around in circles before an earthquake. So I'm justified in believing in earthquakes coming because the animals run in circles, and it's been a reliable guide in the past. Okay, but does that really get you to justification because the animals running in circles is a reliable past guide for when earthquake? No, it's not.
I've seen some maybe objections to that by saying that in order to find that like non-arbitrary, like reliable method, that we have to like use a form of abduction versus like induction and deduction, where we'll have like an inference to the best explanation, and you could argue like, oh, how do you know what's the best explanation? Like you guys are pointing out, like you could look at those farm animals and not know where they're going to be, if they're justified or not. And like in order to solve that, I've seen objections saying that we would have to form some like epistemic criteria, and they would argue that parsimony is important because if we were to have more assumptions, that would mean that there's like more ways our theory could go wrong, and then like they build upon that.
Notice it's the exact same problem that you get with people approaching ethics. All these people are doing is giving reports and descriptions. I'm giving you a psychological report about what I believe. But you bring up the objection, you're in the wrong category. We're asking about the normative. Ought that to be the way? So people do this in ethics all the time. Well, this is just what people believe, therefore it's all relative. But you're making a category mistake. We're not asking what people do or how they came to their beliefs, but the ought question. Ought they to come to those beliefs, i.e., what are the right reasons? So they're fundamentally, both in the case of the ethics and the epistemological, collapsing the normative into just a story, a description. Let me just report to you things that I think. But as Plato said, reporting Socrates, I don't care about doxa and opinion. I care about episteme. You're in the wrong category.
Oh, yeah. So, like, the objection would be like, I can give an inference for like a best explanation, but it's not. It's just a report. I would have to give an ought claim on why we ought to prefer the inference to the best explanation.
Right. Or this is all that we can do. It's abduction. They're setting out the criteria. And you'll notice this when people come on here all the time. They'll just tell us what they believe. But we don't care about what people believe. We care about, ought we to believe that?
By the way,
what do they do? They just give you another belief and another belief and another belief, right? And it's like they never get to the category of the, but ought we to believe that?
Right, and it's the Plantinga response to this. So he points out, is if you have the Wood book, the rejections to reliabilism come up on page 135, and he gives an example of the Franco dream, which is a really good example for this. But he points out at the bottom, which touches on the point that Father Deacon is making, which is that it's not just a question of are the beliefs reliable, or do they work, but do they work in the right way? And that's what reliabilism can't answer. It's not just, well, these are reliable beliefs that we have. Okay, but are they reliable in the right way? And he gives an example of, let me read this section if you want me to. He says, Franco is a painter obsessed with just one object, his boyhood home, in Pontito, Italy. Not Franco the dictator, right? While in his early 30s, Franco undergoes an illness marked by high fever, weight loss, and delirium. Precisely what illness affected Franco is never conclusively settled. What is clear, though, writes Sachs, is that while the ill Franco began having uncannily vivid dreams about his hometown in Pontito, these dreams and images would remain with him after he was awake. Dreams with the most microscopic, veridical detail beyond anything else that he could consciously remember. Sachs then speculates that these dreams were Franco's particular way of coping with psychologically traumatic departure during his childhood. Quote, what seems to have occurred by singular fortuity, was the concurrence of an acute need, not a psychological state. Acute need and a psychological state. For if his sense of exile and loss and nostalgia demanded a sort of world, a substitute for the real world that he had lost, his experiential seizures now supplied what he needed, an endless supply of images from the past. Rather, an almost infinitely detailed three-dimensional model of his hometown Pontito, an entire theater or a simulacrum in his mind, that he could walk about in and explore. This account illustrates that Franco's experiential seizures leave him not just with a reliable memory, but with an astounding capacity for almost total recall in a three-dimensional detail. Scenes so complex that they exceed anything that normal memory could reproduce. Franco's memory isn't just reliable, it is in fact super reliable. It seems that Franco's beliefs are thus justified on the basis of reliabilism because they meet the reliabilist criteria. However, we all hesitate then to accept that this judgment, that it's reliable or that it's justification, because of the accidental and even pathological way in which his memories were produced. Whatever other problems may be beset by reliabilism, this example suggests that reliability cannot be a sufficient justification. Something more than merely having a reliable series of beliefs must be necessary. Plantinga calls this a proper function. Not only does the justification that the knowledge requires involve cognitive faculties working properly, but that they must work properly in the right environments and in the right way intended by God to function according to Plantinga. Thus, reliabilism's difficulties stem from efforts to work out the theory in sufficient detail. So it's not enough to just say that, well, the beliefs are reliable. Okay, but this guy's dreams were super reliable, but nobody would say that his memories and thoughts were working in the right way.
And then, like, is there, like, going to be an account on, like, exactly how a belief should be formed in the right way at the right, moment?
No, the point is that these questions are never ending. You will never get to what the people, because these come out of a foundationalist background. So all of these questions of justification are in the situations of people with a classical foundationalist type of mindset and setting. Even coherence theory, Wood argues, ends up being another version of foundationalism. So even the attempts to get around these questions end up in the same problems. And the point we're making is just that secular philosophy can't solve these problems. They can't provide the justification because they don't have the God principle in the system which resolves the problems. You'll never get the justification problem solved with beginning from human autonomy. That's the point. And that's the point Mannion makes, is that these are dead-end questions. They lead to self-destruction. That's the point.
On this last point, do you think, I think maybe one method, you could probably correct me on how you could get out of this, is saying that, like, because those are niche cases, you could argue for a type of fallibilism regarding justification, that in some cases our knowledge can be fallible, as long as they, like, generally get towards a reliable, correspondence with reality.
Oh, well, but I mean, again, it's just begging the question that you've already correctly parsed out your beliefs into the ones that are reliable and the ones that are not reliable. So there's a prior criteria problem again.
I think that's a fair critique. So yeah, thank you guys for your time. I think those are good objections.
Yeah, and again, you had really good questions. I appreciate those. The point is not that, well, we don't do justification because the problems are insoluble. No, the problems are best solved by the Christian paradigm, where we aren't in the boat of trying to bootstrap and build a system from the human mind, the human autonomous experience, which are basically meaningless. That's why their projects fail. It's not that there's something inherently wrong with the idea of justification, but in the Christian paradigm, justification is going to be given according to the system, according to that paradigm. For the non-theist, these are all secular attempts at constructing and system building for trying to, in an autonomous way, give an account of knowledge, and they always fail because they're missing the most important part, God. That's the point. They're never going to work. Welcome to another open debate, another open forum discussion, where we allow you.
I didn't grow up in church hearing about this idea of the essence energies distinction.
This distinction between God's essence and God's energy.
What does that mean, uncreated energies?
The energeia.
Uncreated energy.
Concerns that I have.
The uncreated energy.
Divine energy.
The divine energy.
The divine energy.
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 The essence energy distinction is so important.
Every summer, my wife and I drive up north to go camping at our parents' trailer. The sky is so clear up there and the air is so crisp
and you always have like that smell of smoldering campfire in the air. I live near the city, so I never really have the opportunity to see the night sky like that anywhere else. So we lay down in the grass and we look at the sky, and I can see the stars, but I can't see him. I can't see God with these eyes in my head. I can't hear his voice with these ears. St. John tells us that no one has seen God at any time. God is far, far beyond me in a way that I will never actually grasp. Yet, in my heart, which in Holy Orthodoxy we call the nous, I'm looking at the stars and I'm blinded by God's glory. I'm deafened by his power. God listens to my prayers and he answers them. He negotiates with Abraham and King Hezekiah. God sees the repentance of the Ninevites and he changes his mind as to their destruction. So although in one sense God is totally and utterly transcendent and far beyond me, in another sense, God is very immanent. He's right here with me and with you right now. He meets us where we're at. He knows what our struggles are. He's our Father. The essence energies distinction is part of the Orthodox doctrine of God, and it hits right on this intersection of God's transcendence and God's immanence. So this doctrine is very important. It is unique to the Holy Orthodox Church. No other church teaches this doctrine. Thanks for clicking on this video, guys. My name is Alex and I'm an Orthodox Christian. Just a quick reminder that if you like this kind of content, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to the channel for more content like this. So the essence energies distinction has to do with our doctrine of God. In particular, it explains how God at the same time is utterly transcendent, yet very immanent. Now remember, this is very high-level theology, but you guys asked for it and I couldn't say no. But theology has a lot of jargon, a lot of specialized terms that we're going to have to learn if we're going to be able to keep up with these conversations.
What we end up having is a modalist absolute divine simplicity collapse identity thesis position, right? That's the problem here.
So I will do my best to walk you guys through the jargon step by step. The only way to get comfortable with the jargon is to put in the work and immerse yourself in it. If something is unclear, please just comment below and I will do my best to clear it up. So we are going to start with the scriptures. Of course, they are our earliest witness to the apostolic deposit. So we want to be firmly grounded in the Bible. We will define terms. We will talk about essence. We will talk about energies. We'll talk about the distinction between them and why that's important. Now, this video could easily be like 4 hours long, but based on your guys' comments, you want something boiled down and synthesized in plain language, yet being able to keep up with the conversations you see, like, for example, between Jay Dyer and Tim Gordon.
The Cappadocians were not working with a two-tiered cause-effect Aristotelian scheme. They were working more so with a Neoplatonic scheme.
Is there a single Eastern thinker between Photius and Blackernay who embraces the eternal procession, or are they all just believers in economic procession?
So my goal in this video is fourfold. I want to explain the essence energies distinction to you guys in a reasonable time, in a way that is grounded in scripture, that also conveys the practical implications of not having this doctrine, and picking up some theological jargon as we go along. Now, Orthodox YouTube probably has the smartest YouTubers and viewers out of any Christian church on YouTube. So for a good number of you, I imagine this video will be like a nice review of the basics. However, if you're new and still learning the terms, this may be a bit of a wild ride, so hang on, don't give up, and let's dive right in. What on earth do we mean when we say God's essence? The term essence, in a way, is like the term Trinity, in that it doesn't appear expressly in the scriptures, as far as I know, in reference to God. But all of the components are there. Let's use a more concrete example to explain the concept of essence. You, I presume, are a human. What is essential to making you what you are? I.e. a human. You know, those qualities that if you didn't have them, you wouldn't be a human anymore. One of those qualities is that you are created. If you are not created, then you either wouldn't exist or you would be uncreated. You would be God. So being created, essential to being human. Another essential human quality is having a soul. If you're created, but you don't have a soul, you're probably a rock or something. So you're created, you have a soul. Another essential quality is that you bear the image of God. If you're created and have a soul, but you don't bear the image of God, that makes you like a angel? Anyway, these properties, not an exhaustive list by the way, are essential to what you are. They are the essence of being human. In theology, there is a technical term that you may sometimes hear used for the word essence. That term is ousia. The term ousia was decided on by the entire church at the First Ecumenical Council, Nicaea I. It was used to describe the Trinity, that the Father, Son, and Holy Spirit have the same essence, the same ousia. Slight digression. That's why Tim Gordon in his debate with Jay Dyer used the term ousiological.
The answer is ousiological. Inside that divine essence, that ousia, extra ousiological distinctions.
He was referring to God's essence. Now, human essence, or human ousia, is expressed in individual human persons. All individual human persons are expressions of the same human essence. In theology, we have a specific term we use for person, and that term is hypostasis. You actually find this term in Hebrews chapter 1 verse 3, which says, "Our Lord Jesus Christ is the brightness of God's glory and the express image of his person." And the Greek term for person there is a form of the word hypostasis. So when we say the human essence, or ousia, is expressed in a hypostasis, we say it is enhypostatized. In your hypostasis, enhypostatized. When the essence is enhypostatized, we do not refer to it as essence anymore. The essence is then referred to as a nature. In our case, a human nature. So an example of this for humans could be, the human essence is enhypostatized at conception, and that baby has a human nature. So it's kind of like essence is this abstraction and nature is a little bit more concrete, although technically I know these are both abstract terms. So that was a lot. Let's review. Essence refers to those things that make you what you are. For humans, being created, having a soul, bearing the image of God. Essence is expressed in an individual person, a hypostasis. When essence is enhypostatized, it no longer is referred to as an essence. That's when you start calling it a nature. Just remember, the human essence is enhypostatized at conception. That baby has a human nature. When we're talking about God's essence, we're talking about God in himself. You know, what are those qualities that are essential to making God God? God is uncreated, immutable, omniscient, omnipotent, omnipresent, and so on and so forth. In the view of Holy Orthodoxy, we see God's essence as what Paul is describing in 1 Timothy chapter 6 as dwelling in unapproachable light, whom no man has seen or can see. In the Orthodox view, this verse written by St. Paul here is taken very seriously. This verse and others like it shape our methodology and our approach to theology as a whole. In Holy Orthodoxy, when we discuss our doctrine of God, we start from the point that God's essence will always be beyond us. It will always transcend us. And while there are some things that are revealed to us about God's essence, we want to stay away from making positive statements and speculations about what God is. This is called the apophatic approach to theology, and in my personal opinion, this is probably one of the reasons, among many, that the Holy Orthodox Church has been preserved from error. We're not running around chasing every single rabbit hole, speculating about everything. Within Holy Orthodoxy, we take a very conservative approach to theology, especially when talking about God's essence, to where we believe it's more appropriate to reserve only negative statements about God's essence, you know, saying what he is not. But for example, when we say that God is omniscient, really what we are saying is that there is no lack of knowledge in God. When we say that God is omnipresent, we mean that he's not limited by spatial dimensions. This is a feature of Holy Orthodoxy that I do not see within Western theology. They have a close corollary in what they call the via negativa, but even that principle is not built into the worldview in the same way that apophatic theology is built into Holy Orthodoxy. And I feel like I gotta say here, the apophatic approach is one of those things that I absolutely love about Orthodox theology. The humility is built in to the worldview already. We are not going to speculate about how many angels can dance on the head of a pin. We are going to use philosophy as a tool, and as soon as it fulfills its purpose, we take the philosophy and we put it away in the tool drawer. St. Gregory of Nazianzus, his first theological oration, maybe his first two, are all about this, about who shouldn't be doing theology. Anyway, the idea is that when it comes to God's essence, we're not going to be speculating or making many positive statements about that. Okay, so that was a lot of vocabulary, but again, it's important that we learn these terms and become familiar with them so that when those high-level conversations come, we know what the heck we're talking about. So of course, feel free to rewatch that section or read St. John Damascene's philosophical chapters, in particular chapters 5, 30, 43, 44, and 45. St. John Damascene, I think, is really important to have on hand, especially as reference material, because he is generally considered to be the last church father, and his work, at least a big chunk of it, consists of summarizing what the patristic teaching was before him up until that point. And St. John Damascene does that in a very nice systematic way. So I recommend everybody have a copy of St. John Damascene handy, just because it's very good reference material, even if you don't read the whole thing, just to have it on hand to look up things here and there. Okay, so that's what essence means. Now, what the heck do we mean when we're talking about God's energies? Prior to reading as much as I possibly could get my hands on about Holy Orthodoxy and watching every single Jay Dyer video, I had been in church for 30 years. I had been reading the Bible on and off, more or less, for my entire life. Not even once have I ever heard about God's energies. And when I learned about the energies doctrine while I was doing my lawyerly due diligence, learning everything I possibly could about Holy Orthodoxy, it was as if the scales were falling from my eyes, because there was a hidden message within the Bible this entire time that I didn't even know was there. All you have to do is look up a few keywords in the original Greek. When I went to look into this, to my surprise, we are so lucky to be living in the current year, there is a man who already looked into this and did all the work for us. Dr. David Bradshaw is an Orthodox Christian, a philosopher, and a professor at the University of Kentucky. He went through the entire New Testament, in particular St. Paul's epistles, and cataloged the use of the Greek term energeia. The English word energy comes from the Greek word energeia. That's where we get the word energy from today. So I found out like way late in the game that the term energy is actually all over the New Testament. It's not translated as energy. Listen to what Dr. Bradshaw has to say on page 2. Energeia is a term coined by Aristotle and of great importance for Greek philosophy. Yet it is also prominent in the Pauline writings, occurring there as a noun or the corresponding verb energein 26 times. The word energy in a noun or verb form appears 26 times in the New Testament. I've been reading the Pauline corpus of work my entire life. Not once anywhere in any English translation have I seen, even once, the term energy in English. So here I am trying to do my due diligence on Holy Orthodoxy, and I hear everybody talking about these energies, and I'm convinced that they are in some like Far Eastern Buddhist Hindu, like way out there kind of thing. Dude, I could not be further from the truth. It's in the Bible, and not as some trick or gimmick like the people at the Orthodox Study Bible are like trying to trick you into energies or something. It's in the original Greek. That's the text that this Protestant Bible is based on too. So here I am, Mr. Evangelical Protestant, thinking that like I know the Bible better than these guys because they focus on tradition. Their doctrine was way more biblical than mine. In his book, Dr. Bradshaw defines energeia as the active exercise of a capacity, distinct from the mere possession of the capacity. It came to be used in two otherwise unrelated ways, for activity and for actuality. Its correlative term, dunamis, likewise has two meanings, capacity and potentiality. So Dr. Bradshaw explains, on one hand we have dunamis, which refers to your capacity within you to do something. If you train a lot of weights, eventually you will have the capacity within you to bench press 225 pounds.
Yeah, buddy! Wait! Yeah!
Let's say you get to that stage and you bench press 225 pounds. When you're sitting in your desk in class, there's no energeia there of bench pressing 225 pounds, but you have the dunamis, the power within you to bench press 225 pounds. Now after school, when you crush your white monster and you go to the gym and actually bench press 225 pounds, that is the energeia of bench pressing 225 pounds. So you have two different words and two different meanings here. You have dunamis, which refers to your capacity to do something, and energeia, which is the actual doing of something. From his epistles, we see that St. Paul uses the term energeia only in a spiritual context. He attributes energeia to God, Satan, and demons only. Now from St. Paul's letters, the verse that sticks out to me is Ephesians chapter 3, verse 7. The Gentiles should be fellow heirs of the same body and partakers of God's promise in Christ through the gospel, of which I became a minister according to the gift of the grace of God given to me by the effective working, energeion, of his power, dunameos. At the end of Ephesians 3:7, you see Paul almost going out of his way to make this distinction between the actual working of the power and the capacity of the power itself. Now, if you decide to go through Dr. Bradshaw's work for yourself, or just go on Bible Hub and pull up the Greek for 1 Corinthians 12, you'll see that the gifts of the Spirit are referred to as the energeia of the Spirit. 1 Corinthians chapter 12, verses 4 through 7 says, "There are diversities of gifts, but the same Spirit. There are diversities of activities," you see the word energeia there, "but it is the same God who works," again, energizes, "all in all. but the manifestation of the Spirit is given to each one for the profit of all. So here we see St. Paul very clearly using the term energeia for the gifts of the Holy Spirit and for the manifestation of the Holy Spirit. And this carried on into the Apostolic Fathers as well. Dr. Bradshaw explains that the terms energeia and energein appear in the Apostolic Fathers 12 times. Every single time the term is used within the Apostolic Fathers, it's within the spiritual context to refer either to God, Christ, demons, or Satan. For me personally, the most impressive instance Dr. Bradshaw points to of the Apostolic Fathers using the term energeia is in Justin Martyr. Quoting to St. Justin's first apology, Dr. Bradshaw indicates, Justin says that Moses, by the inspiration and energy of God, took brass and made it into the figure of a cross, and that Simon Magus was able to perform acts of magic by the skill of the energizing demons. Now let's look at the examples we've gone through so far. We have Ephesians 3, where St. Paul says he's participating in the working, the energeia of God's power. We have 1 Corinthians chapter 12, where St. Paul describes the gifts and manifestation of the Holy Spirit as the energeia of the Holy Spirit, something that we participate in. You have St. Justin Martyr in 150 AD explaining that Moses was participating in the energies of God, and Simon Magus was participating in the energies of the evil one. We don't even have to go to the famous passages like John 17 or 2 Peter 1:4 to show that there's a participation in God's energies. Paul is very clear in Ephesians 3 and 1 Corinthians 12. The energies of God's power in Ephesians 3 and the energies of the Holy Spirit in 1 Corinthians 12, that's something we participate in, obviously. All of these examples are talking about participation. We cannot participate in God's essence because if we share an essence with God, that means we are God. So if it's not the essence we're participating in, what is it? Paul gives us the answer: the energies. And St. Justin, very shortly after, echoes this exact same teaching. So follow me very closely here. If we cannot participate in God's essence, and we are participating in his energies, that means God's essence is distinct from his energies. This is not rocket science. This is just the Bible, dude. This is not even philosophy. Like, literally, this is just the Bible. In sum, if you don't have the energies, you don't follow the Bible. Okay, let's do a little bit of summing up. What have we learned here? We've learned that God's essence, who he is in himself, dwells in unapproachable light, totally, entirely transcendent, apophatic. We cannot make speculations about God's essence. God's energies are immanent, they are participable, we participate in them, and because we participate in the energies, they must be distinct from the essence. So, essence, energies, distinction. It's all in the Bible. There is a final issue, though, on what exactly are the energies.
In Leviticus 9, what comes down in that theophany is called the glory of God.
Mm-hmm.
Is God's glory a creature?
Yes.
God's glory is a creature.
Yes.
Are the energies some created thing, some creature, some show that God puts on for his other creatures? Or are we, Orthodox Christians, you and me, actually coming into contact with the uncreated when we receive the Eucharist, go to confession, attend the liturgy? The time has come. Let's look at John 17. John 17 is known as Christ's high priestly prayer. It is our Lord's final prayer before he is betrayed and arrested. In John 17, verses 4 and 5, our Lord prays to the Father, saying, I have glorified you on the earth. I have finished the work which you have given me to do. And now, O Father, glorify me together with yourself with the glory which I had with you before the world was. It is very clear from just the face of these verses that the glory Jesus is referring to here is an intrinsic attribute of the Father. Jesus goes on to describe the transmission of that glory from the Father to himself, and then from himself to the church. In verses 22 to 24, Jesus prays, And the glory which you gave me, I have given them, that they may be one just as we are one, I in them and you in me, that they may be perfect in one, and that the world may know that you have sent me and have loved them as you have loved me. Father, I desire that they also, whom you gave me, may be with me where I am, that they may behold my glory which you have given me, for you loved me before the foundation of the world. In Dr. Bradshaw's analysis of John 17, this is what he says. The entire prayer should caution us against any tendency to think of the divine glory as a kind of show or spectacle that God puts on for creatures. The glory existed already with the Father and the Son before the world was. More than that, it existed in their mutual relation, as the glory which I had with thee before the world was. So this glory in John 17 very clearly is uncreated glory, and our Lord tells us that we participate in that uncreated glory. So I think it's very clear from John 17 on its face that the glory we are participating in through Christ is uncreated glory. And this really should not be a scandalous conclusion, because the Sixth Ecumenical Council agrees with me. This is literally the exact same topic that they decided. At the Sixth Ecumenical Council, the controversy arose as to whether there were two wills and two energies in Christ, or if there was one will and one energy in Christ. This is discussed in St. Maximus's debate with Pyrrhus. Disputations with Pyrrhus is a great read on this issue. In his disputation with Pyrrhus, St. Maximus the Confessor argues that energy or operation corresponds to nature. So because there are two natures in Christ, there are two operations, two energies in Christ. And because one nature is created, one operation is created. And because the divine nature is uncreated, the divine operations are uncreated. Of course, this ends up in a discussion over Christ's miracles. When Christ heals a leper and puts his hand on him, that is of course the created human energy. When the leper is healed, that is of course the leper coming into contact with the uncreated divine energy. And what do you know, the Sixth Ecumenical Council took the same position as Maximus the Confessor. You can read about it in this book, The Seven Ecumenical Councils of the Undivided Church by Henry Percival. It's literally just a bunch of documents from the councils and some commentary. That's it. What happened at the Sixth Ecumenical Council was that Pope Agatho, the Bishop of Rome, wrote a letter and sent it to the council. Pope Agatho's letter basically expresses the theology of St. Maximus the Confessor exactly. Listen to what Pope Agatho and the Sixth Ecumenical Council had to say about Christ's divine energies. We rightly believe that the same person, since he is one, has two natural operations, to wit, the divine and the human, one uncreated and the other created, as true and perfect God and true and perfect man, the one and the same, the mediator between God and men, the Lord Jesus Christ. It appears that the topic of whether the divine energies are created or uncreated, that is closed. They are uncreated. Okay, now let's put it all together. Ephesians 3 and 1 Corinthians 12 say that humans participate in the divine energies because we participate in God's energies, but we know based on 1 Timothy 6 that we cannot participate in God's essence. It's unapproachable. There necessarily must be a distinction between God's essence and his energies. And John 17 and the Sixth Ecumenical Council agree with us that the energies are uncreated. Ergo, essence, energies, distinct. The energies, uncreated and divine. And that's how in Orthodox theology we get a perfect harmony of God's transcendence and his immanence. God's essence is transcendent. God's energies are immanent. Those energies are uncreated and God is truly in them. But where does this leave literally every single other Christian theological system that doesn't have the essence energies distinction? Well, it leaves a big problem in reconciling God's immanence with his transcendence. The doctrine of absolute divine simplicity has God's transcendence on lock. They got that down. But when it comes to any experience of God in the sacraments, in nature, in their personal prayer life, they don't have a mechanism for God's immanence. Then I hear all kinds of weird things like participating in a created grace. A lot of those church fathers back there would say that created things cannot deify you. You need to encounter the uncreated in order for it to have any effect. So that's it, guys. You've come to the end of the video. I really struggled with this one for some reason to really boil it down to what was necessary to include. If you guys want a part 2, just let me know in the comments if there are any specific topics you want me to address. I really hope this video was helpful. And you know, we are taught as lawyers that before we go debating anybody, we need to know our position really well. So if there are other aspects of Orthodox theology you'd like me to touch on, hopefully clear up, again, let me know in the comments. If you like this video, like the video, sub to the channel for more. Thanks guys, you're the best. So more than a few people have asked me by now, how on earth did I convert to the Romanian Orthodox Church after being raised my entire life in the Romanian Pentecostal Church? I want to be clear from the outset of this video that this is not a decision I took lightly. I spent about a year and a half
The First Vatican Council was one of the most significant moments in the history of Christianity. It's It's remembered as the council that defined papal infallibility, but that's really trying to shape a church at a crossroads, caught between the authority of its past and the uncertainties of the modern world. In this video, I want to take you inside that story, not just looking at the conclusions the council came to, but how it got there, and perhaps most importantly, what that means for us today. It was 1869. Europe was in flux. Empires were rising and falling, science was galloping forward, and the old alliances between throne and altar, pulpit and lectern were beginning to crumble. For over 300 years, the Council of Trent had stood as the final word in dogmatic theology. But in a world now teeming with Darwin, Marx, and German biblical criticism, that silence was becoming deafening. Enter Pope Pius IX. He was the longest reigning pope in history, and one of the most controversial. As the spiritual leader of the church and political head of the papal states, his reign had been plenty eventful even before the council that would solidify his place in history. By the late 1860s, he had already declared the Immaculate Conception of Mary dogma and survived the shockwaves of the 1848 revolutions. Now, he summoned the world's bishops to Rome for something the church had not attempted since the Reformation: an ecumenical council. Vatican I was born in crisis. If you know nothing else about the context of the council, it should be this. The crises that shaped the council came on many fronts: political, social, and ideological. Let's start with the crisis of ideas. The universities that had once served as bastions of Catholic thought were now breeding grounds for what the church authorities saw as dangerous skepticism. The rise of historical criticism, especially in Germany, was unsettling the foundations of faith. Scholars began putting scripture under the microscope of historical analysis, as they would any other ancient text. And before long, this led to academics questioning long-held beliefs about the historical accuracy of the Gospels. Rather than accepting their claims on faith, figures like David Friedrich Strauss were scandalizing people by saying that the Gospels presented the mythical aspirations of the early Christian communities rather than real history. The term for this new methodology was Wissenschaft, a rigorous critical pursuit of knowledge that emphasized evidence over tradition. Rationalists had questioned miracles before, but that was different for two reasons. First, these rationalist critiques were based on philosophy, and the church was well equipped to argue on that front thanks to centuries of philosophical refinement. Second, those critiques usually came from outside the church and could be easily dismissed as the ravings of heretics. This new methodology, however, focused on dispassionate historical analysis, and even more troubling, it soon found its champion within the church itself. That man was Ignaz von Dollinger, a Bavarian priest, historian, and kind of a reluctant revolutionary. To many, he was a hero. He was one of the finest That man was more troubling, it soon found its champion within the church itself. That man was Ignaz von Dollinger. a Bavarian priest, historian, and kind of a reluctant revolutionary. To many, he was a hero. He was one of the finest church historians of his time, deeply committed to Catholicism, while also being convinced it needed reform. Döllinger dreamed of a theology that would integrate modern scholarship, engage separated Christian communities, and transcend the rigid categories of scholasticism. But his vision was not universally shared. Where some saw critical scholarship as a great tool to enliven and refine faith, others saw in it a great threat. These were uncertain times for the church and the world, and the solution, at least in the mind of some, was to give the faithful firmer confidence in the faith. That's what Vatican I was meant to do. And for some, there would be no better way of assuring the foundations of the faith than defining papal infallibility as dogma. Those in favor of papal infallibility were part of a movement known as Ultramontanism. These figures wanted a strong church government centralized in the infallible pope. No man worked harder to make sure the council did that than Döllinger's great opponent, the English Cardinal Henry Edward Manning. For him, the time was ripe for the church to declare the pope's infallibility and draw a line in the sand against the liberal tides of the day. Which brings us to the council itself. Now, despite much more ambitious plans, Vatican I only produced 2 major documents, in part because the process was a lot slower than they anticipated, and also in part due to external factors that led to the council being disbanded for safety reasons with the invasion of the Papal States. The first of these 2 texts is titled De Filius, which is Latin for the Son of God. Though often overshadowed by Pastor Eternus, the document on papal infallibility, this document lays the groundwork for what follows. Indeed, they both can be seen as attempts to meet the challenge of modernity, and to understand the latter, you've got to understand the former. De Filius was essentially a document about the relationship between faith and reason, set against the backdrop of a world where reason was threatening to overtake faith. The stakes were high. The document began as a lengthy academic treatise specifically aimed at responding to the trends in German universities, from people like Ignaz von Döllinger. In time, though, the bishops whittled it down and shaved off some of the more polemical edges of the initial draft. While some bishops still felt unease over the document's implications for academic freedom, for the most part, De Filius passed without too much strife. The final document had 4 chapters, which covered 1. God as the creator of all things, 2. Divine revelation, 3. Supernatural faith, and 4. The relationship between faith and reason. Throughout them, you can see a concerted effort to reassert the necessity of a supernatural worldview. Furthermore, you can see a direct challenge to any who said that reason could triumph over faith. On the latter, we see 4 critical ideas. 1. Reason and faith are fundamentally compatible. 2. Any assertion contrary to faith is totally false. 3. God's existence can be known with certainty by reason, but salvation requires faith. And 4. The meaning of dogmas does not, and indeed cannot, change. This was a carefully calibrated response to what church authorities saw as creeping relativism. But it also raised concerns. Like, what counts as certainty? Where do we draw the line between matters of faith and matters of science? And what does it mean to say doctrine never changes when history seems to tell a more complex story? This last question was particularly important. Few in the Catholic Church were denying the traditional idea of the existence of God, the fact of divine revelation, or the general compatibility of faith and reason. Even bishops who were opposed on other things generally agreed on those. But there was a sense that the refinements of historical knowledge and the application of scientific methods to theology could allow us to better understand previous church teachings and let them evolve in line with our new understanding. One man whose shadow loomed over this debate was John Henry Newman. Though he wasn't present at the council, his essay on the development of Christian doctrine had already become a touchstone in Catholic theology at the time. In it, Newman argued that doctrines grow over time, not by distortion, but by organic development, like a seed becoming a tree. For some, this was the key to improving on past doctrines. De Filius didn't name Newman directly, but its rejection of reinterpretation sent a clear signal. Development, while perhaps okay, needed to have limits. I want to pause real quick to say if you enjoy videos like this, please consider supporting this channel by becoming a patron. Videos like this take a ton of time. See the time, space, and resources in the /Gospel Simplicity. And when you do, as a thank you, you'll get tons of an absolutely fantastic experience for in the fall. So if you want to view that already do, paled in comparison to the drama brought on by Pastor Eternus. Now, to fully appreciate this pivotal moment in church history, we have to look at the context that led to it. For this, we'll now see the political and social crises that cultivated the council. Perhaps more than anything, we have to bear in mind the seismic changes brought about by the French Revolution that had far-reaching implications for the church. Take this for just one example. In 1750, there were 25,000 monasteries, convents, and houses of religious orders in Europe, with approximately 350,000 members. By 1815, there were only a handful left. As the French military spread across Europe, so too did its anti-monastic policies, and subsequent revolutions were no friends of the church generally, either. After the downfall of Napoleon, the Congress of Vienna sought to restore traditional powers in Europe. This was a welcome change for most Catholics. While the revolutionary mantras of liberty, fraternity, and equality had inspired utopian visions for some, most Catholics at the time saw rising liberalism as a destabilizing anti-Christian movement that needed to be stopped. Just as European nations needed to return to the stability of absolute monarchies, so too did the Church need a strong central leader in the Pope. Thus, for some figures like the influential French layman Joseph de Maistre, the arguments for papal infallibility were primarily socio-political ones. In other words, the solution to the Church's problems were the same as the solutions to the state's problems. For others, the issue was more about certainty. As we've mentioned, it wasn't only empires that were rising and falling, but ideologies as well. Papal infallibility could serve as a bulwark against such things. One famous English ultramontanist, William George Ward, famously said that he'd like an infallible papal encyclical delivered to him every morning at breakfast with the Times. Critically, the ultramontanists were masters of the press. Between the trauma of the revolutions and the voluminous literary output of its proponents, ultramontanism was reaching a fever pitch by the time of the council. But it wouldn't be fair to merely reduce papal infallibility to pro-monarchy or pro-certainty movements of the time. From a theological standpoint, ultramontanists believed that Christ had given the keys of the kingdom to St. Peter, who had the power and authority to define doctrines in the church. While all the apostles, and thus all bishops, had authority in the church, it was Peter alone who received the keys, and it was on him that Christ built the foundation of his church. Furthermore, tradition says that Peter founded the church in Rome and he died there. On this basis, the bishops of Rome were his successors, and as such, they had his unique role and authority passed down to them. With all of that in mind, it's easy to see why this doctrine took center stage at the council. On the one hand, you have the universities calling for a revision of traditional doctrine, and on the other, you have a massively popular movement looking for the Pope to be an infallible leader that could push back the tides of liberalism. From the start, the issue divided the bishops. Soon, three factions emerged. First, you had the majority, who supported defining the doctrine. Then you had the minority, who opposed it outright, and something of a middle group, who perhaps were the most interesting, and they believed that the doctrine of papal infallibility was in fact true, but they just thought this wasn't the time to go about defining it. Among this final group was Newman. Writing from England, he warned that the move would stir unnecessary controversy and risk inflaming tensions. He said, quote, "No impending danger is to be averted, but a great difficulty is to be created." His fears proved prescient. At the heart of the debate was a methodological divide. The majority relied on proof texts and theological authority, the minority from history. Minority figures like Karl Joseph von Hefele, a German bishop and scholar of ecumenical councils, insisted that the historical record simply did not support the claim of an infallible pope. From the condemnation of Pope Honorius to the working of earlier councils themselves, history seemed more adversary than ally. But for the majority, history was not the measure of truth. Bishop Gasser, speaking for them, declared, "The infallibility of the Roman pontiffs is a truth divinely revealed. Therefore, it is impossible that it can ever be proved false by any historical facts." He even goes on to say, "If, however, such facts are brought forward to oppose it, they must themselves be deemed false, insofar as they seem opposed." As the bishops debated day after day, three primary issues came to the fore. First, is infallibility personal to the Pope, or does it apply only to his doctrines? Second, is the Pope's infallibility separate from the Church's infallibility? Third, is the Pope's infallibility absolute, or could his teaching, even infallible ones, be reformed by later councils? This note about councils is really important. If the ultramontanist view of church government focused on centralized authority in the figure of the Pope, the alternative view was known as Gallicanism. While its heyday had passed by the time of the council, Gallicans emphasized the authority of local bishops in their own diocese, autonomy in selecting bishops on a national level, and most importantly, the idea that the decrees of a pope must be ratified by an ecumenical council. While this might be an imperfect analogy, Ultramontanism viewed the church as an absolute monarchy, whereas Gallicanism resembled a republic. Once the battle lines were drawn at the council, and really even before the council, the sides dug in their heels. The majority believed infallibility was personal, separate, and absolute, while the minority insisted on the opposite. After a month of debates without much progress, there finally appeared to be light at the end of the tunnel. Cardinal Guidi, a Dominican from the majority, was the first to attempt a real compromise. He gave a speech arguing that infallibility did not extend to the person of the Pope, but only to the act of defining dogma. This infallibility is separate from the Church in the sense that the Church doesn't give him this infallibility, but the Pope is dependent on the Church in the sense that he must consult the bishops before defining dogma. The minority was delighted by this. In fact, there's a story that one of the main bishops from the minority ran up and kissed his hand. He was so excited at the end of this speech. Finally, it seemed there was hope for resolution. But the joy was short-lived. Critically, one person wasn't fond of this proposal. And of all the people to anger, Guidi chose the worst possible one: the Pope. After he had made his speech, Pope Pius IX summoned Guidi and, according to multiple sources, exploded and said, I am tradition. I am the Church. It's honestly a scene that feels more reminiscent of a Hollywood movie than a real church council, but the majority of historians affirm that it likely happened, and it marked a turning point. From the beginning, the Pope had promised a tradition. And of all the people to anger, Guidi chose the worst possible of them him this infallibility, but the first appeared to be light at the end of the tunnel. Cardinal Guidi, a Dominican from the majority, was the first to attempt a real compromise. He gave a speech arguing that infallibility did not extend to the person of the Pope, but only to the act of defining dogma. This infallibility is separate from the Church in the sense that the Church doesn't give him this infallibility, but the Pope is dependent on the Church in the sense that he must consult the bishops before defining dogma. The minority was delighted by this. In fact, there's a story that one of the main bishops from the minority ran up and kissed his hand. He was so excited at the end of this speech. Finally, it seemed there was hope for resolution. But the joy was short-lived. Critically, one person wasn't fond of this proposal. And of all the people to anger, Guidi chose the worst possible one: the Pope. After he had made his speech, Pope Pius IX summoned Guidi and, according to multiple sources, exploded and said, I am tradition. I am the church. It's honestly a scene that feels more reminiscent of a Hollywood movie than a real church council, but the majority of historians affirm that it likely happened, and it marked a turning point. From the beginning, the Pope had promised to remain on the sidelines, and at first, he really did. But by this point, he was becoming increasingly involved behind the scenes. He was giving speeches that made their way into the press, making his views pretty clear, and he even privately threatened to dissolve the council if it didn't define infallibility. The writing was on the wall. Papal infallibility would be defined one way or another. By the final vote, the outcome was all but assured. The minority bishops, many demoralized and disillusioned, quietly exited Rome, hoping to avoid the appearance of outright defiance. Those who remained voted overwhelmingly in favor of Pastor Eternus. And so, on July 18, 1870, papal infallibility became dogma. The final version of the document stated that when the Pope speaks ex cathedra on matters of faith or morals intending to bind the whole church, he does so infallibly. No council's ratification is needed, no appeal is possible. The majority, of course, were delighted, but there was still a fear that this would lead to schism. And while theologians like Dollinger broke with Rome, the vast majority of bishops eventually assented. The crisis, it seemed, had been contained. But the victory for the Ultramontanists soon took a drastic turn. Within months, Italian troops entered Rome, the papal states fell, the Pope's temporal power was gone. And with it, the rationale for some of the church's absolutist claims began to crumble. Ironically, the doctrine that crowned the Pope's authority coincided with the end of his worldly rule. In the decades that followed, the infallible Pope became a more spiritual figure. Devotion to the papacy soared. Before the council, it had been 150 years since the last Pope was canonized as a saint. For the one before that, you'd have to go back another 100 years. After the council, 3 of the next 10 popes were canonized, and the Pope took on an increasingly important role in the everyday mind of Catholics. Another lasting impact of the council was the centralization of the church. The appointment of bishops specifically, which was formerly shaped by national churches and monarchies, now rested almost entirely in Rome. But if Vatican I seemed to close the door on debates over the church's relationship to the modern world, history had other plans. Less than a century later, Pope John XXIII stunned the world by calling Vatican II, a council not to condemn modernity, but to engage it. Collegiality, ecumenism, and liturgical reform were now on the table. The church was on a brand new path. And yet, Vatican I remained. All right. So here's the thing. Now that we've traced the arc of the council, we've looked at its key figures, its intellectual backdrop, and some really interesting dramatic turning points, I want to take a step back and offer some reflections on the theological implications of this council and the questions that still linger. At this point, I should lay my cards on the table and say, as a Protestant, I really can't help but view some of these issues through Protestant lenses. Nevertheless, I really do approach this with a deep respect for the Catholic tradition. So my goal here isn't to embark on a polemic, but it's really to bring clarity, to assess the Council's claims on their own terms and consider how they interact with Protestant convictions. Let's begin with De Filius, and we'll start at the start. The decree opens with a sweeping condemnation of Protestantism, assigning to it a responsibility for pretty much everything it saw wrong in the modern world. That ranged from pantheism, atheism, materialism, and a general disregard for scripture. To my ears, that assessment feels somewhat heavy-handed, and look, I'm not alone in that reaction. Some of the council fathers expressed similar misgivings. Bishop Joseph Strassmayer, for instance, pointed out that figures like Voltaire certainly played a role and that many Protestants lived exemplary Christian lives. His comments, however, were not warmly received by his brother bishops. However, they did age remarkably well. I mean, by the time of Vatican II, the Catholic Church's approach toward Protestantism had radically changed. Instead of blaming Protestantism for all that is bad in the world, Vatican II took a lot more generous and, I think, accurate approach. It recognized the value and insight present in other Christian traditions and even in non-Christian faiths without compromising on its Catholic identity. That seems like a really genuine step forward to me. That kind of posture doesn't have to dilute the truth. It recognizes that truth is more important than tribalism, though. In this respect, Vatican I very much was not the final word, and I think that's a good thing. In the second chapter, the Council affirms that God, the source and end of all things, can be known with certainty from the consideration of created things. Now, that phrase, with certainty, raises some real philosophical questions. While I wouldn't deny that reason can offer us good evidence for God's existence, I'm not convinced that certainty, at least in the strict philosophical sense, is the right word here. That said, I don't think the real point of the passage is to extol reason, but to actually affirm the necessity and sufficiency of divine revelation. In other words, it's important to remember that De Filius was responding to rationalism, not promoting it. What I do find more concerning, and not surprisingly, is the Council's claim that the interpretation of Scripture belongs solely to the Church, and that no one is permitted to interpret Scripture contrary to the Church's decrees or the unanimous consensus of the Fathers. Now, I want to affirm, the Church is the ordinary context for interpreting Scripture. The Scriptures were given to the people of God, the Church, not to isolated individuals. But if the Church errs, as I believe is possible, and of course the bishops would disagree with me, then the faithful must be permitted, with fear and trembling, to appeal to Scripture itself, even against the prevailing ecclesial interpretations. Now, I'm not saying that's a license to interpretive anarchy, but it's a recognition of the Church's fallibility. As for this idea of the unanimous consensus of the Fathers, it's an admirable principle in theory, but it's really difficult in practice. Even moral unanimity, which is to say the vast majority but not absolutely everyone, is really hard to establish on many interpretive questions, on like almost all of them. And even when you have that type of unanimity, strictly speaking, it's not an automatic indication of truth, even if it's a powerful and humbling witness and is something that we should absolutely reckon with seriously. There's still at least conceptually different ideas, unanimity and truthfulness. The final chapter of De Filius focuses on the harmony of faith and reason, a general theme that I wholeheartedly affirm. While I'm not fond of the text's polemical attitude toward the Academy, I happen to, generally speaking, quite like the Academy, the heart of the message rings true. Faith and reason are not enemies. Done rightly, they're allies, and that's really good. But then at the end comes a line that gives me pause. It's one we already looked at, that the meaning of sacred dogma is ever to be maintained, which has once been declared by Holy Mother Church, and there must never be any abandonment of this sense under the pretext or in the name of a more profound understanding. This statement poses real difficulties in two ways. First, there's the historical question of whether or not the Catholic Church has, in practice, maintained the same meaning of dogmas over time. I would argue, in fact, I have argued on this channel, that on issues like salvation outside the Church, the Catholic Church has changed the meaning of dogmas. So at the level of internal consistency, there seems to be challenges. And this would be the standard Protestant critique. The second difficulty, though, is whether or not this statement is good theology. I'll go out on a limb here and say that I think this statement actually might be too restrictive. I understand what the Council was trying to do. It wants to preserve the integrity of the faith against relativism and redefinition. And that is a danger, right? Where you have churchmen saying, oh yeah, I totally believe in the resurrection, if by resurrection you mean this myth or this historical archetype, when in reality it's like, no, what we mean by resurrection is bodily resurrection. But I think this general approach can also risk ignoring the complex historical processes by which doctrine matures and our understanding of it matures. It's one thing to say that doctrine doesn't change. It's another to insist that no further articulation ever modifies the meaning. And I guess I just suppose I'm more comfortable with living in the messiness of history than pretending it isn't there. And for what it's worth, I think that's the direction Catholic theology took after the Council. The view of theology became much less about static truths divorced from history, and much more about viewing theology as grounded, at least in part, in history and therefore always open to deeper insights. For the ressourcement theologians like Hans Urs von Balthasar, who I much prefer to the neo-scholastics, when investigating dogmas of the past, we must separate the historical contingencies that formulated the language from the trans-historical truth and the intention of the authors. For Balthasar, theology is always being limited by language, and that's okay. But we must recognize that and always be open to expressing it in new language that might help us better understand it. So there are my thoughts on De Filius. But the real star of the show, of course, is Pastor Aeternus. It's the Council's defining moment. In Pastor Aeternus, we encounter the familiar biblical proof texts for the papacy that are drawn from Matthew 16, Luke 22, and John 21. To be honest, I find these less than convincing as direct support for the claims made in Pastor Aeternus, or at least sufficient support. as O'Malley, who I should pause to give a shout out to. John W. O'Malley and his fantastic book, Vatican I, The Council and the Making of the Ultramontane Church, has been like the foundation of this video, along with other research. But this really, if you want to know about the council, especially its history and its development, this is where you go. It'll be linked in the description.
Well, for the first time in history, a rainbow pride cross has been officially processed into the heart of the Vatican, St. Peter's Basilica in Rome. Not only that, but Pope Leo personally sent the vice president of the Italian Bishops' Conference to celebrate the LGBTQ Mass taking place in Rome. Coming up next on The Michael Lofton Show. So as I told you just a few days ago, we would see a rainbow cross by a LGBTQ Catholic group make its way into St. Peter's Basilica. That just happened, along with their LGBTQ Mass and a few other things that are going on. We're going to take a look at what exactly they're going to say or have been saying about their pilgrimage, who this group is. Father James Martin, who is partly leading the group and has spoken at their LGBTQ Mass, and what he's saying, as well as some pictures of the rainbow cross being presented and processed into St. Peter's Basilica. So you know I'm not making this up. All of this is real. There's video footage of it, and it's, just now coming out on Twitter because it just happened a few hours ago. So this is hot off the press. I did give you all a warning, a heads up. This stuff is going to happen. Now we're starting to see it. We knew it because this LGBTQ Catholic group was on the Vatican website. And when we went to their own website to look at this group and looked at their program, they were openly saying, yeah, they're going to process this pride cross into St. Peter's Basilica. Not only that, they processed pride flags, pride shirts, and some other shirts and bags with profanities on them that I can't repeat. But they did all sorts of wild things, unchallenged. Not only that, but it looks like with the blessing of Pope Leo XIV, because he again sent his the Italian Bishops' Conference vice president, a bishop, to celebrate this LGBTQ Mass. He was very excited to hear that this LGBTQ Catholic group was in Rome for this event, this Jubilee. So it looks like there is some papal sanctions to the entire thing, or sanction to the entire thing. So before we dive in and look at it, I want to remind you, hit that subscribe button if you appreciate the content of this channel, me keeping you all informed. I do want to quickly, before we dive into the story for the day, want to make you aware of a really important deal, because I am going to be delivering this lecture on Monday. So this is time sensitive, so I'm drawing attention to it. rtcourses.com, R as in reason, T as in theologycourses.com. Go to the Encountering the Biblical Manuscripts History, Transmission, and Challenges course. Go ahead and click on this and register your spot. It's only $19.99 right now. That's the early bird discount. This is a lecture I'm doing live on Monday. You'll be able to ask your questions. If you can't participate live, once you've purchased your spot, that's okay. You'll always have access to the video that I'm going to post right here on there. So if you can't be there live, that's fine. You can still watch the video and have access to it at any time. But I'm really highlighting this, especially because in the next 2 days, if you purchase this, I will go ahead and give you 50% off after you've made that $20 purchase for the course. 20% off the Magisterial Studies program. This is the very course that I teach at a Catholic university, 3 courses actually, on the Magisterium: an introduction to the Magisterium, the history of the Magisterium, all 21 ecumenical councils, and how to evaluate magisterial documents. So if you want to become an expert on the Magisterium, these are the courses that you'll want to go and check out. I normally it's $900 for all 3 courses, $300 each. I've been giving a discount on it, $599 bundle, but I'm giving you 50% off once you've gone ahead and purchased that other $20 course. After you've done that, it will give you 50% off the $599 price, which is $300. So you get all 3 courses, a $900 value for $300. Take advantage of that now, because after Monday, it's going back to the $599 price. So wanted to make y'all aware of that, rtcourses.com. Okay, so let's go ahead and dive into the situation for today. It looks like somebody was able to get a video of this group as they process into St. Peter's Basilica, here wearing very clearly a pride flag. A lot of them have pride shirts on. Here's the official people greeting them for the Jubilee, officially, you know, telling them, come on in here. This is the way you go in. I was there 1 month ago. And I can tell you this, anyone who had shorts in there 1 month ago, they made them put something on to cover up their legs. I noticed they didn't require this group to do that. A lot of them were going in there with shorts with nothing. But be that as it may, okay, that's the least of the problems here, right? The shorts, maybe the pride flags, and more offensively, the pride cross. And there it is, a rainbow pride cross being processed officially into St. Peter's Basilica. There it is. You can clearly see. Wish I could zoom in, but I can't. Let me see here. Maybe you could see it a little bit better now. But yeah, processing their pride cross in there with their pride shirts, pride flags. It's about 1,300 of them, so they had a fairly large turnout. So what exactly is going on with this group? You know, are they just the kind of group that is saying, hey, look, we want everybody to know that you all are welcome. You know, anybody who's struggling with homosexual attraction, you're welcome in the church. God loves you and God's mercy is here for you. Is that really the message of this group? No. The message of this group is not just that, which is fine. If it just stopped there, I don't think anybody would have a problem, because I think everybody recognizes God's mercy is for everyone, and everyone's welcome to come to church. That's the whole purpose. But it doesn't stop there. The message of this group is to actually normalize homosexual acts and for them to no longer be considered homosexual and that, sinful. And that's the problem. Whenever one says that homosexual acts are not intrinsically evil, not intrinsically disordered, not always sinful, whenever somebody's trying to push for a normalization of the act itself, that's when it goes from a message of mercy to a message of approval. And that's what this group is attempting to do. Now, in addition to the procession of the cross, take a look at these right here inside St. Peter's Basilica, wearing their rainbow gear, flaunting it openly. And not only that, rainbow flag, guys holding hands, and one of them wearing a book or a bag that says F the rules. I can't, you know what F stands for, right? But walking into St. Peter's Basilica with profanity like that going on. Again, is this group, by the way, I don't think y'all could see that actually. I don't think my screen was showing. Here, let me show you that last picture. Here it is. Guy all in his rainbow gear inside St. Peter's Basilica, as well as pride flag, 2 guys holding hands, and somebody with a bag saying F the rules. Again, is this merely a message of, hey, God's mercy and forgiveness and love is available for somebody with a... y'all could see that actually. I don't think my screen was showing. Here, let me show you that last picture. Here it is. Guy all in his rainbow gear inside St. Peter's Basilica, as well as pride flag, 2 guys holding hands, and somebody with a bag saying F the rules. Again, is this merely a message of, hey, God's mercy and forgiveness and love is available for everyone? No, That's not what is going on here. Again, I think everybody could agree if that were merely the message, there would be no problem. But they're attempting to normalize the acts themselves so that the church no longer says it's intrinsically disordered, that it's sinful. And that is the issue. Now, I want to show you a couple other things as well. Here's Michael Matt's daughter reacting to the situation because evidently they're there in Rome, and I think Michael Matt was the one who was able to get that video. Take a quick look at her reaction here. Let's see what she has to say because she's an eyewitness to this event.
Hey everyone, this is Katie Matt with the Remnant newspaper. I just spent the last 5 hours, attending an LGBTQ pilgrimage to St. Peter's Basilica. As you can imagine, it was incredibly difficult seeing that go down in such a sacred place, the heart of the city, and also incredibly sad that these people, no one's telling them the truth, that they're coming here and they're coming in what they think is love, and it's a complete distortion of love, and it's just heartbreaking to see. There was so much disrespect in the altar, the throne, the silence was completely broken. The sacrileges that occurred, it was just completely.
So look at this one here. Openly holding hands, F the rules, flag tied to the waist.
Horrendous. It was an awful sight to see. Not a fun way to spend your afternoon. On the bright side.
So, she's about to attempt to say, well, on the bright side, Pope Leo didn't give them a shout out. I guess she's kind of in denial about the situation. Well, Pope Leo did more than give them a shout out. Unfortunately, Pope Leo actually sent them, when he heard about their LGBTQ Jubilee pilgrimage in Rome, he actually sent them a bishop to celebrate it for them. He was really excited about it. Take a look at this. Father James Martin saying, incredible. Bishop Francesco Savino, vice president of the Italian Bishops' Conference, to a packed Jubilee Mass for LGBTQ Catholics and their families and friends at the Church of the Gesù in Rome, which stopped his homily with a minute of applause. He says it was the year when land was returned to those whom it had been taken, the Jubilee. The Jubilee was the remission of debts and liberation of slaves and prisoners. The Jubilee was a time to free the oppressed and restore dignity to those who had been denied it. Brothers and sisters, I say this with emotion. It is time to restore dignity to everyone, especially those who have been denied it. Is it really just an issue of dignity? If that were all their message was, okay, that's fine. Everybody has dignity, even if their actions don't reflect their dignity. Yeah, sure, everybody has that. The problem is they have a deeper message than that, a normalization of the acts of homosexuality. That's the issue. But here he goes and follows up and says, Bishop Savino also said that after he told Pope Leo about this LGBTQ pilgrimage in Mass, Leo said, go celebrate the Mass with them. So, for anybody who's saying, well, maybe Leo's not aware. Yeah, he's aware. He's not only aware, he's sending bishops to go and participate in it, personally approving of it. Of course he's aware, as I've been telling you for a long time. He also follows up and says, so moving to celebrate Mass yesterday for our group at one of the altars in the Basilica of Santa Maria Maggiore, steps away from the tomb of Pope Francis near the altar where St. Ignatius sat east of St. Teresa of Calcutta. A rare photo here of Father James Martin evidently celebrating Ad Orientem. I thought that was kind of funny. All right, be that as it may. Okay, so who's that bishop that Pope Leo sent to celebrate this LGBTQ Mass? Bishop Francesco Savino, vice president of the Italian Bishops' Conference, presided over this liturgy, September 6th today. His position is every homosexual has the right to receive Eucharist. Now, look, okay, this is the problem. Yeah, every homosexual has a right to receive the Eucharist as long as they're repenting of their sins, just like every other sinner for every other group. So if you're heterosexual and you're living in adultery or fornication, you also have a right to receive the Eucharist. after you've repented of your sins. Homosexuals aren't in a better category compared to everyone else to where they don't have to repent of their sins. They're not like everyone else. They're not unlike everyone else, I should say. In this sense, they are like everyone else. They also have to repent of their sins the same way everyone else does. And yes, in that sense, they have a right to receive the Eucharist. Of course. Of course, everyone's made in God's image. God loves everyone. God is merciful to everyone. But it's conditional, as far as reception of the Eucharist and forgiveness, upon repentance. And that's the message that's always missing from these groups. You know why they're always missing that message of repentance? Because they don't believe that they need to repent of this. They think it's perfectly ordered by God. That's the problem. That's the issue. If somebody were to say, we're an adultery LGBT, we're an adultery Catholic group, and we're coming to celebrate our adultery Catholic Mass. We're an adultery Catholic group coming to celebrate this Jubilee, and we just want the Vatican to recognize our dignity. What? Okay, sure, adulterers have dignity. Yes, adulterers can receive God's mercy. Adulterers can receive the Eucharist after they've repented of their sins. That's the issue, right? But if an adultery Catholic group wanted to normalize adultery and say there's nothing wrong with it, you don't have to repent of it, there would obviously be a problem. But notice the way in which they try to do this. They try to sell it as, we're just preaching a message of love, of dignity, of mercy, of welcoming, of rights. When they put it in that way, if you were to oppose it, you look like you're some kind of hateful bigot. You look like you're some kind of person who wants to say, no, this class of sinners are not welcome in the church. They attempt to make you look like a bigot. And in fact, I'm going to show you the homily from Father James Martin where he's insinuating that. Like, if you're opposed to this group, you're on the side of the Pharisees. And he's going to try to frame it as, you're just a bigot. You're just opposed to God being merciful to this group because you hate them. That's not it. Honestly, I've never met a group of Catholics or really any other kind of Christian, Eastern Orthodox, Protestant. I've never met any group of Christians that say, no, God's mercy is not for homosexual people. I don't know who these people are. Who are they talking about? I've never come across them. I do, however, know of groups that say, yes, God's mercy is available to homosexuals, but they have to repent of their sins to receive the mercy like every other sinner. But they caricature and strawman this group and make them look like, they're just hateful. They just don't want to be welcoming. They just don't want to extend God's mercy. They're like the Pharisees. Yeah, that's a straw man. More on that in a moment when we look at his homily. We're starting to see people reporting on this. More non-Catholics actually are reporting on this than Catholics, oddly enough. Right now, Catholics appear to be reporting more on the most recent, most important event that has ever occurred in church history. Pope Leo wore a white hat, a Saturno, I think is what it's called. Yeah. Oh, guys, he wore a white Saturno. Oh, we got to report and talk all about this. It's just so important. People are talking about that. Oh, he said the Our Father in Latin. These are the things that they're focusing on. Meanwhile, the church is burning. Down. Meanwhile, St. Peter's literally just had a rainbow cross being processed into it officially with pride flags and everything. And right now, Catholic media is MIA talking about, oh, guys, did you see the cool white Saturno he was wearing? It's ridiculous. Well, anyways, at least some Protestants and maybe even Eastern Orthodox have enough integrity to talk about the fact that there's some pretty big issues going on here, and here's one of them. Here's Father James Martin giving a recent interview. Take a look at what he says. Let me make sure to enable the audio so that you can hear it. He says something interesting. Watch this.
Every other group seems to have a jubilee. I think during the conclave there was a jubilee for marching bands. So if marching bands can have a jubilee, why not LGBTQ Catholics? They're certainly as much a part of the church. And I think it's pretty historic. I can't imagine this happening before Pope Francis or before Pope Leo. And the fact that, again, you have an Italian bishop.
Let that sink in. He says he could never see an LGBT Catholic group coming to Rome like this and celebrating Pride before Pope Francis and Pope Leo. Let that sink in. If that's true, well, that's a problem, isn't it? Doesn't that say something?
Before Pope Leo. And the fact that, again, you have an Italian bishop presiding over the Mass for LGBTQ Catholics, specifically for them, for that community, at the Church of the Gesù, the Mother Church of the Society of Jesus, I think is a pretty big deal.
But not only that, Pope Leo sent the bishop there to celebrate the Mass and was really excited about it too.
And so people are feeling very welcome and very happy and really excited to be here on this historic pilgrimage.
I think, So they feel welcomed and happy. Again, everyone is welcome. There's never been a problem. I've never heard anyone say, no, this certain category of sinners are never welcome to come to church and receive God's mercy and forgiveness. I don't know who this group is. Where are these Catholics who are just so unwelcoming? They're not unwelcoming to the people. They're unwelcoming to the sin. That's the issue. But see, they don't believe it's a sin, so they feel that they themselves are being unwelcomed because their sin is unwelcome. Because they think there's nothing wrong with it. So again, it just shows you this is not a message of just saying we want to welcome people, we want to be merciful to people, everyone's created in God's image and likeness, everyone has dignity. That's not the message. Don't let them lie to you. The message is they're going to sneak in the back door a second message of normalization of homosexual acts. And if you say that homosexual acts are sinful, you're not being welcoming. You're being a Pharisee. You're not recognizing our dignity. That is the issue. Now, show you one other thing before we take a look at the homily. St. Peter's Basilica St. Peter's swarmed by pride flags. Did you ever think you would see the day? And again, what do pride flags symbolize? Do they merely symbolize dignity of every human person? Do they merely symbolize dignity of people who are struggling with same-sex attraction? No. They symbolize the normalization of the act itself. And the fact that you have to accept the acts or you're being hateful. I just had somebody in the live stream just now say another hateful podcast. You see how they do this? Trying to say that, oh, this is just, here at Reason Theology, we're just hating. No, I have no problem with homosexuals in the same way I have no problem with any other category of sinners. I have no issue. Everyone has sin. That's not the issue. The issue is a normalization of the act itself, and that's where I have a problem. And I would do the same if a heterosexual said, you have to start accepting fornication. You have to accept heterosexual fornication or heterosexual adultery. I would say the exact same thing about that group and say, nope. We can accept an adulterer, but we cannot accept adultery. We can accept somebody who's in fornication, of course, but we cannot accept the fornication itself and say this is somehow not disordered, this is somehow okay and approved by God. That's the issue. By the way, I did notice they used to have on the website this group, Jonathan's Tent. After I reported to y'all that they would be processing in the St. Peter's Basilica, I think I did that 3 or 4 days ago, I told y'all they would do that with a rainbow cross. I knew that because it was on their program on their website right here. It said the rainbow cross would be brought to Rome. Notice they changed the website to just say the cross would be brought to Rome. Notice they changed it after I did that video. Why would you change it? Why would you do that? They processed it into St. Peter's anyway, right? I mean, here it is. Here's the video of them processing it into St. Peter's, plain as day. So they still did it, but they took it off the website. Why is that? If you're not doing anything wrong, why do you have to cover your tracks like that? Honest question. Why would you do that? Why did you have to take it off the website if there was nothing wrong with it? Just curious. But anyways, let's take a look at just a little part of the homily of Father James Martin that I want to interact with. Because, and here you can see they're in Church of the Jesu. There's a whole bunch of people with pride shirts. Here's a guy with a pride shirt on, another lady with a pride shirt on. And here's Father James Martin. I'm not going to play his whole homily. I'm just going to play the end of it, because here's what he's going to attempt to do. He's going to gaslight people and say, you know that story of Zacchaeus? You know how some people hated Zacchaeus and they hated the fact that Jesus ate with this tax collector? Well, he's going to say, you know what? We're about to go process into St. Peter's Basilica, and there's going to be people protesting us, and they're not going to be happy about us doing that. But they're like the people who protested Jesus meeting with Zacchaeus. You see what he tries to do? He's trying to say, if you have a problem with this, you're actually just like the Pharisees, and you're not on the side of Jesus. What is he going to leave out? A message of repentance. The same Jesus who ate with Zacchaeus recognized that Zacchaeus repented. He's the same Jesus who says, repent of your sins and believe the gospel. He's the same Jesus who says, go and sin no more, or something worse will happen to you. He's the same Jesus who says that he upholds every part of the law. That includes the moral prohibitions against homosexual acts. Same Jesus. He ignores all that, ignores the message of repentance, not one word about repentance. And he tries to say, look, if you guys experience, you LGBT Catholics here in Rome experience any kind of pushback, don't worry. That's how Jesus was received when he went into Jerusalem. He got pushed back too. The Pharisees hated him, and the people that are pushing back against you, they're just the Pharisees. But you're on the side of Jesus. What's missing? The message of repentance. Now, if LGBT Catholics were at this Mass very clearly making it known that the act is wrong and we're repenting of this, hey, God bless. God bless. Welcome to Rome. Nothing wrong with that. Absolutely. But that's not their message. They want to normalize the act itself. By the way, why do you call yourself LGBT Catholics? Can you imagine a group calling themselves fornicator Catholics? What? Thievery Catholics? Murderous Catholics? What? Why are you describing your identity by a sin? You know why? Because they don't believe it's a sin and they're wanting to normalize the act. Okay, I'm belaboring the point. Let's watch the homily, just a few minutes of it, and you'll see for yourself where he attempts to gaslight people.
Then she leaves her water jug behind and goes out and proclaims the gospel to the Samaritans. She becomes an apostle. It's the second sign of how Jesus treats people on the margins. There is not a word of condemnation to the Samaritan woman, this person on the margins whom Jesus loves. The third and final story is the story of Zacchaeus, Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus is the chief tax collector in Jericho. Now, he was seen as on the outs. I bring this up not because LGBTQ Catholics are more sinful than anyone else, but because he is excluded, because he is a tax collector.
You know, I take issue with that. Actually, there are some groups that are more sinful than others. Stop it. Stop it. There are some sins that are more grave than others. And we know this not only biblically, but Catholic theology recognizes this. Stop gaslighting.
I want you to think about LGBTQ Catholics like Zacchaeus. Zacchaeus is described as short in stature, right? He is physically short. But how little stature do LGBTQ Catholics have in the church? They have little stature, little standing. We are told he cannot see Jesus. Why? Because of the crowd. The crowd gets in the way. How often is the church the crowd that gets in the way of the person with little stature who cannot see Jesus?
When has the church been getting in the way of LGBT Catholics from seeing Jesus? When? Like, have you ever heard a priest say, no, I will not give, absolution to a homosexual who confesses their sins of homosexual acts? Like, when have you ever come across this? When have they ever gotten in the way? They haven't. What he means by getting in the way is the church doesn't accept the act itself, and that's getting in the way. You see, it's a message of normalizing the act. It's not a message of welcoming. It's not a message of repentance. It's not a message of even God's mercy and love. It's a message of you have to accept the sin, and if you don't, you're standing in the way between this person and Jesus.
And why does he want to see him? He just wants to know Jesus. This is what all LGBTQ people want. They want to see and know Jesus. So what?
When have they been prevented from that? Never. This doesn't happen. Name a priest who refuses to give absolution to a repentant homosexual. I mean, just name them. It just doesn't exist. But that's the point, because that's not what he's talking about.
What does he do? He climbs the tree. He does something difficult. He does something that other people don't have to do. He climbs the tree. Jesus is passing through Jericho, and he says, I must dine at your house tonight. Zacchaeus comes down with joy, because we know how joyful it is to be welcomed finally. And then the line that is so meaningful to me that I want to share with you. Luke's gospel says, all who saw this began to grumble. All who saw this began to grumble.
There it is. If you're opposed to this, you're part of those grumblers. You're one of those nasty Pharisees who oppose Jesus's loving, forgiving message. You see it? See what he's trying to do? Leaving out that little tiny bit about Zacchaeus repented of his sins. Leaving out that little tiny bit about Jesus told sinners to repent of their sins and didn't accept and welcome their sins. He welcomed sinners, but he challenged their sin. Leaving that little tiny bit out.
You will have faced protests and grumbling and complaining. Tomorrow when we process through the holy door, there might be protests. People grumbled in Jesus's time. People grumble in our time.
There you go. So if you're opposed to them doing this, processing this pride flag, I'm sorry, not just pride flag, pride cross. If you're opposed to them bringing the pride cross and pride flags and pride shirts and all that into St. Peter's Basilica, if you're opposed to guys holding hands in St. Peter's Basilica with bags and pride flags and bags that say F the rules, if you're opposed to that, guess what? You're just a grumbler. You're just a Pharisee. You're not on the side of Jesus. You hear the gaslighting? This is so manipulative.
Because showing mercy to people on the margins always makes some people furious.
Nobody has a problem with showing mercy. I have never come across any Christian who says no, mercy is not available to homosexuals. I've never come across this. This does not happen. If it happens, it's like 1 or 2 guys out of 8 billion people in the world. It's not enough to mention in a homily, okay? This doesn't happen. Everyone is on board with saying, of course mercy is available for homosexuals. Of course. The little bit that you're missing is, but mercy is conditioned upon repentance. And that's true for homosexuals, heterosexuals, and every other issue. Every other thing, every other category, every other group. You don't get to say, I can stay in my adultery and God has to be merciful to me. No. If you want God to be merciful to you, repent of your adultery. That was the message of Jesus. And he said, if you don't do that, something worse will happen to you. What is that worst thing? Be afraid of the one who can destroy you in hell. Not just the one who destroys the body, but the one who could destroy you in the afterlife. God. Fear his judgment. Fear his wrath. That's the part that's missing. That's the part that he conveniently leaves out. Why? Because he doesn't believe it's a sin. That's the issue. They want to normalize the act. That's the problem.
So we have to be ready for the grumbling and the complaining. Zacchaeus comes down and he says he will give half of his money to the poor and repay anyone he has defrauded. He has a conversion.
Conversion, you say? But watch. Does he tell LGBTQ Catholics they need to convert and turn away from homosexual acts? Nope. Nope.
But New Testament scholars say that Jesus is speaking, that the Gospels are speaking in the present tense. Zacchaeus is already giving half his money to the poor. He is already a generous person.
Meaning he already converted and repented of his sins. Right, Father Martin? Okay. So if your analogy would hold, you would need to say, LGBTQ Catholics, repent of your sins. And you could receive God's forgiveness and mercy and welcoming.
And finally, Jesus says, salvation has come to this house. So how does Jesus treat Zacchaeus? Get away from me? No, I want to dine with you.
Yeah. Yeah. Because this was a repentant sinner. Are LGBTQ Catholics repenting, or are they trying to normalize the act itself? That's the fundamental difference. Bad analogy, Father Martin. You should have brought up the issue about repentance here and tied it into the group of people that you're talking to, because they're not exempt from the need of repentance. Everyone else has to repent of their sins. Why would LGBTQ Catholics not also have to repent of their sins? Why? Oh, because you don't believe it's a sin. That's why. Got it.
So it seems to me there are 2 places for us to stand in the church. We can stand with Jesus and Zacchaeus, or we can stand with the grumblers and the complainers.
There you go. There you go. You got it, right? That's pretty much the end of the message. There it is. If you're not welcoming to the sin, you aren't on the side of Jesus. If you're opposed to them shoving down pride rainbow flags down your throat and rainbow crosses down your throat, the problem is with you, because you're not on the side of Jesus. You're like the grumblers. You're like the Pharisees. I wonder, how often does Father James Martin quote Jesus fully?
Our first story, we'll talk about the mass deportation sort of while we're on the subject. And this is not anything really all that new. It's just that we finally got the data. And as you know, this has been a big issue of mine for the past couple of years. When the Trump campaign promised the mass deportations last year, you got to realize what a tall order that really is. And realistically, this is something that has been talked about for a long time. We have an unbelievable, huge illegal immigrant population. We all recognize that the illegal immigration itself has to stop. And a lot of these people that are already here and have been here have to go, especially in the past 4 years, when we've had this record-breaking, unbelievable amount of illegal immigration, literally smashing every record on the book by orders of magnitude. It just has to start going in reverse. That being said, this mass deportation proposal is a huge ordeal. It's a huge undertaking. And I don't think people realize that. I realized that. And I knew that last year. When they said we are going to massively deport all these millions of illegal immigrants, immediately this set off the alarm with me. Because in order to deport millions of people, you're gonna need tons of money, tons of personnel, and maybe more even than the resources. And related to the resource question also, you need political will. Because the bigger problem you're gonna run into in this gigantic undertaking, it cannot be done inconspicuously. To massively deport millions of people from America, you're going to need to enlist tons of manpower, tons of money. You're going to need to build structures, enlist judges, lawyers. It cannot be done inconspicuously, discreetly. You cannot do this under the cover of night. This is going to be a Herculean, long-term, intensive effort. Now, with that being said, for that to work, a couple of things are going to need to happen. Forget about, for a moment, the cash infusion. Forget about how you build the detention facilities. Forget about how you train up the personnel. What is involved in the question of mass deportations is, first and foremost, a question of follow-through. When you think about huge projects like World War II, like the New Deal, like major infrastructure projects, building the federal highway system, what is required is a sustained focus from the top for a long period of time. How do you deport millions of people? Well, you're going to need the whole of government to be involved. It's going to need to get bigger. It's going to need to get more focused. It's going to need to build things and hire people, and it's going to need to combat different federal injunctions from judges. It's very complicated. And so what this requires is organization, coordination, focus, perseverance. In a word, political will. If you're going to massively deport people, this needs to be a central focus. Do you understand? This is like Obamacare, or it's like the war in Iraq. To move 10 million people out of this country in a short period of time, it's a big deal. That needs to take up all the energies and all the attention of the people in government. So that's actually a big question. Is the Trump administration prepared to do this? Is that a serious proposal? When they say mass deportations, are they being flippant? Are they using a figure of speech? When they say mass deportations, do they mean they're going to round up millions of people and physically remove them? Or do they mean like a lot of deportations? Do they mean more deportations than we're getting? Because there's a big difference. There's all the difference in the world. You can reasonably increase deportations with the resources we have. You could get new resources, but to massively deport people is a whole other thing. So what did they mean by that? When they said mass deportations, did they know what they were talking about? Do you know what they were talking about? Did they mean that there would be a whole of government approach to move millions of people out of the country? Are they prepared to do that? Are they capable of doing that? Do they have the will to be that focused, coordinated, organized, and to carry this out in a sustained way to the exclusion of almost everything else for the entirety of the 4 years? Another big variable in this equation is that maybe you could argue yes, because Trump has had it. He knows how government works. He's got the right personnel this time. He's got Stephen Miller. He's going to come in focused, and he's just going to do things. And maybe you've taken care of that side of the equation. Maybe you believe that. But then, of course, in politics, there's an action and a reaction. What happens when the administration starts to ramp up? Like I said, they can't do this discreetly. When they start hiring and you see federal officers everywhere and you see people in cages that are being built very quickly to expedite them out of the country, you're going to get a major reaction. And not just from the left. You're going to get a reaction from the Democrats, from the media, from the far left. You're also going to get a reaction from moderate Republicans, from the Joe Rogans. Maybe Stephen Miller's ready for mass deportations. Is Joe Rogan? Is David Sachs? Is Elon Musk? Are core members of the MAGA coalition from the election, are they prepared for that? The answer I always thought was no. And we saw a preview of this in 2018. Trump started to get the border under control very quickly in his first term. In order to do that, they had to separate the minors from the adults when they detained them. They called it the family separation policy. Unaccompanied minors are a big part of the illegal immigration problem. They started to do this, and they had wall-to-wall coverage 24/7 for months. You remember, before the midterms, the narrative was that Trump was putting children in cages. Kids were being put in cages. It's like the Holocaust. And the administration backed down under political pressure. So the question is not just, is the Trump administration prepared to do it? Are they prepared to do it against all the inevitable pushback from the media, from your own political faction, from the Democrats in the midterm election? Are you prepared? Because it's one thing to do it by itself, but it's another thing to do it against all the opposition, because that's really what makes it a challenge. The rest is logistics. And I said last year, I think the answer is no. Nothing that you could show me last year proved in any way, shape, or form that this administration would be serious about doing what I just said. They're not organized. They're not intentional. They're not focused. They're not capable. And what's more, are they ready for the pushback? Absolutely not. What happens when Elon and Joe Rogan join up with the left and suddenly this frat bro uprising, golden age, morning in America, when that crashes on the rocks of reality and we realize people are actually quite liberal still, are people going to be able to fight? Are they going to be willing to continue what must be done? And I thought, no, nobody in this administration is serious about this. They're not serious about what it takes to do it. They're not serious about pushing back against the left. It's not going to happen. I said, rather, what we're getting is this sort of flippant bait. They're saying, yeah, mass deportations. Because they know that those are the magic words that they can use to get the radical right-wing base to turn up in the election and vote. But they're not really serious about following through. Now, since Trump got into office, this has been a matter of much scrutiny. Has there been follow-through? Are they trying? And this has been a matter of a lot of debate. And if you watch the show, you've seen it. You have defenders of the administration on one side that are arguing that, as a matter of fact, the mass deportations are happening. And how do they characterize this? They say, well, they're not where they need to be, but they're ramping up, and the administration is having to fight all these legal battles, and they had to get money through the big, beautiful bill, and there's all these other considerations, but they're coming eventually. It's going to happen one day. They're using other measures. For example, they used a figure from a survey offered by the Census Bureau, a small survey, which they said showed evidence based on some math that they did that 2 million people left America voluntarily. 2 million illegal foreign nationals left the country voluntarily. And here's the issue with this debate about, whether this is happening, in what timeline. And I've said this from the start. It's actually a very simple conversation. We know how many people are being deported. The government knows this. The federal government knows exactly how many people it's deporting all along. And they used to report this. Under the Biden administration, ICE released these numbers quarterly, weekly. Under the Trump administration, they stopped. Do you know that? ICE has reporting standards. They're supposed to produce a quarterly public number on the DHS website. The Biden administration did it every quarter. Trump administration has not done it once. They're supposed to release weekly figures. They haven't done it. Does anybody even know that? The Trump administration, as a matter of fact, they were, at the very beginning of the second term, they were reporting on a press social media account the number of daily arrests. They did that for 2 weeks and then they quietly stopped. Do you remember that? They did it for 2 weeks. Daily arrests, 400 and some. Daily arrests, 500 and some. And the numbers were very low. After Tom Homan promised day one deportation rates, they started very low. They gradually got higher, and then they started coming down again, and then they stopped publishing even those numbers. In the meantime, like I said, people have tried to look and read between the lines, tried to read the tea leaves. How many people really are being removed? People are looking at traffic in Los Angeles. Did you see that? They said that if you look at Google Maps of rush hour traffic in Los Angeles, it looks like traffic seems to be better. So I guess all these illegals got deported. People are having to look at these very unscientific measures to get an idea of whether or not these removals are happening. Well, it turns out we now have a number from ICE. We got it from a FOIA request, Freedom of Information Act. ICE will not report the numbers, so someone had to ask for them through the legal channels. We now have the numbers, and they're pretty rough. It shows that from January 20th, Inauguration Day, until July 31st, 1 month ago, the Trump administration deported 145,000 people. And by the way, that includes confirmed self-deportations. That figure includes every type of removal, every person that ICE has removed, in addition to every person that ICE can verify has voluntarily left. Now, maybe people voluntarily left that we don't know about. Certainly that has happened. Can we quantify it? Not reliably, because we can't count who's not here. What we can count is who has been deported, and we can measure who has been verified as leaving using the CBP One app or leaving through an immigration court. And that number is not good. It's about 145,000 in 7 months. On average, that's about 750 per day. And like I said, if you extrapolate that out and calculate what that would be over the course of a year, it's about 275,000. Over 4 years, over 1 million, just shy of over 1 million. This is a story from Newsweek. It says, quote, Newsweek has analyzed numbers released by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement under a FOIA request, which provided recent records of immigrants to depart the U.S. through July 31st. Since President Trump took office on January 20th, ICE had deported 145,000 illegal immigrants, peaking in June with a total of 28,000, just under 1,000 per day. So the monthly totals are going up and down, but the highest month so far was in June. They went down significantly in July, and in June it topped off at just under 1,000 per day. These are not high numbers. It says in February, the first full month of Trump's second term, confirmed voluntary departures were at 592. By July, that number climbed to 4,241. The beginning of the increase roughly aligns with the repurposing of the U.S. Customs and Border Protection app. Under former President Biden, the CBP One was a tool for immigrants to book appointments with officials at the border. The administration transformed it into a tool for those without legal status to report self-deportation. These are the numbers. And here's the thing. When we as a coalition, because let's say that the Groypers, in some sense, were part of the MAGA coalition. I know people are going to say, what are you talking about? You didn't vote for Trump. I did not vote for Trump. I told you not to. Nevertheless, I'm sure that a lot of people that sympathize with me, immigration restrictionists, nativists, they voted for Trump. So let's just say, better said, immigration restrictionists who are a part of the MAGA coalition, They voted for Trump because mass deportations was their priority. That was promised to them, to us, by Trump. That's why Trump received those votes. Now it's not being delivered. And you look around at what this administration is doing, it's not that this administration can't do anything. It's forcing Colombia to police anti-Semitism. It bombed Iran. It revoked the visas of anybody that criticized Israel. It's reviewing 55 million visas and the social media accounts of those visa holders to see what their opinions are of the war in Gaza. So the administration can do some things for some people. It chooses not to do the other things for other people. And my question in the previous election, it's the same question I pose in every election. What exactly is in it for us? Because what we're being told is that we're part of this grand bargain where we have to tolerate a GOP controlled by Israel, and that's just the reality. But in exchange, we are getting something. Don't worry, we're getting mass deportations. This is what we're being told. You may not like everything the Trump administration is doing. You may not like everyone in the Trump administration, but you are a participant in this. You are a signatory on this grand bargain that we made with them. We, the white Americans, we, the nativists, we made a deal with the Zionists that control the party. They get their war in Gaza. Well, who even cares? I hope they just kill each other. That's all the way over there. That's not our problem. I care about America. They say the Israelis get their war. They get the West Bank and Gaza. We get our mass deportations. All right. Well, what if they're not holding up their end of the bargain? What if they never intended to hold up their end of the bargain? What if the structure of the deal is all wrong? Because we give them our vote and then they're in the driver's seat. People like us are not in power. They are in power. So you have two parties that come together ostensibly for the execution of a deal. And we agree, okay, you get one thing, I get this thing, but the other party executes the deal. The other party is in charge of how the deal is executed. Now, is that how any deal really works? Would you make any deal like that with your finances? Would you make any deal like that with a business partner? Would you enter into a deal with another party, a quid pro quo, and that other party is unilaterally in control of how the deal is carried out and whether they're going to hold up their end of the bargain? Of course not. Well, what am I talking about here? If the proposition is the Republican Party is coming to us and saying, all right, everybody, we're going to have to give the Israelis their war, but don't worry, you're going to get immigration. It's a matter of trust that they're going to follow through because the Israelis are running the government. We're not running the government. Nativists are not. Who's running even the deportation policy? Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller is a Zionist Jew. Stephen Miller is a Zionist Jew cheerleading the war in Iran. He was married to his Jewish wife by Trump's ambassador to Israel. We have no control. We are not in the driver's seat. Who's being appointed? Darren Beattie, Mike Benz, Yoram Hazony's people. These are all Jews. Tucker Carlson had on a guest who was fired from the State Department because Mark Levin's son-in-law, nephew-in-law complained. So we think we're making this deal. We're trusting them to execute the deal out of good faith on our behalf and hold up their end of the bargain. Why would they do that? We vote for them. They get all the power. They do the things that they want. And the things that we want are a complete afterthought. Obviously. They're going to do the things they want. And if we're lucky, maybe they'll do the things that they promised that they would do for us. But they don't really care that much. That's the problem. Now, the reason I'm saying this thing about mass deportations, let's just be honest, it isn't happening. It's been 7 months, and there has been no significant deportations. And before people say, well, you know, we got to pressure the administration to get these numbers higher, you know, look, like on some level, I'm not opposed to that. People say we got to pressure the administration. If it's not happening by now, it ain't going to happen. We got to put the pressure on. First of all, what does that mean? You're going to get on social media and say what? Dude, they run social media. Elon Musk owns Twitter. The Trump administration's facilitating the purchase of TikTok. And all the influencers on our side are paid off by the GOP. You are not pressuring shit. Okay? You're not pressuring anything. Pressure. You think you can generate pressure? Vance's best friend owns the fucking platform. All the top influencers are paid by the GOP. What do you think you're pressuring exactly? So that's one. When people say that, what do they mean? You're going to go online with your 300 follower account and complain? And who's going to listen? All these people in government, they know what they promised. They know what they said. You think they're going to look at this 300 follower account and say, oh boy, well, this guy's not happy. I guess we have to move all of government to deport millions of people, because it doesn't work that way. I'm not opposed to it, but think about the calculus here. Let's think about a couple of things. First, let's think about the economy. We're entering stagflation. What does that mean? Interest rates are already high, but inflation is high. Inflation is stubborn, looks like it's might be creeping back up. If you lower interest rates, there's a chance that inflation might go up more. You already have tariffs in place. Arguably, in the short term, tariffs have an inflationary effect. In the short term, these tariffs will increase prices. So you have stubbornly high inflation because of COVID, quantitative easing, supply chains, tariffs. It's stubborn. At the same time, the job market is very slow right now. There's some red flags in the economy. That's why Trump wants to lower the rates. He wants to grease up the economy. He wants the stock market to go up. He wants hiring to improve. So we're already in this very tricky situation where we have to choose between high inflation or slow growth. You either lower interest rates and you get high inflation and maybe you kickstart growth, or you keep interest rates high and inflation stays down, but growth is slow and you're sort of effectively in a recession. What happens when you massively deport illegal immigrants? Well, look, a lot of them have jobs. And that means a couple of things. That means they work for low wages. The other thing means they spend money here. So what happens when you deport illegal immigrants? Well, wages are going to have to go up because the labor pool shrinks. Labor cost goes up. Prices have to go up. That's inflation. And consumer spending goes down. These illegal immigrants, they do spend money here. So that slows growth. So deporting illegal immigrants is not something the administration wants to do right now. And if you don't believe me, just ask the administration. What did Trump say when he passed the Big Beautiful Bill? The Big Beautiful Bill was supposed to remedy all these resource problems that were hindering mass deportations. They appropriated $150 billion to hire the ICE agents, build the facilities, get it going. And what did Trump say the day the bill was passed? He said, we will not deport illegal immigrants working on farms, in hotels, in restaurants, in construction. He said, and the radical right won't like that, but they'll understand. He said, we need the people. We need these people to stay here. What does he mean we need the people? We have people here. It's not that we need the people, it's that we need the people to stay here working at the wages they're working at because we don't want to upset the apple cart. So for economic reasons, that's why the deportations are going down. The big beautiful bill passed in what, May, June? Deportations went down. Think about it. We appropriated $150 billion to get deportations up. Trump deployed the National Guard to LA to suppress the anti-deportation riots. And after both of these things, deportations are down 20%. They're down month over month. And they told us why. It's because even though the base wants it, even though the administration promised it, it's just not going to work for the economy. So the economic constraints are there. Then there's the political constraints. When those riots were happening in LA, you know who spoke up against the deportations? It wasn't just leftists. It was also Joe Rogan. It was also Elon Musk. They said, we're okay with deporting criminals. I don't know about everybody else, though. And they signaled that a year ago. Joe Rogan is not a far-right ethno-nationalist. Neither is the All In podcast or David Sachs, or for that matter, anyone in Silicon Valley. Now, what happens in the midterm elections when let's say next year in 2026, because people think the numbers are low now. Okay, what if they get jacked up? What if the numbers are doubled? Well, you're getting killed with Hispanic voters. You're going to have people like Joe Rogan in Silicon Valley. They'll be speaking out against it. So how's that going to help? And maybe the money dries up for the Republicans in the midterms too, because now Silicon Valley is such a big patron of the GOP. And that's not to mention what is going to be the political effect of wall-to-wall coverage of Gestapo ICE raids and riots and Antifa terrorism trying to stop them. It's not going to happen politically either. So it is September 2025. The midterms realistically start in the spring of next year. So you got about 8 months before this becomes reality. The economic constraints are already there. And then from then until Election Day, you can't do mass deportations. What happens in 2027? Well, the race for 2028 begins, of course. 2028, you're going to have a wide open Republican and Democrat field, just like in 2016. And these primaries, they tend to start in 2020. The Democrat primary started in January 2019, 2 months after the midterms. In 2016, the GOP primary started in April 2015, 5 months after the midterms. So the midterms are going to be most of next year. And then within maybe 6 months of the midterms, the 2028 election begins. And it's the same logic, the same economic logic, the same political logic. So people are out there saying, we got to pressure the administration. We got to speak out. Dude, they know what they're doing. Who do you think is sticking the knife in your back and fucking twisting it? They're doing it. They know what they promised. They know what people are saying. They're not delivering. And who are they going to listen to? Elon Musk, the economy, the elections, or you? Because you're mad on Twitter, but you're going to vote Republican anyway. They don't care. You're mad. The Republicans have been mad for 30 years. They vote anyway. They don't care. It costs them nothing. They care about the economy. They care about the elections. They care about the midterms. So really what I'm saying when I talk about deportations is think about how politics works for you. Does it work for you? Is this deal working for you? Illegal immigration is like maybe the biggest thing ruining our quality of life. We could deal with all the other nonsense. But on top of it, you got Indian truck drivers slamming into people, causing a fucking 6 million mile long pileup on the highway. You've got Venezuelans with their kids on their back selling candy bars they stole from Walgreens in the middle of the intersection. They're stealing cars. They're breaking into cars, driving up the cost of housing. We don't even know where to put all these people. They're making it so that it takes 8 hours to get seen at a hospital at any given time. All we voted for in the last election was get these fucking people out. We didn't vote to bomb Iran. We didn't vote to have regime change in Venezuela. We didn't vote to make Ukraine safe for democracy. And yet we're doing all that. We didn't vote to make Colombia safe for Jews so they don't get criticized. We didn't vote to make it so that you can't boycott Israel. We voted to get these fucking people out. And what was promised was a whole of government effort to massively deport these people. In reality, they were never serious about doing it. They never intended on following through. They said that because they knew that's what you wanted to hear. They do it every election. It's called red meat for the base. It's juicy. It's bloody. They throw it to you. It's a scrum. The people go in. And then they know they'll do what they always do. They forget about it, like they do with everything. The Epstein files, the Capitol footage, you name it. Obamacare, did they ever repeal Obamacare? They campaigned on that in 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24. It's still there. It's Obamacare still there. It's all still there. So this is where you need to change how you think about politics, where you think, oh, well, it's going to be better under Trump. Well, look, I mean, I don't care what happens in Gaza as long as we get our deportations. When you vote, it's sort of like, think about it like this. When the Federal Reserve prints money, who does the money go to first? It goes to the finance sector first. And they benefit from that. It actually matters. When the Federal Reserve prints money and when they do quantitative easing and they manipulate their balance sheet, where does that hit first? It first hits with the banks and the big corporations. And they get a little bit of an edge, sort of like a casino. You know how in a casino, every single game mathematically makes it fucking impossible for you to lose? The best odds you're going to get is if you're card counting on blackjack, you get 49% or something. It's like when the Federal Reserve prints money. And it's like in politics. When you vote, you are not getting in power. Trump is. When you vote, you don't become president. Trump becomes president, obviously. But then what does Trump do? Trump nominates a cabinet. Trump nominates heads of every agency and department in the federal government. And then what do? Well, they pick their deputies, and their deputies pick deputies, and their deputies pick policy directors and all kinds of different people. And those people actually have the power. And who are those people? The donors. The billionaires pick the personnel. Because the billionaires say, look, Trump, I'll give you $100 million to help you win the election, but then I get to pick your Secretary of State. I get to be your Secretary of Education. How do you think Linda McMahon became the Secretary of Education? Or Betsy DeVos in the last Trump term? They gave the money, and then they become the personnel, and then they get to write the policy. They have the power. You are outside pressuring them, writing your tweets, being angry. Why aren't you deporting more people? They have the power. They wield the power of the government. And we're just trusting them. Okay, here's all the power. Now are you going to do what you promised us you'd do? Why would they do it? They're going to do what helps them. They don't give a fuck about illegal immigration. It doesn't affect them. Do you think illegal immigration affects any of these people? It does not. It affects working class people. It affects people in the heartland of the country. It affects people that actually have to go to a hospital with the scrum. It does not affect them. That's just one example. And so how do you think about politics? We need to take power. Forget about voting. Just get that out of your vocabulary. How can we use power? Using the vote is one way. We can get together, as I've said many times, and say, listen, we are going to get together and withhold our vote. To punish you, to reward you, to make a demand, that's a way to use power. That's one way, collective action. There's other ways. What if we all got together and boycotted? What if we all got together and stopped sending money? But collective action. Using your vote, using your dollar, doing other things, collective action. That's one. Another one is you actually get into the halls of power. That's why I encourage Groypers, go to college, join a college Republican chapter, volunteer for campaigns, get involved in state and local government, try to get in DC. Make as much money as you can. Maybe one day you could be a donor to a congressman. You could be a congressman. You could donate to the president. We want power. That's what this is all about. Pressuring, raising awareness. Fuck all that. If I hear one more person saying we need to raise awareness, I'm just going to punch them in the throat. Well, we need to raise awareness. Well, we need to tell people. And don't get me wrong, that's part of what we do, but it's a means to an end. Why are we raising awareness? To get power. Why are we raising the consciousness? To get power. Why are we winning the argument? To get power. It's not about, convincing your grandma to be a Groyper. It's about seeding the ground so that the culture changes, so that people that have our views can attain institutional power, so that some guy doesn't get blasted out of his his college Republican chapter because he liked an edgy meme about Israel. It's about seeding the ground with ideas for a cultural change so that people are not nuked from orbit for having our views. Then they can be college Republicans. If they could be CRs, they could work on campaigns. If they could work on campaigns, they can work in congressional offices. If they can work in congressional offices, they can be deputies in departments and agencies, and so on and so forth. But eventually we want to be those people on that side of the equation. We don't want to be the people outside complaining, being angry, and, okay, we'll vote, whatever. We want to be the people on the other side with the power. And to the extent that we have to vote, do vote. To the extent that we have to spend our money, do spend our money. Collective action is the way. Don't give them anything for free. Don't give them your vote. They're not giving us anything. When have you ever been given fucking anything? You don't get anything. This administration doesn't. What did they just take away? This administration today just made it so that airlines don't have to refund you for canceling your flights. They're not giving away anything. If anything, the Democrats give stuff away. Think about it. In not the last election, but the election before that in 2020, Trump could have given you another stimulus. Instead, he appointed this idiot, Amy Coney Barrett, to the Supreme Court. They could have given you $1,000 in your fucking hands, and they gave us this. She adopted George Floyd and cried about, black people. They don't give you anything. Biden forgave student loans. Biden took medical debt off your credit score. That helped me. I had an ambulance bill that my mom didn't pay, some clerical nonsense, and it was on my credit report. Biden took it off. That helped my life. You know when Trump has ever helped my life? 0 times, ever. Never gotten anything. They take shit away. And next time you book a flight and they cancel and you're not entitled to a refund, remember when you give Trump your vote and we're all on the team and we just got to do our part and hold the line. They're not giving you anything. Don't give them anything. Everything must be a play. Everything must be a strategy. Don't give them your vote. Trade the vote. Make your vote a performance. That's what I did in the last election. I didn't vote. I said, I'm going to use the election as a drama. Oh, you care about winning? Well, listen to me. You want to win. You want the votes. I'm not going to give them to you. I'm not going to give them to you, and I'm going to use it to promote my issues. Now what? We're supposed to trust the plan, your plan? How about we're going to get groypers inside the government? You know, we need to get people that are actually on that side of the vote. That's why I say mass deportations. The reason I tell you mass deportations are a failure, one, that's a fact. The reason I harp on it is to demoralize you. I am telling you that to break you. I am grabbing you by your hair, shoving your face in the mud, and saying this is what voting has wrought. All of this negotiating with yourself in your head, playing with dolls. Oh, Stephen Miller and J.D. Vance, action figures are going to physically remove them. That's not happening. That's not real. You know, 10 years, people's real lives had been destroyed. 10 years, people actually got killed in the BLM riots that Trump let happen. People actually killed themselves after Charlottesville that Trump let get out of control. People actually had their real lives destroyed being locked up after January 6th, or having their money frozen or being put on the no-fly list. And what do we have to show for it? So it is to tell you this is a reality check. The idea that if we just keep putting down the vote and we're incrementally moving towards far-right ethno-nationalism, if we rack up enough Republican failures in a 700-year period, eventually we'll take back America. It's not happening. It wasn't happening in 2017. It's not happening now. They get their wars. They get their corporate tax cut. They buried the Epstein files. No mass deportations. And that's by design. That's how that system works. So this is why people got to get off of the hamster wheel. We're playing hamburger on a string here. You know, they're riding our back with a fishing line over our head with a hamburger, and us true goyim are forever chasing it. You have to get off of the treadmill, get off the hamster wheel. Do something that they fear. And by that, I'm not insinuating violence. I'm saying cause the GOP to panic. The GOP is terrified that the groypers are so popular and we are going to fucking torpedo them over Epstein, Israel, Vance. Damn right we are. And they should fear it. Because the message is this: give us another candidate or we will make him lose. Try again. Roll again. You don't want us to make a problem for you? Well, then you better make us happy. Get this fat fuck out of our face. Or buckle up and have 4 years of Gavin Newsom. We did 4 years of Biden. We lived. Everyone's going to be fine, actually. You know, Republicans, and by the way, for everybody that says, oh, what if a Democrat wins? Need I remind you, the Democrats stole the election in 2020 and Republicans were complicit. Why does no one talk about this? Think about this. They're telling you, we have to vote. We can't let the Democrats win. If the Democrats win, it's going to be so bad. You, the voters, can't let that happen. Where was that urgency when the Democrats stole it in 20? Every swing state had a Republican-controlled legislature. Almost all of them had Republican governors. Why did they not move a finger to stop the election from being stolen? Why did Trump's White House counsel not do anything? Why did the Republicans in the House and the Senate, excuse me, why did they not do anything? We controlled 26 out of 50 state delegations in 2020. They did nothing. Mitch McConnell held impeachment over Trump's head after January 6th. So it's like, if you care more about Republicans staying in power than they do, what does that tell you? They gaslighted you into being like really invested. I gotta go out and vote. I gotta bring 10 people. You know, Scott Pressler, they got this guy, it's like a slave driver. They're working this guy like a dog in Pennsylvania, getting we gotta go to Pennsylvania and get everybody to vote. And it's like, when it actually mattered, Republicans, they said, we're okay with Biden becoming president. That's fine. What does that tell you?
What these Epstein victims said yesterday drove Nancy Mace into a full-blown panic attack. Because at members of the House Oversight Committee meeting yesterday behind closed doors with 6 of Epstein's victims, and Mace was spotted leaving early with tears streaming down her face. With her later saying on X, as a recent survivor, I had a very difficult time listening to their stories. Full-blown panic attack, sweating, hyperventilating, shaking, I can't breathe. With her adding, I feel the immense pain of how hard all victims are fighting for themselves because we know absolutely no one will fight for us. Right in her committee, they've been waiting for the DOJ to comply with its subpoena for the full Epstein files for weeks at this point. So far, they've only gotten 33,000 pages, which they just released to the public last night. But also a key thing there is that according to the Democrats on the committee, 97% of the documents were already publicly available. And in fact, according to reports, even some of those appear to be more heavily redacted now than they were when Attorney General Pam Bondi.
So it seems like, irrespective of what the Trump administration wants, that they're going to release a version of the files. Now, we don't know if that's going to be an official version passed through the House, or if that's going to be a unofficial version with some of the victims coming together and creating a list. But we know it's probably going to be some type of version of a list. So before we get to Nancy Mace, I just want to make a timeline of all the events that happened, and then we'll catch up to Nancy, that's a lot of beans, you nasty bitch, Mace. So Jeffrey Epstein initially starts off as a teacher, and then he transitions into financial banking, and then starts his own firm where he gets connections to billionaires. So his firm is strictly billionaires, but he has most of his clients hidden, which is unheard of for a new startup to be managing billionaires. And by the mid 1980s, he gets connected to Leslie Wexner, who is the billionaire behind Victoria's Secret, Bed Bath & Beyond, and at the time was one of the richest, if not the richest person in the world. He gets arrested, and he gives full financial and power of attorney to Jeffrey Epstein, which is really weird and strange. And you would usually give it to a family member, somebody you know you can trust, somebody like blood, like your wife, your oldest child. But he gave it to Jeffrey Epstein, which is like a huge red flag. Also around this time, he's connected to one of the biggest Ponzi schemes of all time, and he ends up getting away from it. But the people convicted of the crime said that he was a key factor later on after the convictions and all the cases have been wrapped up. And by the 1990s to 2000s, he was wrapped in all the elite circles. By this time, he was with Donald Trump. He was with Bill Clinton. He was with Prince Andrew. He was with the former Prime Minister of Israel. And these weren't just little ties here and there. No, he was connected. He was going on trips with these people often. He was going on plane rides with these people often, alone. He was throwing parties. And he would have framed pictures of them together, quoted as saying he's best friends with Donald Trump for 10 years. It's also alleged from Jeffrey Epstein's butler that he was intimate with Melania Trump. And the conspiracy is that because he's connected to the former prime minister, that he was part of Mossad and he was getting intelligence on a lot of rich and powerful people like the president. And at the time of Bill Clinton's presidency, he had information about Bill Clinton cheating on Hillary Clinton. And they had some dispute about something going on with Israel, and that former prime minister blackmailed Bill Clinton on it. 2005, Palm Beach investigates Jeffrey Epstein on a alleged 14-year-old rape. And when it gets announced, dozens and dozens of victims come forward. And by 2008, he gets a sweetheart deal, and it's a non-prosecution agreement, meaning that anybody connected to this crime won't get prosecuted if he pleads guilty, as well as it only being 13 months with work release, which means that Jeffrey Epstein is literally allowed to leave the prison for most of the day. He can essentially live his same life, but just has to check in with the prison, which is unheard of. This is for high level people that did some type of tax evasion and stuff like that, and then they snitch out on all these big lawyers that are working with it, and then they go into these sweetheart prisons, but never for a sex trafficker. As well as it's unheard of for it to also be a non-prosecution deal, meaning that we can't prosecute anybody connected to you. And the conspiracy is that he was connected to people in the FBI. And that same person who is in charge of the case later goes on to be nominated by Donald Trump as a FBI director. And that'll be important for later on. So in 2009, he gets released. He continues to travel and gets more trafficking allegations. And he starts to operate his island. And this is where he is alleged to do a lot of the sex trafficking with the high level public figures like Prince Andrew and the former prime minister. As soon as Jeffrey Epstein is arrested by 2019, all the famous clientele start to back off and try to distance themselves. But later on, they're all deeply connected to him. Also, they find lies like Prince Andrew saying that, hey, I stopped talking to him around 2010, but emails showed that he was talking to him deeply every day until like 2015. So he was going on trips with him until 2015, but claiming that he stopped talking to him by 2010. And just a few months after he gets arrested, he is found dead. And we know how this goes. He's allegedly on suicide watch, and he's left in a cell alone, allegedly commits suicide, but was previously on video saying, I would never commit suicide. And he was seemingly healthy, as well as there being an autopsy saying that Jeffrey Epstein didn't kill himself. He was murdered. I mean, it's straight out of the fucking wire. And as the case starts to grow, public outrage causes them to prosecute more people connected to Jeffrey Epstein, the biggest one being Ghislaine Maxwell. So in 2020, she's arrested, convicted of sex trafficking, and sentenced to 20 years. But then nobody else is prosecuted. Prince Andrew, Trump, Bill Clinton, the powerful people and billionaires he's connected to. And in 2024, Trump goes on a crusade saying he's going to release these files that people have been demanding to be released. Then he does a bullshit Jeffrey Epstein file release, makes a big show of it. People are outraged. And then he kind of claims that it's fake news and it's a Democratic hoax. Connections between him and Jeffrey Epstein come out. He says a bunch of stuff and then it turns out to be lies. Like when he cut ties with Jeffrey Epstein and the reasons that he cut ties for Jeffrey Epstein, as well as a weird ass birthday letter coming out where he draws the outline of a woman with a note and it ends with enigma never ends. It's a great secret that we have. Why the fuck is he sending that to the pedophile king is beyond me. That's some weird fucking shit, bro. That shit is fucking creepy. And we're completely caught up. And the great secret that we have. Why the fuck is he sending that birthday letter coming out where he draws the outline of a woman with a note and it ends with enigma never ends? It's a great secret that we have. Why the fuck is he sending that to the pedophile king is beyond me. That's some weird fucking shit, bro. That shit is fucking creepy. And we're completely caught up. And so right now they're doing a meeting outside of the Capitol led by Thomas Massie, Marjorie Taylor Greene, and Ro Khanna. They convinced Nancy Mace to come out and vote for the release of the files. And here's what fucking kills me. It took you this long to be in favor of it and you're a sex trafficking victim. So it took you to talk to these people for you to want to release the files and get justice for them. And the total disrespect of the fucking American voters. Who were the main people that wanted the files released? It wasn't Democrats, it was Republicans. And almost every Republican voted against it except two. Nancy Mace, those are some nasty beans, you dirty bitch. And Trump is going behind the scene, threatening every Republican that if you vote for this bill, it'll be considered a hostile act towards MAGA. We're about an afternoon away from Trump being like, I'll suck your dick if you don't vote for that bill. Please don't vote for that bill. I'll give you a good little hand job. But the good news is that some type of justice is probably going to come out for this. And if you could imagine being a victim of one of these crimes and you finally get the courage to come out and you finally feel like there's going to be justice, there's a lot of public outrage, people are aware of what's going on, you come out and you defeat the final boss, the billionaire connected to all these powerful people, and then the fucking president of the United States fucking backdoors you, I'd be fucking pissed. To put this in One Piece terms, it's like if you battled Aka Inu for 10 days straight and you finally beat him, and then you think you won the battle, and then fucking Prime Whitebeard comes out of the background and sneaks you with a Goro no Mi. So it's been crazy for them, and I know I'm joking right now, but this shit is actually fucked up. If anything, the amount of struggle that these women and men have been through, it's kind of insane. Think about how far we've gone down in society to where like Richard Nixon retired after doing some slight corruption. This is the biggest conspiracy theory in the history of the United States, and this is just a normal Tuesday. Tomorrow something bigger will come on the news. You know, Trump will invade Chicago, or Gavin Newsom will make a funny post. But I think we get the feeling that nothing is really changeable, despite how badly we might want it. Nothing will probably come of this. I mean, we can get mad and stuff, but at the end of the day, this feels like a TV show that always has a next chapter, will always keep going. And even if the worst crimes are committed, or if there's real life people that have been hurt and haven't got justice,
in order to give a coherent explanation in defense of the Trinity, you're going to have to admit a church. You're going to have to admit a normative, authoritative body that's there to make decisions, that has a succession, that has a power and a gift of authority and of carrying on the faith after the death of the apostles. And of course, no Protestant confesses that, at least not in the way, in the sense that we do as Orthodox. And so, of course, between Orthodox and Roman Catholics, obviously we both agree in principle to the doctrine of apostolic succession, the idea that the apostles ordained successors after them to carry on, transmit, and to have authority, the exercise of the office of the keys, right, to bind and to loose, to remit and retain sins, to give judgments, right? The local bishop plays that role. Hence, the bishops are the successors to the apostles, and they are, you could say, the princes of the New Jerusalem, to use the language of Jesus when he's speaking to the apostles. Now, that doesn't mean that the bishops have the exact same authority as apostles. They don't have the authority in the sense that they can preach the word of God as if it's divine revelation, right? So divine revelation ceased with the death of John the Apostle. There's no new public divine revelations, okay? But what we're going to see is that the doctrine of the Trinity is a accurate reflection and encapsulation or terminological description of the apostolic deposit. So the apostolic deposit, right, is the totality of the doctrine of what Christ committed to his apostles, what they preached and what they taught under the influence of the Holy Spirit, the authoritative interpretations of the law and the prophets, the Old Testament, that they gave via the inspiration of the Holy Spirit for us, right? So Peter says that no man, right, prophesied of his own will, but every prophecy occurred via the Holy Spirit. Men of God, holy men, being moved and prompted by the Holy Spirit and not by some arbitrary concocted will of man.
At first glance, the Second World history lesson. Almost everybody's history lessons at school will have mentioned Kristallnacht or the Night of Broken Glass, but very little is actually known about the event. It's hardly ever mentioned why the events took place, who ordered it, or how it affected the course of history. It's usually just discussed in a vacuum. Hopefully, in this video I can shed some more light on the time period. Hitler had spent years talking about the Jewish people, yet when he came to power, the actual repression against them was so mild that it disappointed some of the more radical corners of the party. Hitler had actually quite logically decided that if he was going to separate the Jews from the Germans, he wanted it done without causing a gigantic international uproar. After all, one of his biggest enemies was the foreign press, especially the Jewish-owned ones, and if he made any move too harsh on the Jews, they could quite easily ruin his reputation and make foreign policy an impossible minefield to maneuver. He set about doing this by actually working with Zionist organizations. Zionism, in modern times, is pretty much a nothing word, much like fascism or racism. However, in this instance, I mean it in the literal Jewish people wanting a homeland for the Jews sense. Almost as soon as Hitler came to power, he was set upon by various groups of international businessmen, and German goods were boycotted. This is where the infamous Judea declares war on Germany newspaper headline comes from, that is often used out of context. Hitler managed to get some of these boycotts removed by working with the Zionists to establish a plan for the relocation of Germany's Jews, or at least those that would go willingly, to British Palestine. Some, of course, refused to revoke their boycotts no matter what, unless Hitler was removed from office. This Palestine scheme was known as the Havara Agreement. The plan didn't really work to the scale that both sides would have hoped for, but regardless, this was Hitler's primary method of dealing with the problem long term. Of course, in everyday society, there was shops who refused Jews entry and had signs saying Jews not wanted, but this was the case in the United States, or even Great Britain too, albeit not on the same scale, obviously. This was the situation in 1938, as the events of Kristallnacht neared. Hitler was viewed by some in the party as being too soft, as opposed to too harsh, despite his increasing restrictions on Jews. But the outside world, of course, viewed Hitler's rhetoric against the Jews as abominable. It was this minefield that the Führer had to navigate. Before we begin, a quick disclaimer. This is a video about both Adolf Hitler's life and also about the Night of Broken Glass. Both are extremely controversial. I don't need to make a huge speech really, but please just use common sense. This video is purely a work of history. It is not political in any way, shape, or form, and I will express no opinions of my own. Thank you. Also, this video is part of the larger series on the life of Adolf Hitler. If you'd like to start from the start, then the playlist is linked down below, and also displayed front and center on my channel homepage. The video can just as easily be viewed on its own, however. And finally, a huge thank you to my Patreon, Subscribestar, and YouTube members for their constant support. My videos are not monetized immediately, and have to undergo a manual review process. Whilst every video does indeed get monetized eventually, it usually takes a few days to a week. As a result, the vast majority of my income comes from the kind donations that you guys provide on these websites. I cannot thank you enough, as this is my full-time job. If you're new, or even a regular viewer, and you enjoy my content, want to join our Discord, our weekly Hearts of Iron 4 games, or even our Minecraft server, then please do consider joining up in one of the links in the description. Even the $2 tier helps immensely. Thank you. "1938 was a year of Hitler's Germany jumping from crisis to crisis. Early in the year, the Blomberg-Fritsch affair ended with Hitler shuffling the old conservatives out of his government and replacing them with newer faces. In February and March, the Anschluss dominated the world's news headlines. Hitler managed to make his way through both of these events relatively untouched. The latter did show Hitler's willingness to occupy foreign nations, however, regardless of the fact that it was the Austrians themselves who wanted the invasion. The peace didn't last for long. A few months later, the world was rocked by the Sudeten crisis. At points, Europe was within hours of war breaking out, but thanks to Neville Chamberlain, the nations of Europe were saved from such a fate. Germans were being massacred in the Sudetenland, and after Beneš, the president of Czechoslovakia, tried to bait Hitler into mobilizing his army and creating a fake scandal, Hitler put his foot down. In the end, the Sudetenland was handed over to Germany, and Beneš ran off with his tail between his legs, where he would continue to shill for a war with Germany, in collaboration with other paid warmongers like Winston Churchill and Duff Cooper. The Germans of the Sudetenland had been saved, but the German international reputation had not been. The warmongers, chief among them Churchill, began to spin the Sudeten crisis as a first step in Germany's path to world domination. Sadly, people genuinely began to believe that Hitler incorporating 3 million Germans into the nation of Germany was the beginning of a larger conquest. A major triumph was slowly but surely being spun into a capitulation to Hitler. Chamberlain's moral action of saving the British people from war was starting to be viewed as cowardice. This is the false narrative that remains to this day. Regardless, this false narrative was now the reality in part of the public mind, and it was the situation that Hitler had to reckon with. After these crises, particularly the Austrian one, there was thousands and thousands of Jews who wanted to leave the country, as Hitler slowly took a tougher and tougher line to be rid of them, and the Germans were more than happy to accommodate. The problem was, as was already an issue with the rest of the Jews in Germany, nobody wanted them. The Brits would only accept so many in British Palestine. The French wanted nothing to do with the matter. In fact, the French foreign minister had begged Ribbentrop not to flood France with German Jews, as he said they already had enough, and they were even considering Madagascar for the purpose of getting rid of them. The new Czech government had been replaced by moderates as opposed to Beneš's anti-Hitler extremists, and the nation took a pro-German line. In fact, they were already effectively begging Germany for protection from Hungary, who was eager to avenge Trianon. The Czechs weren't big fans of the Jews anyway, but now with Beneš gone as a restraining factor, they had no tolerance for the matter at all. they were happy to toe the German line and impose anti-Jewish restrictions. In some cases, they were even more eager than the Germans and began to deport these Jews by the thousands. Again, the problem was where to put them. The obvious answer for the place to put all these Jews was Poland, the nation with the most Jews in Europe by far. The issue again was that the Polish government was incredibly anti-Semitic themselves and shuddered at the thought of thousands more Jews being pumped into the nation. Ambassador Joseph Lipski of Poland had even said directly to Hitler that if he somehow managed to solve the Jewish problem in Europe, then the Poles would build a statue of Hitler in Warsaw. In March 1938, the Poles quickly passed a law to prevent the influx of Jews that would inevitably come from Vienna, which housed thousands of Polish Jews. These Jews were stripped of their Polish citizenship rights. After the Munich Agreement, the Poles panicked even more, and they immediately implemented harsher restrictions on Jewish repatriation. They wanted absolutely nothing to do with the issue, despite an overwhelming amount of the Jews being Polish Jews. The date of 31st of October was given. After that, there would be no more Polish Jews crossing back into Poland, and as a result, the last days of October were an absolute frenzy of activity on the Polish-German border. The Germans themselves were more than happy to take advantage of the deadline. They cancelled 12,000 Polish Jews' residence permits in the country, and amidst all the chaos, they sent trainloads of these Jews across the border before the Poles could figure out what on earth was going on. The Poles refused the Jews, and they ended up living a horrible refugee existence on the border of the two nations, where they relied on the Red Cross to survive. On one of these trains were 484 Polish Jews from Hanover. Most important among them was Mr. and Mrs. Grinspan and their daughters who had moved to Germany in 1911, and there they had a son, Herschel. Herschel Grinspan was to become a name that would go down in history, but for now he was a nobody. His parents had wanted him to go to Palestine, however he was told that he was too young and had to wait a year. Instead, it was decided that Herschel should go and stay in Paris with his aunt and uncle. In September 1936, he illegally entered France through Belgium. During the following 2 years, he lived amongst other Eastern Jews in a Paris enclave where Yiddish was spoken. He learned barely a word of French over his 2 years there and rarely met Frenchmen. His time in Paris somewhat mirrored Hitler's in Vienna. He was a wanderer, and instead of an artist, he was an inspiring poet. As he wasn't a legal resident of France, he couldn't study, and as a result, his life went nowhere. With no clear path to achieving anything, he quickly became depressed and irritable. He refused to get a job, and his aunt and uncle described him as a useless drain on their resources. On top of this, he was well known for his fiery temper and was quick to respond to verbal anti-Semitism with his fists, and due to his upbringing in Jewish schools, he was far more Jewish than his parents had been, even for Eastern Jewish standards. As a result, he made the Jewish cause in Germany his own, and the anti-Jewish sentiment there was driving him mad. To make matters worse, in late 1938, the French police were actually looking for him in order to deport him, given that he was an illegal immigrant after all. To those around him, he would rant and rave about the Jewish situation in Germany, and he was essentially a loose cannon waiting to explode. He had nothing, and he was going nowhere, with nothing to live for. All he had left was his family back in Germany, whom he missed so much, and would frequently talk about. On November the 3rd, Grinspan received a letter from his sister, and it was here that he learned of his parents' and sister's demeaning repatriation to Poland. Herschel immediately tried to shake his uncle down for money, and after wild protests, he either gave in or was robbed for 300 francs by his nephew, who then walked out. 4 days later, on the 7th of November, he turned up at the German embassy, seeking revenge. At 9:45 a.m, he told the receptionist that he was a German resident with important intelligence that he wanted to give to the most senior diplomat available. Only the second most senior official in the building, Ernst von Raff, was available to meet him. Herschel had actually walked past German Ambassador von Welzeck on his way in, who was leaving for his daily walk. Herschel walked into Raff's office and was asked to provide the document he claimed to possess. Instead, Herschel pulled out a gun and shot Raff 5 times, shouting, quote, "You're a filthy Bosch. In the name of 12,000 persecuted Jews, here is the document," end quote. Herschel did not attempt to evade the police, and he cried to them, quote, "Being a Jew is not a crime. I am not a dog. I have a right to live, and the Jewish people have a right to exist on this earth. Wherever I have been chased like an animal," end quote. The truth was, however, that Herschel had just killed a random, completely innocent man simply because he was German. In no way was this going to make things better, only worse. The victim, in fact, was under investigation by the Gestapo and wasn't even anti-Semitic. Raff died of his injuries 2 days later on the 9th of November, the 15th anniversary of the most important date in Germany, the Beer Hall Putsch. Hitler and all the others were gathered in Munich for the yearly services when they got the news. Herschel couldn't have possibly asked for worse timing. Patriotic feeling was at a maximum, and the German people were never going to be in a position to tolerate such a targeted attack. The reaction was spontaneous and immediate. Within hours, synagogues were on fire across Germany. In fact, such events were occurring all over Germany before the Führer even received the news. Here, he ordered that no counter-protests should be arranged, and he was informed that the Munich police were already cracking down on huge anti-Jewish demonstrations. Goebbels, on the other hand, who was currently in disgrace with Hitler over his high-profile cheating scandal, had a bright idea to get back into Hitler's good books. The greatest public speaker Germany had, the very face of the public regime, made the pogroms his own cause. He told party officials to organise and fan the flames of the current spontaneous demonstrations. The SA was his vehicle for doing so, and plain-clothed men quickly began making things worse, whilst also trying to make it seem as if the party was not responsible. He would frequently talk of the Gauleiters getting cold feet, but he was proud of the SA, that they simply went ahead and began smashing up Jewish businesses and synagogues. He even ordered particular synagogues in his own district of Berlin to be smashed. An action report by the leader of the SA group Nordmark read, quote, "At about 10 p.m. on November the 9th, the need for the operation was put to a number of Gauleiters assembled in the Munich Hotel Schottenhamel by an anonymous member of the Nazi Party's Reichsleitung. I thereupon volunteered the services of my SA group Nordmark to the Gauleiter Hinrich Loss. At about 10:30 p.m. he telephoned his chief of staff in Kiel. A Jew has fired a shot. A German diplomat is dead. There are wholly superfluous places of congregation in Friedrichstadt, Kiel, and Lübeck, and these people are still trading in shops in our midst. We don't need either the one or the other. There's to be no plundering, nor any manhandling. Foreign Jews are not to be molested. If there's any resistance, use your firearms. The whole operation is to be in plain clothes, and is to be over by 5 a.m. End quote. It's important to remember that the Third Reich isn't as streamlined as one might imagine. The reality was that there were several smaller competing groups. Himmler had his SS, Goering had his industrialists, Goebbels had his propaganda network, and Bormann controlled the circle around Hitler, just to name a few. Most of these men didn't like each other, and would often pursue opposing aims, in which Hitler was sometimes kept in the dark. This time, however, Hitler was with Himmler, and Himmler began to receive reports from his Gestapo that Goebbels' propaganda offices were whipping up anti-Jewish demonstrations, and that he was ordering the police, who were meant to be under the control of Himmler, not to intervene. Himmler turned straight to the Führer for further instructions, and he was ordered to protect Jewish lives and Jewish property. According to Himmler, it appeared as if this was the first Hitler had heard of such things when he told him. Trying to put this genie back in the bottle was never going to be an easy task, however. After all, Goebbels held more sway on the public than anyone else except Hitler himself. One of the main issues was that the attempts to put down these demonstrations were only ever going to be half-hearted by anyone except those with an eye for foreign policy. Helping the Jews wasn't for the Jews' benefit, but for the Germans. If a medieval-style pogrom erupted in Germany, the nation that was being accused of mistreating Jews, then it would be the biggest hit to Germany's international reputation imaginable. On a personal level, disregarding what outsiders thought, then, there was of course thousands of Germans who saw this as their chance to finally get at the Jews, and they relished the opportunity. They had been held back for years, and now they felt they were being allowed to act. In fact, by 1 a.m. that same evening, the synagogue next to Hitler's hotel was on fire, and his adjutant was called to come and collect his belongings in case the fire spread. The attacks continued into the night, and Hitler barely got any sleep. Still into the early morning, he was demanding to know what was going on, and was demanding that party officials put a stop to it now. At 3 a.m, Rudolf Hess, Hitler's deputy, sent out a message to all the Gauleiters, quote, "On express orders issued at the highest level of all, there is to be no arson or the like, whatever, under any circumstances, against Jewish businesses," end quote. By the early hours of the next morning, Goebbels was getting the message that he was in fact making things worse, and he spent his sleepless night on the telephone trying to calm down the mess that he himself had created. It was too late, however, and dozens of Jews had died in a single evening. Foreign Minister Ribbentrop immediately informed Hitler of the ramifications abroad. In the eyes of the world, Germany was now willing to resort to physical violence in order to persecute their Jews. Beforehand, many were willing to tolerate, or even agreed with, the economic and social restrictions on Jews, but for many this was a step too far. How obvious of a mistake such a reaction was is evident in the people who condemned it. First and foremost, one of the most radical National Socialists of all, Heinrich Himmler, immediately condemned Goebbels for the obvious reason. Quote, "The order was given by the Propaganda Directorate, and I suspect that Goebbels, in his craving for power, which I noticed a long time ago, and also in his empty-headedness, started this action just at the time when the foreign political situation is very grave. When I asked the Führer about it, I had the impression that he did not know anything about these events." End quote. The blowback was immediate. Chamberlain in England was completely discredited. He had carefully navigated through the rough foreign policy of the past year, only for it to blow back in his face. He'd made Hitler out to be an honest man who could be reasoned with, and due to this, Europe was indeed spared war in 1938. Now, however, the warmongers like Churchill had invaluable ammunition to throw at Hitler, to which Chamberlain would have no reply. How was Chamberlain to know that Hitler didn't order the pogrom, and in fact tried to put it down? Even if he did know, how on earth would he be able to convince the world of that? The answer is, he couldn't. There is nuance to the situation, but the reality is that this isn't how the world works. No matter who started it, no matter who tried to put it down, the reality was that dozens of Jews were dead. David Irving puts the figure at 91, John Tolland puts it at 36. 814 shops have been destroyed, as had 171 homes. Most symbolically of all, perhaps, was that 191 synagogues had been put to the torch. Goebbels would try to say in his defense to Hitler that such a brutal response would prevent further assassinations in the future. In 1936, Wilhelm Gustloff, the founder of the Swiss National Socialists, had been gunned down by a Jewish assassin in very similar circumstances. Now it had happened again. He reasoned that violence, which the Germans had not yet resorted to, must be responded to with violence. Goering told Hitler that he must punish the propaganda minister, but the Führer could only reply that Goebbels, despite his many faults, and no matter how out of favour he was at the moment, was invaluable. Goering testified at Nuremberg after the war, quote, "I was making every effort in connection with the 4-year plan to concentrate the entire economic field to the utmost. I had, in the course of speeches to the nation, been asking for every old toothpaste tube, every rusty nail, every bit of scrap metal to be collected and utilised. It would not be tolerated that a man who was not responsible for these things should upset my difficult economic tasks by destroying so many things of economic value on the one hand, and by causing so much disturbance in economic life on the other hand." End quote. Before talking about Hitler's reaction, he said that Hitler, quote, "made some apologies for Goebbels, but on the whole he agreed that such events were not to take place and must not be allowed to take place." End quote. In fact, it wasn't only Goering, but pretty much every leading Nazi who came out to condemn Goebbels. Volker Funk, Reich Minister of Economics, was heard on the phone by his wife to say, quote, "Are you crazy, Goebbels? To make such a mess of things, one has to be ashamed to be German. We are losing our whole prestige abroad. I am trying, day and night, to conserve the national wealth, and you throw it willy-nilly out of the window. If this thing does not stop immediately, you can have the whole filthy mess." End quote. Everyone seemed to understand the calamity that had now befallen Germany, except the propaganda minister, who continued to cope, saying he had done the right thing, when in fact he had doomed his country to international hatred. Hitler, however, instead of condemning Goebbels also, or even saying he had made a mistake, chose to side with him publicly. Despite doing everything he could at the time to prevent the events, that was as far as it went. Now he sided with Goebbels. A few days later he would impose a collective 1 billion mark fine on the Jewish community to make up for the murder of Raff and for the resulting damage in Germany itself. It was as if Hitler knew his bridges were now burned, and instead of towing the fine line he had previously, he threw his hands up and decided to stop playing the international game in order to stand by his invaluable propaganda minister. Privately, however, he still raged against his actions. He said to Gerdy Troost, the widow of his former architect Paul Troost, quote, "It is terrible. They have destroyed everything for me like elephants in a china shop, and much worse. I had the great hope that I was about to come to an understanding with France, and now that," end quote. Foreign Minister Ribbentrop, the man most responsible for trying to keep the international reputation of Germany out of the gutter, said, quote, As for that little beast, Goebbels, have you heard what his gangs have done everywhere? These imbeciles have smashed up the Jewish shops, which have long been Aryan property anyhow. They've spoiled my game for me." End quote. One of the things that annoyed Hitler the most as the backlash continued over the coming weeks was the hypocrisy of the Western powers. The Brits and the French talked and talked and talked about the plight of the Jews, but in response to Kristallnacht, the Brits actually tightened restrictions on Jewish immigration to Palestine, as they knew there would now be a new influx. Goering said of Hitler's thoughts at the time, quote, "He wants to say to the other countries, why are you always talking about the Jews? Take them," end quote. To summarise, Herschel Greenspan killed an innocent man who in fact shared similar views to him. As a result, he indirectly made things far worse for the Jews, but indirectly helped bring about the World War that would, despite much bloodshed for his own people, defeat Hitler. It's a bit of a crude comparison, but when George Floyd was killed in 2020, predominantly African Americans, but also others, set America on fire for days or even weeks. Thousands of shops were burned, and dozens of innocent, mostly white, civilians died. As a result, many Americans who were not racist before now became racist due to this outburst of violence. The same was the case in Germany. In response to the act of a single crazed Jew, many Germans took it out on the entire Jewish community. As a result, the Germans turned people against their own cause, and by extension against them. Ambassador Dieckhoff, the German ambassador to the US, said that until Kristallnacht, most Americans were happy to ignore the anti-German propaganda, but now even German Americans were furious. What particularly strikes me is the fact that, with few exceptions, the respectable patriotic circles, which are thoroughly anti-communist and, for the greater part, anti-Semitic in their outlook, also begin to turn away from us. The fact that the Jewish newspapers still write more excitedly than before is not surprising, but that men like Dewey, Hoover and Hearst, and many others who have hitherto maintained a cooperative reserve and have even, to some extent, expressed sympathy towards Germany, are now publicly adopting so violent an attitude against her is a serious matter. In the general atmosphere of hate, the idea of boycotting German goods has now received new fuel, and trade negotiations cannot be considered at this moment." End quote. Effectively, Goebbels' actions had ripped to pieces any sympathy the world had for Germany. They had managed to barely play between the lines so far, and had actually garnered a lot of sympathy and understanding for their tough post-war position, but now they were effectively a pariah state, condemned by the world. Being pro-German in foreign nations was now a nearly impossible stance to take, as it was so deeply unpopular. The condemnation was almost unanimous. Even if Hitler wanted to take an anti-Goebbels line after this, none of it would have changed. He would lose one of his most important men by far, his genius propaganda minister, but he would gain nothing. The world would still hate Germany. Nothing he could say or do would change that now. The bridges were burned, and the Third Reich would have to face the world from this new position, no matter how unwinnable the situation seemed. Thank you very much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this video, and if you made it this far, then please do leave a like and share the video. It helps a lot. As always,
You knew it was coming, and I had to make it. The top 10 reasons that the Illuminati is real. Now, for a long time, this was a crazy conspiracy theory. You weren't supposed to talk about this, and if you talked about it, you were crazy. And then the last year has been nothing but vindication of those crazy conspiracy theorists like myself who believe and have taught and talked about the existence of a very powerful secret society that doesn't run everything but has a lot of power in the world. So we're going to do the top 10 reasons, top 10 proofs that there's reason to believe in the Illuminate Confirm. They're going to be real reasons. They're not fake reasons. They're actually real reasons. So if you've seen the Jeff Stein Effrey news in the last year, then a lot of you have probably had your interest piqued. And now maybe your mind is a little more open. Your third eye is a little more open, man, you know. What about number 10? Number 10. Have you seen movies and music in the last 10, 15 years? Have you noticed that there's all-seeing eyes and weird gestures and crazy stuff going on all the time everywhere in pop culture, in fashion, so-called fashion? This is fashion. In music covers, album covers, music videos like this. Pop culture, books, fiction, vampires, Harry Potter, magic, the occult, now Disney with this, right? So that's one great example I could think of right away, is that the eyes and the pyramids and the symbolism is all pervasive in pop culture. And pop culture is supposed to be popular. It's supposed to be what everybody's into, right? Or is it something that comes top down that, like a symbiotic feedback loop, just perpetuates itself and then spreads like a meme, like a virus throughout the toxic culture that's created through culture creation? Exactly. So number 10 is that pop culture itself, in its unanimity in this, right, as well as its other things that it promotes, it's all unified. And that suggests organization. It doesn't suggest purely organic, just randomness. People, everybody happens to be into having one eye all of a sudden. Number 9, society goes in a set direction. And not only does the pop culture show it, the rest of culture seems to consistently go in a certain direction. Why do we see the transhuman agenda continue, right, to be promoted? Everything becoming basically part of the Internet of Things, right? The rise of the Internet of Things, the rise of culture going in this direction, surveillance culture, the loss of personal liberties, right? All of that suggests, again, coordinated steering and moving society in a certain direction. And unless you naively believe that everything in the world is just one damn thing after another, Epstein has no connection to anything. It just happens, right? Oh, it just happens, right? Unless you have the total gray goo mindset of that, then there's got to be coordination, right? And even if you haven't studied these things in depth to show that there's coordination, which my Globalization book series actually does show in the last 100 years of the top elites' writings, even if you haven't done that, then you can still kind of notice the pattern of things where they've gone even in the last 10, 15 years. Number 8 is Eyes Wide Shut. Have you ever seen Eyes Wide Shut? So here's a movie that's supposed to be fiction telling you about the elite with basically dirty parties, entrapping people, getting dirt on people. And so Epstein Jeffrey was already told to you by the top of Hollywood, namely Stanley Kubrick, right? So I would just say, quite literally, Eyes Wide Shut itself, right? And if you know what Kubrick's doing there, that he's actually showing you a window, right, an insight into the top of the power structure, then you can see that it's pretty obvious that there is a coordinated plan, and it's known, and it's actually been kind of demonstrated and known for a long time. That's not the only movie, right? There's other movies a long time ago, like Eye of the Devil, that showed the same kind of idea at work. So I would say that if you think about Hollywood, you think about Hollywood Babylon, the book by Kenneth Anger. If you think about my books, Esoteric Hollywood 1 and 2, I went to a lot of trouble, to demonstrate that from an academic perspective. Number 7, the frogs are gay. Have you? By the way, Baby Yoda is not Baby Yoda. Baby Yoda is actually a tiny gay frog. It's not Baby Yoda. Yoda doesn't actually like the Yoda Punan. Yoda actually likes, Yoda. But you haven't been told that. That's actually going to come out. Watch in the next few years. No, I'm joking. But the frogs are gay. No, but the drop in fertility, the intentional placement of BPA and these sort of toxins, the intentional promotion of soy, and the intentional promotion of the vegan extinction rebellion movement that suddenly out of nowhere, right? A global movement connected to the Club of Rome, the first global revolution, limits to prosperity, white papers like Changing Images of Man, right? All of those things, I think, suggest, again, coordination, and it's been in the works for a long time. And so that's another plan that we see that's now evident. Number 6, the DNA genetics biometrics realm of things, right? This obsession with tracking and tracing everything, the obsession with giant DNA facilities, tracking everybody's lineage, knowing everything about everybody's background, bloodlines of the elite. Guess what? There actually is an important aspect to bloodline and lineage to the elite. Now, a lot of people in the conspiracy world have written on that for a long time. Everybody's heard of bloodlines of the Illuminati. And although I wouldn't advocate everything in that book, actually a lot of what's in that book was correct. And he wrote that back in the 90s. And he's been vindicated in a lot of those subjects. So I'm not saying everything's right, but would be fair to people and say, hey, he actually got a lot of these points right. Kurt Barker's book, right, about cannibalism, that kind of stuff, high adept, dark arts, whatnot, Luciferianism. Right? There's a lot of truth to that. And so people that have written on that, people have written on the obsession with DNA, genetics, bloodlines, and biometrics, right? That's all coming out now, right? Elon has talked about this. He's got big plans for this in the next year or so. I think that's a pretty powerful number 6 to demonstrate this. And again, just like we saw in my talks on the history of DARPA, when we covered Annie Jacobson's book or Alex Abea's book, covering the history of the RAND Corporation, we can see that all proven totally from mainstream academic sources, not from conspiracy theorists. Number 5, the rise of witchcraft, Wicca, and dark occultism and outright Satanism. Even to the point of the Vatican itself essentially promoting these kind of loose syncretistic practices with Pachamama, right? The Amazon Synod, the Pope, going back to the 80s, doing the Assisi gatherings where he's praying together with all the world religions, right? So that's a kind of light, watered down version of occultism. And then you get to the more darker stuff, that we see with people like Jimmy Savile and that kind of stuff. The rise of those things, it's booming supposedly amongst millennials and younger, according to the mainstream media, right? So and the promotion of that occultism through Hollywood as well, which we saw, that was number 10, but specifically not just the pop culture stuff, but here in number 5, the actual growth of people interested in the occult and occultism. That to me suggests illuminate, confirm. Number 4. Oh, by the way, I meant on number 3. Also, don't forget the promotion of cannibalism, right? Many academics saying, oh, it's time to eat people. Soylent Green, made from people, literally here. That to me suggests coordination. Number 4, all areas of life are becoming centralized and standardized. And through convenience, it's being sold to people. We oftentimes forget about the power of the convenience aspect of things, because the convenience is what actually lets us fool ourselves into thinking that, oh, it's going to be so much easier when we have, you know, the tech utopia that's coming. And so everybody sort of opts into it, right? The opting in. And then we've seen like Bilderberg and these kind of places meet recently to talk about, in the past few years, the promotion of body modification and wearables, right? Again, also comes up in Kurth Barker's book on Luciferianism, right? Bodily modification being a big part of this overall plan. So that was written, what, 6 years ago? And he was spot on as to where things would go. So all areas becoming centralized and standardized: education, banking, electronic banking, the culture, the internet, and ultimately Internet of Things, again, all being standardized and centralized. And the idea that, well, we just hand all this over to robots to run everything, right? The robots will check you out at McDonald's. The robots will check you out at Walmart, wherever. Little robot trash cans will roll around policing you and telling you, barking orders at you. If you get attacked, you know, like this little trash can is going to somehow arrest your attacker. No, I mean, we're entering into dystopia now. So I think the coordination amongst those different areas of life, and also how that's global, to me, suggests there is an illuminate, confirm. Number 3, they write in their own books their plans. So if we go and we read 40 books from the global elite from the past century, which we did in the last few years. If you follow Jay's analysis, you know we've done lectures on about 40 of those now, maybe more. The writings of the top elite. They say ahead of time what they want to do, what they're going to do, and what they plan to bring. And they trust that people are not going to investigate or read their books because they're written for the policy-making class. They're not written for Joe Schmo. And so when we investigate their books, they actually say, yeah, of course there's a plan. And we're very open about it. Number 2, the top companies and families in the world, and a very small conglomerates of shareholders, are actually known through different studies to have a very powerful controlling influence on the global economy. There was a TED Talk that was given some years ago from, I think it was a Swedish study. I'll try to put the image up here if I can find it. That actually touched on this. That there was definitive, peer-reviewed proof of a controlling network of shareholders and corporations that could really basically influence the entire world economy if they wanted to, and presumably they are. And if we know about the Federal Reserve banks and how the big families actually have the controlling shares in the big Federal Reserve banks in the U.S., if you know about the history of the Bank for International Settlements, which I've done entire talks on in my Quigley series, then you know that that also suggests illuminate, confirm. And number one proof, the illuminate, confirm. There's a tie for number 1. There's 2 that are going to be tie for illuminate, confirm being proof proven. The proof proved it of the illuminate, confirm is a tie. Actually, there's 3. And by the way, a couple of them are related. So here's the top 3 smushed into number 1. Jeff Stein Effrey, obviously, he makes the list for proof of illuminate, confirm. Everybody knows the story. We don't know exactly what happened to him, right? That's up for everybody's speculation, debate. But obviously what the official story says is not true. Number 2, tied within the sphere of number 1, number 2 is MK Ultra being admitted by mainstream media to be real, and all of the nasty, dirty, crazy stuff is actually true. That came out a few months ago. Giant NPR admission, NPR piece on MK Ultra. Oh yes, it was all true, and they were everything that you thought was bad that they were doing. All the conspiracy theories. Oh, it turns out they were all right. And then the other one, tied with those, number 1, is the Bible itself. The Bible presents throughout history a spiritual conspiracy. Satan is at the head of a group, namely the kingdom of Satan, the kingdom of man, that is man in rebellion against God, right? Tower of Babel, we saw this. Throughout the Old Testament, the Israelites are seduced into these crazy practices of the peoples around them. At the head of this inverted pyramid, or this evil, into these crazy practices of the peoples around them. At the head of this inverted pyramid, or this evil pyramid, is a spiritual being, right? The head of all wickedness and evil, Satan himself. So Satan is also wickedness and evil, Satan himself. So Satan is also a great proof of the Illuminate Confirmed, because even though not everybody perhaps in that system or part of that system knows or believes in an evil power at the top of that system, it still could be it's still true. It doesn't require their adherence to that for them to be spiritually linked into that evil dark system. So there you have it. My 10 off the top of my head proofs that I could think of, and stuff that's really become revelatory in 2019 and into 2020, right? In fact, I just saw an article yesterday. Hollywood Reporter says that the popular show Homeland, with Claire Danes, theological advisors, and so he actually helped draw up the ecumenical. You knew it was coming, and I had to make it. The top 10 reasons. We've seen the degradation and weaponization of the arts, something we've covered many times and for many years at Jay's Analysis and on this channel. But what we've seen in the last few years is the rapid fast forward, the rapid expansion, explosion of the degeneracy, and in fact, what might be called the externalization of the hierarchy, according to some of the top esotericists and occultists, promoted, in fact, by the United Nations through their Lucifer or Lucis Trust publishing company. The book is, of course, by Alice Bailey. It describes the occult and esoteric secret behind global government. This idea is the notion that now that the goals have been achieved, the hidden plans can now be revealed, actually as part of a stage of the social engineering and revelation of the method. So it's no longer needed to have everything hidden behind the veil of conspiracy theories, behind the veil of the red curtain. Now it can all be laid out in the open. In fact, it can all be thrown in our face. This is a kind of gaslighting where it's all thrown in our face, and yet at the same time, none of this exists. If you believe that there's a satanic principle operant in the world, you're a complete lunatic. However, there's also the rights of all sorts of demonic and satanic groups to practice publicly and freely. What we want to look at now, though, is going back, rewinding to the time of Michael Jackson, how he was used by the establishment, and how towards the end of his career, there does seem to be evidence that he was targeted. This doesn't mean that everything he did was right or that he didn't have issues. We know he was abused by his family. We know that he was put into the role of being the pop star, whether he wanted it or not. And so in this way, Michael Jackson becomes a key figure as the king of pop. In a way, yes, as a successor to Elvis, but as a way to look at and understand the way that stars are made. They're not just organic. Now, many times they do have talent. There's no denying the talent of many pop stars or Michael Jackson, but their usage in social engineering is what's often denied. And that there's an agenda is also denied, that there's a coherent, consistent plan over the decades is denied, and that these ideas, these plans, that they might be connected to secret societies, to intelligence agencies, is certainly out of the question. But again, is it really out of the question? Now that it's all being thrown in our face constantly, every single day, we see the symbols, the imagery, essentially functioning like gang signs for different mafias. The biggest mafias that run the world are the intelligence agencies as the functionaries and busy bees of the banksters that run the world. So not only is the idea of a global occult government true and real, it's in our face every day. And one of the means by which they cause double mind and double think in the population is by throwing it in their face every day, and at the same time demanding that you don't talk about it or believe it. And if you do, you are an insane conspiracy theorist or a religious whack job. I want to take you to an area that most are not aware of. If you remember the 1978 film The Wiz with Jacko, it stars Michael Jackson in a Wizard of the Oz type scenario. When they arrive at New York to the Emerald City, there's a ritual that takes place. Not only that, that ritual is at the base of the World Trade Towers. In fact, it is a Masonic occult ritual. Of course, the Emerald Tablet is an aspect of alchemy. Here, the Emerald Tablet is referenced, as you can see, in the Emerald City. And this alchemical transformation that would occur as a result of the towers, I think, is clearly suggested in this film. We've talked before about the many pop culture references to this prior to the actual events. This is just one of many examples, but it's one that not many people are aware of in terms of Michael Jackson. You might think such an idea is impossible. It's extreme. How could there be such coordination? Well, if we think about the fact that most artists, most musicians have handlers, agents, right, managers, people in the background who essentially control much of their careers. Oftentimes, musicians, actors, whoever, they do try to break free. They try to go out on their own. However, this doesn't always end well. If we go back to the character of somebody like Winona Ryder, her godfather was Timothy Leary. Now, Timothy Leary is interesting because he's an adjunct of the CIA who promoted LSD and the entire counterculture revolution. He was part of that Laurel Canyon scene in a certain way. And as you can see here, he's also a proponent and devotee of Satanist Aleister Crowley. Leary promoted the idea of tuning in and dropping out, right? Get rid of education, get rid of school, take up the path of mysticism and degeneracy, right? The Luciferian pathway. As you can see here, he's pictured underneath a 666 version of Christ, or the beast itself. And of course, Crowley referred to himself as the beast, and we see then that he's a perfect example of somebody who might be a handler character, promoting the Crowleyan adage of do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law, while at the same time he functions as the so-called godfather guru of some of the top Hollywood A-listers. You probably heard of the 1972 Rothschild ball. The masked ball featured artwork that was surrealist in nature. Most people don't talk about the influence of surrealism and why it might have been connected to this elite party. Surrealism, of course, is an older dream-based notion of art. The idea that could we blend the divide between the waking state and the dream state. It had influences from numerous genres, including shamanism. In fact, surrealist artist Man Ray, a self-confessed esotericist or Luciferian, is believed to be likely involved in the ritual murder of Elizabeth Short in the Black Dahlia case. If we look at the artwork, we see that it disfigures. We see that it mixes up things that don't belong. So in other words, it's a manifestation of inversion. I'm not saying that surrealist art is always wrong, but I'm saying that there is a conscious element to this kind or this version of surrealist art that is intended to portray the inversion, to portray the godlike state where one is no longer accountable for their actions. In fact, some surrealist artists even speak this way about their dream state. If the divide between the waking state and the dream state could be overcome, then it would suggest that we aren't accountable for our actions. What better philosophy for those who are the elite? For it combines both the freedom from moral obligation and guilt, along with the notion of Luciferian inspiration from the dream state, the waking state, the spiritual realm, or the astral realm. That's precisely what surrealist art is, and that's why Salvador Dali himself showed up at this party. If we think about the 60s, we can also consider the important character Roman Polanski. Polanski was, of course, convicted of statutory rape of a minor in 1978, and prior to that had released a host of occultic-themed films, most notably in 1968, Rosemary's Baby, which prefigures in a loose way the birth of the Antichrist. But Rosemary's Baby wasn't his only film that pertained to the occult. He also did the 1967 Fearless Vampire Killers, as well as, if you watch my other video on Eye of the Devil, his wife, Sharon Tate, who would be ritually sacrificed in the Manson murders, starred in this occultic-themed film that was Eyes Wide Shut 30 years beforehand. On top of that, now Polanski didn't do Eye of the Devil, but Tate was the star of the film. On top of that, there's the Fearless Vampire Killers and the 1974 film Chinatown, which deals with the elite and incest and pedophilia. Chinatown concerns the elite of LA, Mr. Mulholland, William Mulray, a stand-in for Mulholland. Mulray in the film is in fact molesting his daughter and has had a child by her. He is one of the most wealthy, powerful men in LA. I think here Polanski is telling us pretty consistently throughout his films that this is what really goes on at the top of the power structure. We can't forget his 1988 film Frantic, which is overlooked. Frantic stars Harrison Ford and his wife being kidnapped and put into a human trafficking operation. In 1999, he put out The Ninth Gate. And The Ninth Gate, of course, stars Johnny Depp as a book collector who is on a quest to alchemically transform his mind as he achieves Luciferian initiation. If you want a fuller treatment of this, you can read my book, Esoteric Hollywood 2, where I have a chapter covering this very, once again, very close to Eyes Wide Shut themed film. In 2010, Polanski put out The Ghost Rider, which roughly parallels the career of probably Tony Blair, it looks like. You have the Prime Minister of Britain being implicated in a scandal, murder plot, and it's British intelligence in the background. And this, to me, suggests that Polanski knows a lot more than he lets on, and he might even have connections to the intelligence realm. We know that the intelligence realm is fully immersed in Hollywood, and Hollywood is fully immersed in the realm of intelligence. But the reason I bring up Polanski is because he's a seminal figure in the question of occult Hollywood, spanning all the way through the 60s up to present day. Polanski has pretty consistently made satanic and occultic themed films that aren't just touching on the genre, but in fact thoroughly Luciferian, especially with Ninth Gate. The 60s counterculture wasn't just satanic in the sphere of Hollywood. It also spilled over into the counterculture music scene. If you've read Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, you know that the Beatles were also involved in the establishment-created counterculture of Laurel Canyon. You'll notice here on Sgt. Pepper's that the Beatles album includes the head of Aleister Crowley. That wasn't accidental. The Far Eastern influences of the Beatles through Maharishi Mahesh Yogi, Transcendental Meditation, was all designed by Tavistock. The Tavistock Institute, of course, being a pioneering institution involved in social engineering. And it wasn't just the Beatles. You'll notice the Rolling Stones album On Her Majesty's Satanic Request includes not only Saturnalian imagery, but also the Beatles themselves. They're actually hidden in the cover from their Sgt. Pepper cover. Indeed, in the 1960s, were not just a counterculture revolution, but were in fact a magical mystery tour. The Beatles were telling us much more than just pop culture fun. It was actually satanic. So in many ways, the Rolling Stones were more revelatory than the Beatles, although both had a definite Luciferian influence and background, with the promotion of the occult, transcendental meditation, and outright Crowleyanism. If you like this analysis, be sure and go to jaysanalysis.com. The link's below in the description. You can find my 2 books, Esoteric Hollywood 1 and Esoteric Hollywood 2, Sects, Cults, and Symbols in Film, where I go into great detail in both episodes, 400 pages and hundreds of footnotes detailing the real meaning of all this symbolism in film and pop culture. You can get those as signed copies at Jay's Analysis in the shop. Be sure and grab a copy. The Doors also were another establishment creation, along with Led Zeppelin and most of the countercultural bands of the 60s. In fact, Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin bought Crowley's old house. You'll notice him here with a stele of revealing, the Egyptian satanic glyph, looking on at a homage to Crowley himself. You'll notice here Jim Morrison's dad, Admiral Morrison, was the man behind the Gulf of Tonkin false flag incident that kicked off the Vietnam War. The Doors also included Crowley on their album. You notice here the bust of Crowley. So once again, there's a common thread through all these bands, whether it's the Beatles, the Rolling Stones, the Doors, or Led Zeppelin. There's all this Crowleyan influence. And while we're on that topic, I want to look at another avant-garde Hollywood figure, that of Kenneth Anger, another devotee of Crowley. You'll notice here his films, especially the inauguration of the Pleasure Dome and Lucifer Rising, seem to predict where Hollywood and pop culture would take America, and in fact they have. Anger's films like Lucifer Rising and Inauguration of the Pleasure Dome predict a coming satanic aeon, a period in which pleasure will be the ruling principle, immaturity in the reign of the child, the crown and conquering kid, who is, in biblical parlance, the Antichrist. Now, I'm not saying this is necessarily the coming of the Antichrist, but from the perspective of these characters, Hollywood Babylon, one of Anger's most famous works, his famous book, is principally about the new Babylonian age being inaugurated by Hollywood. Hollywood is the pleasure dome, and America will be the means by which this pleasure dome is extended to the rest of the world. The 1960s is also the time of the explosion of cults. The Church of Satan came to be. The entire revolution of the 1960s wasn't just satanic, it was also an engineered satanic revolution, precisely because those are the top of the pyramid. People like Bertrand Russell, people like H.G. Wells, people like Aldous Huxley, they'd already determined that the cultural revolution would in fact be satanic, and it would be a reversal of all the previous traditional worldviews. The new satanic aeon would include the ideas of transhumanism, Gnosticism, and inversion. In a sense, black magic would become real, and it would be mixed with science, and it would be a spell basically cast upon the public and the masses, particularly here in America, and then America, as I said, would extend this satanic aeon to the rest of the globe. Indeed, LSD itself was promoted by Leary, as well as the Grateful Dead, as assets of the CIA. This was in fact a CIA MKUltra plan, not just for mind control, but also to initiate an entire generation of boomers. If we fast forward past that period up to the 80s, this is where we begin to see the rise of the mass media spectacle pop star. We see Madonna, Jacko, filling entire stadiums for their ceremonies and rituals. And nobody really can top Madonna for being the queen of this, especially given that her whole act itself is based around blasphemy. She is intended to be an inversion of the Theotokos of the Virgin Mary. She is the whore itself. She wants to be, and indeed in many cases embodies herself in the image of the whore of Babylon. I think it's arguable that she also has Crowleyan influence, even though she may not mention it specifically. The themes of all of her concerts, her ceremonies, being a material girl back in the 80s, all the way up into her modern period of Luciferian Kabbalism. The Kabbalah, which is of course based on Gnosticism and Platonism, also inverts and flips these ideas of good and evil and leads to the notion of ceremonial magic, that you can, through rituals, invoke and control both angels and demons. Madonna is therefore, I think, possessed with this Jezebel spirit. She sees herself as a satanic version of the Virgin Mary. The 70s and 80s also opened up a new branch for satanic genre through metal, and not just heavy metal or hair metal, but actual black metal and death metal, overtly and consciously satanic, taking its inspiration as well from Crowley and then branching out into extremely disgusting and anti-human works of art. I think black metal, death metal, etc. have been overlooked, as they also gave birth eventually to industrial and self-consciously satanic bands like Marilyn Manson, who many times are passed over as shock value theatrical performance art. However, in Marilyn Manson's biography, he brags about the fact that his abortions were seen by him as ritual sacrifices. So just because somebody takes something as a showy sort of Hollywood style presentation doesn't necessarily mean that they aren't at the same time self-consciously satanic. From 2006 on, we would see halftime spectacles, VMAs and AMAs and Grammy shows that were nothing but complete satanic rituals played out before the masses. The reason for this is the attention and energy of the focus of that many people has the power to, in the minds of those who are the magicians, the wizards, alter the consciousness of the mass mind, in a Jungian sense, to alter the collective consciousness or the collective unconscious. So in 2006, we had the nipple slip of Jacko's sister, Janet Jackson. From 2006 on, the degeneracy spiraled out of control. If we think about 2012, Madonna and MIA, we think about Madonna in her overtly Baphomet imagery. We think about Katy Perry and her satanic rituals and her performances, playing the Whore of Babylon again. Ariana Grande blasphemously presenting the Lord's Supper as God as a woman. We think of Katy Perry's Dark Horse performance, which is all Egyptian mystery magic. We think of Pink in her satanic ceremony as being initiated into the lodge. We think of Taylor Swift underneath a giant serpent. There's nothing but pure Satanism in all of these rituals, all these performances, and it couldn't have happened without the preparation of decades prior social engineering and cult control. If we hadn't had the 60s counterculture, we wouldn't have been prepared for the 2018 blasphemy of Ariana Grande and the rest of these Hollywood hoes. I remember speaking to these issues 12, 13, 15 years ago, and I would be laughed at. And even today, people laugh when you talk about the usage of occult rituals in mass public ceremonies. However, there's no denying the evidence. They throw it in our face every single year and almost every day. Pop culture is not organic. It is a tool of the establishment, and it is toxic. If you like this analysis, be sure to click subscribe and give me a thumbs up down below. Also, be sure to check out Jay's analysis and definitely click the bell down below to be sure you get the updates.
God gives us a new identity as His children. We belong with Him as He intended. The Bible says we will one day replace the rebellious sons of God in His divine counsel. He also gives us a mission.
We've seen the degradation and weaponization of the arts, something we've covered many times and for many years at Jay's Analysis and on this channel. But what we've seen in the last few years is the rapid fast forward, the rapid expansion, explosion of the degeneracy, and in fact, what might be called the externalization of the hierarchy, according to some of the top esotericists and occultists. Promoted, in fact, by the United Nations through their Lucifer or Lucis Trust publishing company. The book is, of course, by Alice Bailey. It describes the occult and esoteric secret behind global government. This idea is the notion that now that the goals have been achieved, the hidden plans can now be revealed, actually as part of a stage of the social engineering and revelation of the method. So it's no longer needed to have everything hidden behind the veil of conspiracy theories, behind the veil of the red curtain. Now it can all be laid out in the open. In fact, it can all be thrown in our face. This is a kind of gaslighting where it's all thrown in our face, and yet at the same time, none of this exists. If you believe that there's a satanic principle operating in the world, you're a complete lunatic. However, there's also the rights of all sorts of demonic and satanic groups to practice publicly and freely. What we want to look at now, though, is going back, rewinding to the time of Michael Jackson, how he was used by the establishment, and how towards the end of his career, there does seem to be evidence that he was targeted. This doesn't mean that everything he did was right or that he didn't have issues. We know he was abused by his family. We know that he was put into the role of being the pop star, whether he wanted it or not. And so in this way, Michael Jackson becomes a key figure as the king of pop. In a way, yes, as a successor to Elvis, but as a way to look at and understand the way that stars are made. They're not just organic. Now, many times they do have talent. There's no denying the talent of many pop stars or Michael Jackson. But their usage in social engineering is what's often denied. And that there's an agenda is also denied. That there's a coherent, consistent plan over the decades is denied. And that these ideas, these plans that they might be connected to secret societies, to intelligence agencies, is certainly out of the question. But again, is it really out of the question? Now that it's all being thrown in our face constantly, every single day, we see the symbols, the imagery, essentially functioning like gang signs for different mafias. The biggest mafias that run the world are the intelligence agencies, as the functionaries and busy bees of the banksters that run the world. So not only is the idea of a global occult government true and real, it's in our face every day. And one of the means by which they cause double mind and double think in the population is by throwing it in their face every day, and at the same time demanding that you don't talk about it or believe it. And if you do, you are an insane conspiracy theorist or a religious whack job. I want to take you to an area that most are not aware of. If you remember the 1978 film The Wiz with Jacko, it stars Michael Jackson in a Wizard of the Oz type scenario. When they arrive at New York to the Emerald City, there's a ritual that takes place. Not only that, that ritual is at the base of the World Trade Towers. In fact, it is a Masonic occult ritual. Of course, the Emerald Tablet is an aspect of alchemy. Here, the Emerald Tablet is referenced, as you can see, in the Emerald City. And this
Welcome to another episode of Our Interesting Times. It's my pleasure to have Jay Dyer back on the show. Jay, Jay, how you doing?
Doing great, Tim. Always glad to be on Our Interesting Times because our times are interesting.
Very interesting in the worst kind of a way. And, of course, you are the proprietor of Jay's Analysis, jaysanalysis.com. You're the author of Esoteric Hollywood, Sex, Cults, and Symbolism in Film. And I understand you are taping a very important series of, television shows for the Gaia Network. Been very busy, so I'm very appreciative of your time with me tonight. Thank you. So I guess you're finishing up later on this week with those for the first season.
Thank you for those kind words. Yeah, we've finished 11 episodes, and we'll finish 17 or 18 by the end of this week. And it's going to be a lot of really, really cool stuff. A movie analysis, kind of Siskel and Ebert style show that really doesn't exist. I don't think there's another Siskel Ebert style show that does film analysis, the way that I do it, and it kind of linked up well with the style of Jay Weidner, the way he does film analysis.
Mm-hmm.
And, we have a good chemistry, a good rapport, so we kind of just go back and forth and give our thoughts and impressions of these seminal films and shows and kind of dissect them, and it ties in well with Dave McGowan's work, a lot of the stuff that we're going to be talking about tonight. And we referenced, Dave quite a bit. My work kind of builds on that, as well as Michael Hoffman's work too.
Mm-hmm.
So it's going to be neat. It's going to be, I think, very high quality. It's not stupid. It's not fluffy. It's going to be pretty hardcore, but it'll also be a lot of satire and comedy and joking around, hopefully too. They may edit out all my jokes. Maybe they sounded like they were laughing in the control room, but I couldn't tell, so maybe they're laughing at how bad it was. So, I don't know. I hope my impersonations don't get edited out, but they may end up on the cutting room floor. I don't know.
What's the name of that show?
It'll be called Hollywood Decoded.
Hollywood Decoded. Okay, and that's going to air on the Gaia Network, and people, I guess, subscribe to that network?
Yeah, it'll have to be by subscription, but as I understand, it's a anywhere streaming service, and it's also on some cable and satellite. So if you have Amazon Prime and that kind of stuff, you can get it too. So.
Excellent! I do. Okay, so I can watch it. Okay,
it should be on all those. Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
cool.
pretty sure that's right. I'm pretty sure Amazon has Gaia, but may need to check on that. But yeah, so we've got some good stuff lined up for season 1. We've got David Lynch, and we've got some Kubrick, and we've got some Ridley Scott, Blade Runner, and the Alien franchise, and some X-Files. So there's a good lineup, and then a lot more to come. You know, if this does well, we'll do another 2 seasons on top of that. So
great. And of course, a lot of those movies I do after watching or reading your analysis, listening to your analysis, you can go and rewatch some of those movies that may seem a little strange, particularly David Lynch films, and you can really your analysis really helps.
Thank you. Yeah, a lot of people have been saying that. They say when they get the book, they kind of read my book, and then they watch the movie, and then read the chapter and watch the movie. So it's it ends up being kind of a fun thing, and I think the show will be too, because we have clips that we're playing too. So it's not just me sitting there talking with Jay Weidner. It's also important sections of the film and look, the images and the scenes and what's going on. So.
Your analysis of Ernest Goes to Campus was particularly enlightening. There was.
I wrote that as a joke, and then I had people who didn't think it was a joke, and they were like, "Do you really think this is about this?" And it says satire on there. It's tagged under satire.
Okay, it's great. And of course, listeners here, if you want to support Jay regularly, you can support his website for $4.95 a month, $60 a year. That's the regular thing. Support his research. Okay, well tonight you did an excellent analysis of Dave McGowan's Program to Kill. We've touched on it before in the past in our previous talks. I think our first conversation we talked a lot about that, but just touched on it. And you did almost a 2-hour analysis of it. And of course, I wanted to talk about that in light of the maybe Michael Hoffman's analysis of the serial killer phenomenon, particularly the ritualistic aspect of it and the alchemical process that he believes that's involved with it, and the broader issue of sort of the societal degradation and debasement that occurred in the 1960s and 70s into the 80s, of course, in the context of the Vietnam War, the development of feminism, and all the psychological warfare that the American people have been subjected to since the Second World War. So, hey, how do you want to dive into it?
Well, I guess I could point out that in my own experience, I didn't grow up during that period. I grew up in the 80s, so I didn't know much about that era except through my dad. My dad was into Led Zeppelin and the Doors, and he would always play those albums, and that was really the only experience I had of it until I got to be older and started reading and getting into history and trying to make sense of what had been happening, especially in the United States. And then I think in my 20s, about 24 or 5, I read Hoffman's book, and that was a big piece of the puzzle for me. It was a big awakening stage for me. I think I've got it.
That's Secret Societies, Psychological Warfare?
Yeah.
Okay.
My copy is dated 2006, so he really opened up, I guess, a new way to look at things in a broad way. So he's really tying in the ideas of Hollywood and mass culture, pop culture, with the military-industrial complex and with secret societies and the occult, and how the Pentagon uses psychological warfare and ritual crimes and how it all kind of connects. And so I think he's maybe one of the best figures that you could point to that kind of laid out a more coherent, unified field theory of conspiracy. Because, I think prior to, maybe you could find somebody, I don't know, but when I think back to conspiracy texts written prior to 2001, which is when he published his book, you would get books that might deal with a certain topic, like, there would be books on the Templars, and there would be a book on the Masons, and it's very limited subject matter. But I think Hoffman's book is a step towards meta-analysis, where he's really trying to put all these pieces together, and he ties in, the theological aspects too, like making sense of what happened in the Catholic Church and at Vatican II and beyond, and it just made a lot more sense, I think. And so, I was a traditional Roman Catholic at the time, attending the Latin Mass and so forth. So Hoffman had a big impact on me. And then I realized that he was kind of the first person I read that did kind of an esoteric movie analysis. So he kind of gave me the idea, or I got the idea to do that style from his analysis of conspiracy theory. He wrote a book or an essay on that a long time ago that's kind of famous. So it's a great all around book introduction. It's usually what I tell people who are new to the topic to read as an introduction. And I mean, I'm not sure where to start with it, just because he talks about so many things too. But Dave's book is a great companion to that book because they're kind of in the same vein. They do overlap at times, even though the focus of Program to Kill is more just on ritual crime. He's not really dealing with theology or history per se. But one of the things that Dave starts out with that really impressed me in his book was that he looks like he read most of the material that's published dealing with MK Ultra and mind control. So there's Jose Delgado's Physical Control of the Mind, and there's Donald Bain's Control of Kenny Jones, and Walter Bowart's book Operation Mind Control, and John Marks's book. And I've read a lot of these, but I haven't read all of them, but I've read a lot of these too. And so Hoffman's book kind of kicked me off on that 11 or 12 years ago. And then I read Jay Stevens' book, Storming Heaven, which is also kind of along the same path as Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, but not a little more watered down, a little more mainstream. And I read that a long time ago, and that kind of got me thinking, that maybe a lot of what we were told about the 60s counterculture revolution was not what was really going on, and that maybe that wasn't real. And I had my own experiences of going to concerts and, being around so-called hippies and the people of that counterculture mindset, because, you start noticing as you get older that it's really just different costumes and dressings that people are wearing who are being counterculture, right? So it's like the counterculture of my period. When I was, 18, 19, it was Nirvana, it was Pearl Jam, it was alternative music, it was, that was just the next phase of the cultural dressing. And you start to realize that a lot of this stuff is not organic. It's actually top down. It's corporate. It's sold. And it runs contrary to what the whole ethos is that it's supposed to be an organic counterculture movement. And then I think, just as you get older, you read more and you learn more, and you realize that, the people who run society are not idiots. They're very adept, and they're masters of the scientific process, or scientific technique of mass psychology. So I would even still recommend probably Jim Keith's book, Mass Control. It's a good introduction to this topic, and it fits well with Michael Hoffman's book and Dave McGowan's book. But anyway, just to kind of set the stage, I just started diving into all these books, and there really is a dearth of evidence to suggest that wait, is that the right word? I'm kind of tired. I'm on a dearth. Is dearth excess?
No, dearth would be a lack of or ending of.
Okay.
Yeah,
there is an excess. Excuse me.
An abundance
of evidence, right, to suggest that that the counterculture movements are essentially engineered, and that's the main point here. And you say, well, how could that be? Why would that be? Well, when you look at what the Pentagon was studying, what the military was studying back into the 30s, 40s, and 50s, what the advertising agencies were studying, and it was mass psychology, mass sociology, and the mind of man. And if you could master the mind of man, then you could master the mass mind. And so all of these studies and all this research that the establishment put into mind control and physical control of the mind and all this kind of stuff, it manifested itself in all these very bizarre things. Like, one of the MK Ultra doctors, Dr. Jolyon West, gives a whole bunch of LSD to elephants just to see what it'll do. And you can go on YouTube and still see a lot of this old archive footage of some of these Stanford research experiments too, where they're giving LSD to all these animals and monkeys and seeing what it does. And you can watch the spider webs that were created by spiders that were given LSD and how they're all messed up and their webs don't work. And so, I mean, they really perfected, I think, the chemical approach to biological warfare is what this amounts to. And that's why it was classed eventually under biological warfare. So that's what impressed me about Dave's book. And having now read a lot of these books that he references, I think I have a much better picture of how the studies of multiple personality / dissociative identity disorder was of central import along with hypnotism for so many decades. And I think that you could argue that this is probably perfected. And of course, Colin Ross has a lot of lectures and books that deal with the same topics too. So I think there's definitely something to this. Now, there's a lot of disinformation that says that there's no such thing as, fractured personalities and this kind of stuff. But, I mean, it makes a lot more sense if this is true. Now, I've had my own experiences with LSD when I was 17, so I know firsthand what happens. I had a bad trip the first time I did it, and so I understand the potentials and how it can cause multiple or fractured personality. Now, I mean, I don't think that I have alternate personalities or anything like that. But what I'm saying is that I know the process of what happens throughout the acid trip, so I can see how these kinds of things occur. And if you read John Marks's book, he talks about that too. He talks about how they had actually studied the trip process and how it could cause dissociation. And then you get these popularizers, right, who go out into the pop culture, who sell it, like Timothy Leary. Now, Timothy Leary attaches all this esoteric stuff to it. And this is where you get the whole idea of promoting the archaic revival and indigenous religious traditions and all this kind of stuff attached to LSD and the promotion of hallucinogens. And I don't think we need to rehearse the Henry Luce Time. We all know that.
Yeah. Time, 1957 Time.
Right.
Life magazine,
You've done plenty of interviews on that. And so, you start to notice all these things and all these puzzle pieces that just don't make sense to be a counterculture revolution, and of course that's the thesis of Weird Scenes Inside the Canyon, and I think he argues well in there that counterculture movement, to whatever degrees, maybe the anti-war movement, was organic and legitimate, was eventually taken over and turned into just kind of this Dionysian base passion type of thing where, Jim Morrison's up there like having sex with the speaker on the stage while he's bombed out of his mind on drugs, right? It just turns into total chaos, basically. And this chaos and dissociation, I think you can see it reflected in the artwork that was promoted, like Jackson Pollock and Andy Warhol, and a lot of these CIA aided characters, these Frankfurt School type characters, and so to boil it all down, I mean, you really have it's what Adorno talked about, from the Frankfurt School, that if you promote inversion and perversion, you could really destroy the social order. And these wackos, these sickos, really believe that you had to destroy the social order to fix things. So that's I think the setting for the 60s. It was a whole bunch of things. It was psychological warfare. It was a lot of large-scale testing of cults, of alternative lifestyles, quote unquote. You've done talks with John Adams. I've done interviews with John Adams, and he talks a lot about how California was kind of set up to be this mecca for the alternative lifestyle, as well as promoting kind of the Silicon Valley military industrial complex aerospace stuff, up towards Sacramento. If you didn't like that, you could go down to LA or San Francisco or Haight-Ashbury or something and get involved in whatever cult you wanted, right? So it's really, you just have this cornucopia of test tubes, I think, going on throughout the 60s. And I think that LSD was given on a mass scale on purpose. I think that was by design, absolutely. When you look into the history of the drug war, you start to realize why that would be very plausible, especially given the importation of cocaine and crack for, the black neighborhoods and stuff like that. We figure out that that's all true. So it just makes it makes a lot more sense that the culture is controlled and studied and created much more than it is, any kind of organic process. And so that's the setting, that's the zeitgeist for both Hoffman's book and Dave McGowan's book.
Yes, you have in Program to Kill. Now, the way it's structured is he introduces the book first with organized elite pedophilia, the pediocracy, I think. And I think the first 80 or 90 pages talks about the Marc Dutroux affair and these various exposure of pedophilic networks. And we just in recent news and just in our research, alternative research into the deep state and some of the intrigues of the intelligence agencies, the function that serves, that human trafficking, particularly with blackmail and human compromise.
Well, what's interesting too is that both of these books, Hoffman's book was written in 2001 and Dave's book was written in 2004, and here we are, it's 2017, and I had Hoffman's book a long time ago, and I would give this book out. People would call me crazy. They would hand it back to me. They'd be like, "I read the first chapter here. Take this back."
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm sure Dave's book was received the same way. I only read, Program to Kill fairly recently, but
yeah.
But my point is just that look at how much of this has been vindicated, in the last few years. So these are prescient books, and for me, I don't want to be vindicated on this awful dark stuff, but it makes me realize that I'm not actually crazy. So all the people who, called me nuts over the last 15 years or whatever.
Oh, I get that. I say when someone calls me crazy, I just say, no, you're just ignorant.
Yeah.
Then they get offended. Well, you just called me nuts, which is worse.
Yeah, right.
I mean, you just don't understand they don't understand.
Right. I don't mean to be arrogant, but 99% of the time when people are operating that way, they've not read any of this stuff.
No,
so they don't have any working knowledge of this material. So,
it's someone, and you don't have the patience or the predilection to be tutored on this stuff. So, I'm not going to waste my time.
Right.
Just do the research, come back in 5 years, and then we'll talk about it. And that's what it takes. That's the problem. Is there's no substitute for understanding these things other than just doing the research, reading the material, and thinking about it, and also holding out that there are some of these things that there's nothing wrong with saying I don't know. I don't know for sure. There's a bias against there's a bias towards certainty, and some of these things we don't have certainty with. We have to infer, have to speculate based on the information we have, and that's only natural. I don't know what people expect. They create a usually high standard, and it's selective too, because they'll accept the narratives and other things without any evidence, or just because they're told something, because Walter Cronkite told them something, or they're or
yes,
Brian Williams.
There's a brilliant, yeah.
Go ahead.
There's a brilliant point that Dave makes in the Program to Kill at one point where he says, we're supposed to believe that the CIA never really got anywhere with MKUltra. It didn't really teach them anything about mind control and how to brainwash people, and they just kind of let this go after the hearings and all this stuff. However, we are at the same time supposed to believe from the official sources that all of these cult leaders have perfected the process of mind control, right? So
it's
David
a double
Koresh
think, yeah.
And Jim Jones, David Koresh and Jim Jones are masters of mind control, but the CIA and Pentagon, they just don't have a clue on it.
Yeah, with an unlimited budget and technology at their disposal. That was the subtext or the argument of Charles Manson's conviction. And he makes this very point: is the assumption of mind control on the part of Charles Manson, because he apparently, the killers went out, and performed the massacres, and they were convicted, but we were to understand that were controlled zombies. And at the same time, Charles Manson, who, according to the official narrative, was never at any of the scenes, was convicted.
Right.
And it makes no sense, from a legal standpoint. Yet they did it.
Yeah, exactly. And I just like the approach because Dave's willing to look at the arguments of the skeptics, and one of the problems is that skeptics who say that there's not any substance to dissociative identity disorder or to any of this stuff is that they generally don't take into account all of the abundance of, for example, the material in Dave's book, right? So you'll get these people who try to debunk things, but they never deal with, like the totality of the 350 pages of this book. What about all this, right? I mean, I understand people being skeptical, and certainly not every time somebody claims something it's true, but that's not a sound argument to debunk the whole idea of, maybe we don't understand everything about the psyche. That I've done a lot of reading and a lot of research into that, and I don't think that the so-called establishment really understands or knows what the psyche. I mean, they might have perfected a lot of techniques when it comes to entrainment and psychic driving and these different, mind control techniques. But that doesn't mean that they really know what they're dealing with, because St. Paul says who knows the soul of a man, but the spirit which is in him, right? So even our souls and our spirits are somewhat mysterious even to us. So I don't think that the establishment has everything locked down on what man is or what man's soul is, precisely because most of these people have completely naturalistic presuppositions, so they don't think there is a soul. So this is why everything's treated with chemicals and so forth. But anyway, he just provides a bunch of arguments for people in the establishment even saying there's more going on here. These people aren't faking. You can look at experiments through hypnotism. Hypnotism has been studied for 80 years. So, obviously they've made some kind of progress there. Freud talks about ritual abuse. And then you have, the obviously suspicious fact of the false memory syndrome foundation being founded by these CIA people who are involved in things like child trafficking and child porn and stuff.
That's right. It's, what's his name? What was his name? Was it Martin Orne or something? Who was
Orne. That's it.
Orne, who was MK Ultra scientist.
Oh yeah, he worked in. Yeah, that's right. He worked in.
Okay.
Colin Ross has a good bunch of stuff on that. But
yeah, I think wasn't also Jolly West involved with them too.
That sounds right. Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, okay. False Memory Foundation. Now, for a point of clarification, Dave McGowan's thesis. In Program to Kill, and also it dovetails, or it's a good follow-up to his or actually preceded it, but to his Laurel Canyon book, because Laurel Canyon he points out that this dizzying array of some of the most popular musical bands of the 1960s having connections to military and intelligence, with the theory that the music itself was weaponized for the purposes of culture creation and sort of steering the culture in a certain direction, undermining the anti-war movement, the manipulation of the youth culture, the creation of the youth culture, which preceded it by a decade, I think, into the early 50s. In Program to Kill, he says he puts forth the theory that the arrival of the serial killer phenomenon on the American landscape wasn't an organic development or an accidental development coming out of America's post-war, environment of prosperity, youth culture, a sexual revolution. This was a plan. This was a weaponized system, like sort of a domestic application of the Phoenix program,
right?
And also an attempt to maybe an update or a modification of Murder Incorporated to carry out a certain amount of hits, and and also an attempt to shape the culture, to create a culture of fear, to expand or the then burgeoning police state, SWAT teams, FBI, Quantico Lab, and all this stuff, and the justification of budget. So That's the thesis of the book. Is that how you see his argument?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
And yeah, the majority of the book is made up of the serial killing crimes and ritual crimes. And then you do have, like you said, those kind of early chapters that dealt with more of the sex crimes and pedophiles. But one of the themes that he mentions is that a lot of these people seem to have been known by the establishment. A lot of these deviants, and so the idea here is that because a lot of these people who were troubled, maybe they were brought up in very severely dysfunctional homes, and then maybe they were molested, and then having been through the system, they would have been fingered and earmarked as potential candidates for these kinds of things. Now that's very scary and that's very daunting, but when we think about all the other material that's out there, for example, the way that Dr. Ewan Cameron was stationed at Mount Royal Psychiatric Institute in Canada, that's precisely what he was doing. He was finding troubled people in the psych wards to run his tests on. When we think about other aspects of the MKUltra program that were run through various universities and Human Ecology Foundation, or through these fronts, these psychiatric fronts, they were also working in prisons, like in Louisville, Kentucky. Lexington, Kentucky, I think. Was one of the sites where they were picking out prisoners, according to John Marks's book. So that dovetails well with Dave's thesis, which is just that if you've grown up in the system, with somebody like Charles Manson, he's a great example. Who's, he was in juvenile problems from like day one, right? So he would have been known to the system, is what we're trying to say here, and that a lot of these guys seem to have a curious pattern of where they end up, and the serial killers tend to be, tend to have these time periods where they spent a good bit of time in California, Texas, and Florida. And so Dave kind of theorizes that what you have is in these states is, number one, they're kind of obviously military industrial complex type states, especially with a lot of the bases in California, and then you have a lot of drug running that would be related to the Texas-Mexico border, and then obviously drug running from waterways, into Florida. So that requires a lot of deep state apparatus, in other words, to keep the drug situation flowing. And when you have one black market like drugs, you oftentimes have the other ones too, like human trafficking. So drugs and human trafficking requires sometimes threats and hitmen, and the serial killer phenomenon then can have many uses, right? So you mentioned those in your description, but of course Dave also mentions the possibilities of unsolved murders. These can be haystacked, I think is the term that you've used, where police departments, the haystacking is where you have a target, but you sort of blend them in amongst a whole bunch of people that you've killed, so it appears random. So that's another one of the theses here. And then you also have the notion, like you said, of haystack, or of police departments kind of stacking these onto one guy. Oh, Henry Lee Lucas killed 200 people or whatever, which seems a little bit implausible.
Yeah, they took him on a tour. He went on and said, I did that one. Yeah, I did that one. Yeah, that was me too.
But I think it's fascinating too that he tends to mention with these characters that they could have been picked out because they had dissociative identity disorder, and that may not necessarily mean that they were like programmed in the sense of sent on the mission to do this. Now, they may have been in some cases, but rather that they would have been chosen as people who already had mental problems, is what I'm trying to say. So, in other words, that would be the cover, right? They would never be suspected for being used by the establishment or some nefarious group, precisely because they're crazy.
Yeah, and the reason, I mean, the suspicion that sort of identification process was in place. Well, with MK Ultra, the psychiatric profession was completely taken over by the military and intelligence for the purposes of doing just that. So, I mean, good example. You mentioned obviously Ewan Cameron up in Canada, and he was funded by the Human Ecology Fund, the CIA. I mean, this goes back. Was it George Esterbrook's World War II? Right. You've over in the UK, you have the Tavistock Institute, which identified shell shock and trauma and how it could be weaponized and manipulated.
PTSD,
PTSD, and the various. I think every prominent psychiatric hospital institution was some way or another involved with MK Ultra back in the 50s and 60s. Same with the like you mentioned the prisons, Vacaville. There was Angola prison in Louisiana, and you mentioned the one in Kentucky. So that's been established. So that's, some of the heavy hitters in psychiatry and psychology were part of MK Ultra, and so that sort of reporting mechanism would be there, just for that. So.
Exactly right, and even the public information is over 40 universities and institutions like that were involved. So, and that would include, I'm assuming, universities that we probably would like, it would be some of the obvious ones like Stanford and Harvard. Ted Kaczynski was part of the MK Ultra project in Harvard.
That's right. And I think his victims were connected to SRI.
Yeah. Okay.
If the official narrative has any truth to it,
right?
Which is interesting. I mean, he was a MK Ultra test subject or victim.
By the way, just a little aside here. Have you seen Spellbound?
With Gregory Peck, right?
Yeah, and
I saw it years ago with Ingrid Bergman. All the Freudianism I thought was hilarious in it.
Well, it is Freudianism, but what's interesting is that if you go back and watch it, Gregory Peck is being used as there's a doctor at the institute who's framing Gregory Peck for murder.
That's right.
He's doing that because Gregory Peck has dissociative identity disorder and he can't remember what he's done. So I was like, this is like in the 40s, and I was watching this the other day. I was like, man, this is kind of like an analogy for a lot of the MK Ultra type stuff. This fits well with Dave McGowan's book, because this guy believes that he's committed the murder, and it was actually the head of the Psychiatric Institute.
Yeah, that's the one with all the Salvador Dali art in it.
Correct. Yes, it has that surrealist, all-seeing eye artwork.
And I think it was George Esterbrook. He was during World War II was talking about mind control and hypnosis and trauma to create dissociative disorder or multiple personalities to.
Correct. Yeah, the essay "Hypnosis Comes of Age," which is the most famous one that you can read. It's online, and it's the 1971 or 2 Science Digest essay that he wrote, and that's where he kind of lays out his bragging about, I can do. I mean, I think the essay is older than 1971, but that's where you'll find it online, is in that format. But that's where he describes the process of hypnosis and the courier and the keywords and the triggers and all that.
And did you catch my interview with Dr. Joseph Farrell recently on Common Core?
I did, yeah.
And he's made in that interview and also in the book, of course, he connected the electronic testing service.
Yes.
To the Human Ecology Fund.
Mm-hmm. I did hear that.
And when you're talking about, you're talking how these guys could be identified, profiled as, through the various, because they're identified as being psychological
Well, you
problems.
have the standardized testing, exactly.
Standardized testing, yeah. And so now, and of course, that was all done at the behest. I mean, they contacted, I think it was Conant, I think, at Harvard, who ran it or something. I forget the name right, if I remember. But basically, it's done to not just to identify, the best and the brightest, or to sort of to channel people into the professions they think people should do based on their testing parameters or standards, whatever. But you could talk about today, I mean, talk about what the military does with video games, right? This interactive video games that go to the Pentagon for shooter games. These things being monitored.
Yeah, come be the drone pilot and kill everybody at the wedding.
Yeah. So these people can be identified like that. So I was imagining the technology is far more advanced now, just with obviously with the internet and with our smart devices everywhere, and everything being monitored, what we read, what we buy, our habits being monitored digitally, and that could that could flag certain. You could get flagged. And, okay, here we go. We got somebody.
Yeah,
so let's
exactly.
go.
That's a good point.
So again, it's one that people hear this stuff and says, no, I mean the literature, the history is there, and it's been acknowledged that this was done. And again, all the universities, all the psychiatric hospitals, these prisons, these institutions,
right,
that are supposed to help us protect society, were weaponized. To do something quite opposite of what their public charter claims they're there to do.
And if anybody doubts that, all you have to do is read the works of Bertrand Russell to understand the scientific outlook. Because it's ruthless. It's not moral. They don't have any qualms of using people in that way.
And of course, in the book, he just goes through a list of these serial killers. They all, not all of them, but almost a lot of military intelligence backgrounds, Vietnam experience.
That connection, right? Yeah, and that's where we would get the potential Phoenix connection. But I thought it was interesting that I didn't actually know a whole lot about Henry Lee Lucas, but he points out a lot of suspicious things like being pardoned by W.
Yeah.
He's a good man. Henry Lee Lucas, a good boy. He's a good boy. Right. But so he claims that he was in a satanic cult, though. Now, so I don't know if that's true, but that's what Henry Lee Lucas claimed, that the Hand of Death cult, you used him, and that he was a contract killer, and that this was associated with human trafficking from Juarez into presumably El Paso or Brownsville or somewhere. And this, of course, connects to the death cult MS-13, which is the Latin American gang that's, connected to all this kind of stuff. And I believe has to have some kind of help from above. I don't mean God. I mean from above, from the government. Especially because I watched some documentaries on Santa Muerte, which is the cult which a lot of the MS-13 are into. And you look at the guys who run this cult, and they're just totally shady, obviously involved in some kind of thing, and that jives well with a lot of what Dave claims in the Henry Lee Lucas chapter. And this is where he's a good example of kind of the archetype of what his thesis is, because Henry was Office of Naval Intelligence, or had some connection there, or he was spotted there, and maybe there's some connection to NATO. I'm looking back at the book here. Careful screening of subjects was accomplished by the Navy psychologists and the military records. Many were convicted murderers serving prison sentences, and they were put into this program. Yeah, here we go. So he's arguing that in Chapter 8 that Henry Lee Lucas was probably one of these people in this kind of a program. And the military is ruthless. You have to understand that too. Like, they're just as ruthless as the scientism of Bertrand Russell. Like, they don't have any qualms of, they're in the business of killing people.
They weaponize everything.
Right. So, to a lot of people, this just sounds so, well, we're American. We wouldn't do that. We have the Wounded Warrior Project. We go back and grab our wounded men. We carry them back. Right. But no, that's not really, obviously a lot of people in the military are good-natured and would do that. But that doesn't mean that that's the modus operandi of the totality of the military. There's, it's compartmentalized. There's all kinds of secret projects and stuff like this. And so, Dave just kind of lists a whole bunch of these characters that seem to pop up around the same time. And you have Berkowitz, and you have, I think he mentions Jim Jones or in some capacity. I don't know that Jim Jones was necessarily a military connection, although we know that he had that connection to Dan Mitrione, who was the CIA guy down in
Was it Paraguay or Uruguay? I forget one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hello. Can you hear me? You're getting really.
Hello.
You're cutting up really bad.
Oh, really? How about now?
No, it's just super staticky.
Okay, let me give you a call back.
Okay.
Now clear it up. Thanks.
All right.
Yeah.
I think this chapter 8 is one of the more important chapters in the book, because this is where he's talking about, they're called CTs, criminal. I don't know what that stands for, but these are the people who are in the Phoenix program, and they're the ones that are trained to. They're kind of profiled to be the psychos, and then they're kind of let loose. Obviously, under the auspices of psychological terror against the Viet Cong. And then these people come back, and they're already known to the military, so they could be put to all kinds of use, right? And that's a very enticing theory, I think.
Yeah, because what do you do with these men once they come back?
Yeah, what do you do with these guys, right? And so anyway, that's I'm flipping through the chapter. So that was a really important chapter, and I didn't know anything about the Matamoros cult. That was totally new to me. I'd heard of it, but that was new to me. And so you just realize that there's so many examples of this stuff that it's kind of just been forgotten in the in the news. Like I remember this back in the 80s or 90s or whenever it was, but in the 80s. But we were told that there was that was all a satanic panic created by Geraldo.
Mm-hmm.
Right? There was no real Satanism. There was none of this. It was just a panic. Yet throughout the 80s and 90s, the Juarez was the world capital for missing women. And I actually went and looked up a lot of Dave's claims and articles on this, only because I had traveled last summer to California and stopped in El Paso on the way, and I saw Juarez, and it made me think of the movie Sicario, and I was thinking, good grief, it just looks so awful over at Juarez. And in Sicario, the story is that the FBI girl is tricked into working with this military attaché. She's attaché for a military outfit that's run by the CIA, and she thinks that she's going to take out a drug dealer assassin, and really all what was happening was that the CIA was taking out a rival drug dealer.
Yeah.
And so they duped the FBI girl. Anyway, so that all takes place in Juarez in the movie. And I'm sitting here reading this chapter in Dave's book, and I'm like, this is straight out of, it sounds just like Sicario. And it's not hard to believe. I mean, if you go and you look at the border wall there in El Paso, and you look over into Juarez, it just looks like a hellhole.
Well, they got to keep it a hellhole because it's also a good source of cheap labor for the.
Well, that's what Dave points out too.
Yeah.
Is that this is a big part of NAFTA, was being able to move all the sweatshops there. But he argues that there's a lot more going on, that it's not just sweatshops, that that women are going missing for a reason. So,
yeah, well, that Rancho Diablo, which is an interesting name for a ranch.
Yes, that comes up in here too, right?
Yeah.
And is that the one that's connected to the Matamoros?
And they was raided by the Texas Rangers eventually.
Yes, exactly.
And they found bones all over the place. And again, people ignored it for years. That's just a rumor. It's a myth. And I think that's the one that Henry Lucas talked about, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
And
it is.
Henry Lucas is an interesting story because he's supposed to be the serial killer. Of course, he teamed up with 2-3 different people at a time. One of his partners, Otis Toole, who has been linked to the death of Adam Walsh, and everyone knows what's that show on Fox? Not Most Wanted. What was it? Walsh. He had that show on Fox News.
America's
Most Wanted. Of course, that was in 1981. His son went missing in a Sears and Roebuck in 1981, and the boy's head was found floating in the canal. Otis Toole was taken in for questioning for that crime, and the police at the time lost the machete and even I believe even the automobile that he had used, and they let him go. And he was in prison again later on, and he supposedly confessed to that crime. And if you know, you're probably too young to remember, but I remember that very well because that was one of these national stories. We started getting national stories in the 80s about missing kids. We didn't get those in the 70s. It was always regional.
Mm-hmm.
And he went on Phil Donahue's show and all this, and it became a crusade about missing and exploited children. And of course, the fact that the head was separated, suggests some sort of maybe satanic thing. But this gets into this the sort of the alchemical, I guess, element of the serial killer phenomenon that Michael Hoffman gets into. But even Dave McGowan talks about it, creating fear, creating an atomized society where kids can no longer go out and play, communities no longer cohere. This just getting it out there like that would terrify the community, and it was a trauma for the entire nation the way the media covered it. And what's strange is, of course, this Jeb Bush, the governor of Florida, who Otis Toole's arrested, George Bush, the governor of Texas. But again, in all these cases, whether it's the same thing with John Wayne Gacy, Jeffrey Dahmer, Otis Toole, is inexplicable police incompetence, the failure to follow up on things, and that's what he points out.
Yeah, and this comes to the fore, especially in the case of my mind just went blank. After I read the book, I watched a 4-hour TV movie about.
Oh, that was on John Wayne Gacy with Brian Dennehy.
Yes,
yeah,
with Dennehy, right? And yeah, so here he's essentially now the TV show, the TV movie, kind of hints at it, but not really. They don't go into the fact that he seems to have been operating very well with the local police. As if maybe he was their guy, you know what I mean? Like their guy to take out people. Because if there was a gay prostitution / drug ring, then presumably in that kind of a setting, you're going to be worried about narcs. And so, you might need to have somebody around to take out the narcs. Now, I don't know if that's exactly what was going on with him, but I mean, that makes sense in terms of the police incompetence and the fact that he was this very prominent member of the community and the JCs and, all these civic organizations that he was a part of.
Dave McGowan makes a point in the book. He talks about the whole idea of the serial killer profile. He says, most Americans are probably familiar with what is considered the classic serial killer profile. This was the notion first put forth by the venerable FBI, which coined the term serial killer, and pioneered the concept of profiling in an alleged attempt to understand the phenomenon of the mass murder. It appears to be the case, though, that the concept of the serial killer profile was put forth to largely misinform the public. And if you scrutinize these cases, one can't help but agree with Mr. McGowan on that point, because none of them, like the bind, torture, and kill killer, none of his supposed kills follow any profile, and that's that's the case of haystacking potentially. One of his first kills was this military guy who told his son that someone's after him. And the whole family was wiped out. His wife, who was trained in martial arts, 2 dogs, I think, were killed. Another son and him.
Right, and Dave makes the argument that it looks a lot more like a special operations trained person.
Yeah.
Came in and did this as opposed to, this weird, creepy guy that's just kind of, stalking around the neighborhood, like we're told it is.
Mm-hmm. And you meant in your talk, you talked about the Zodiac killer, and how, of course, again, there's a boot that was identified as being a Navy issue or something.
Right.
So it's military, and I guess that seems that that seems to be a case where there are a lot of people doing it, similar to Son of Sam.
People.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, like Berkowitz said, and then Berkowitz says, "Oh, I was working at the behest of a larger satanic cult."
Of course, the Son of Sam case came on later. That was the 70s, and Maury Terry's book posited the theory that it was a cult doing it, and he just Berkowitz himself said he was only at 2 of the shootings.
Right.
And Michael Hoffman sort of examines that case and talking about all the evidence suggesting that it was indeed multiple, perpetrators.
Well, one of the points of Oliver Stone / Quentin Tarantino's movie Natural Born Killers is that the media is really what creates and gives everybody the impression of the serial killer.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know how cognizant they were of Dave's book, but I'm saying, or Dave's work, because I think that movie came out when I was in high school. But the point of the movie is that the media makes these people into stars. They makes their media creations is what I'm trying to say.
Mm-hmm.
And so that once again shows the role of mass media in terms of psyops, because if Dave's thesis is right, then that's why we don't see them anymore. They're not needed anymore. Where'd all the serial killers go? Where are they?
Yeah, the work's been done, I guess.
Yeah, exactly.
Getting into the why this, you look at when the serial killer emerged, I guess the late 60s. I think the Zodiac killer was probably, we're at you at the DeSalvo, the Boston Strangler. Another case where none of the doesn't fit any of the profile. In fact, people think he went to prison for being the Boston Strangler. He didn't. He was convicted for another crime, and I think it was weird. As F. Lee Bailey was his lawyer, who presented the strange defense that he was not innocent, not guilty of the crime he was charged because he was busy strangling somebody. I think that was his defense.
Wow.
But DeSalvo himself looks like some sort of mind control victim. Again, there was no age. Women. Of all ages, there's no profile to it, and just one of these weird cases.
Oh, by the way, Ted Bundy also is one that claims that there were other people involved.
Yeah, so
that it wasn't just him as the lone gunner.
Mm-hmm. And that's another thing. Remember, he's able to break out of prison, killed multiple girls at a sorority. And I mean, it's like, how does he? He breaks out of prison. And he's able to, same thing. Richard Speck. Remember his case? And he broke into the nurses' dorm or something, and was able to murder multiple girls as they waited. I mean, they were like locked in a room and waited.
Interesting.
One by one.
But I don't remember the detail. But I remember you noticed this coming up too. Richard Ramirez's case. He seems to have been trained by his relative, who was a military killer of some sort.
Yeah, he was in Vietnam. I think his cousin.
Yeah,
older
cousin,
brother or something. Yeah. Richard
and then Bobby Joe Long is the cousin of Lee Lucas.
That's all in the family.
That is unbelievable. Yeah.
But look at the context of when this is happening. We're talking about the 1960s, the Vietnam War, and what the Vietnam War represented. A lot of motivations for that war. It wasn't the domino theory. Obviously, one was big war contracts, a lot of spending. Kellogg, Brown and Root, a lot of harbors to be dredged, a lot of helicopters get shot down and maintained and replaced, and these things. Another motivation for the war, of course, was heroin. We've talked about that. But another one, I think, when I talked to Chris Milligan, he comes up with the theory that the war itself was intended as a trauma for society. It's society to kind of create a divide between generations.
Yes.
And this goes into the broader theory behind the counterculture. And in order to get the counterculture, you needed a war to protest. And so the overall trauma of that war, of course, within that war, the war itself provided a great opportunity not only to experience, to test various weapon systems, weapon platforms, but also psychological warfare. Of course, Doug Valentine's work on the Phoenix program is invaluable in understanding the Phoenix program. What its intent was to it's a counterinsurgency program to destroy what was referred to as the civilian infrastructure of the Viet Cong. Of course, what that really means is, on the ground, is killing a lot of innocent people, torturing a lot of people, terrorizing them.
It's what you see in Apocalypse Now.
Yeah. Yes, yeah.
And and that's of course created by William Colby.
Mm-hmm.
I just lost my train of thought. I was going to say.
The implication is that if, in order to subdue the civilian population of Vietnam to achieve whatever objective the U.S. government had in Vietnam at the time.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
I remember now. So, what you start to notice is that these operations that run foreign psychological operations. This is what I've been noticing the last couple of years, especially when you study the phenomena of the color revolutions and Arab Spring and then all that kind of stuff. And then you also look at the School of the Americas and the death squads. And then you start to realize that the foreign ops are kind of test tubes. And then maybe it looks like at times they'll bring that back home and do it domestically. So this is a pattern, I guess, that's been going on for a long time, is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and it's an attempt to destabilize, and of course you're going to destabilize Honduras or El Salvador or Peru or Chile in a different way that you destabilize, Springfield, America, Los Angeles. So the idea of the Phoenix program, obviously things like the Department of Homeland Security grew out of the Phoenix program. The ideas before it, the basic idea, the whole idea of fusion centers is an adaptation of the Phoenix program to monitor people. So all these things, these things don't go away. They're tested and they're modified.